Communism, the Higher Stage of Ecology, by Guillaume Suing for Yafa, my little wonder. Guillaume Suing, the history of nature and the history of men are dependent on each other so long as men exist. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, the German ideology. Introduction. Did you not see the helpless infirmity no better than a dream in which the blind generation of men is shackled? Never shall the counsels of mortal men transgress the ordering of Zeus. Aeschylus, Prometheus bound. The fact that green joins red on the flags of today's left reflects both a step forward in the unity of the militant anti-capitalist front and a kind of political misunderstanding that neither the environmentalists nor, indeed, the communists seem to want to dispel. The relative youth of political ecology and its social base partly explain why its anti-capitalist character is only just emerging today. But the disqualification of illusions linked to the trend towards green capitalism and the Marxization of what we usually call eco-socialism is a recent and still largely unfinished business. The communist movement, for its part, seems to be getting used to a defensive position in the face of this new green social democratic spirit, including in terms of concepts, when on the contrary it should be taking the lead and fighting on the ideological front, drawing unashamedly from the Soviet heritage. This was not only theoretical, but also to a large extent practical, as explained below. It is in total contradiction with the preconceptions of today's green activists. Until the 1950s, for over 30 years, the USSR was the world's most advanced country in the field of ecology, not only in its ability to protect the environment, but also in its choice of agricultural techniques, and this was no accident. The proponents of eco-socialism themselves concede that only socialism, triumphant over the anarchy of production and private property that characterizes the capitalist system, can properly and harmoniously manage agricultural production and environmental protection on a national scale. While political ecology does everything it can to distance itself from a Marxism deemed productivist or even Promethean, the aim here is to demonstrate how, from a theoretical, historical, and practical point of view, socialism is the highest stage of what has come to be called ecology, and not a supposed political adversary. The political foundations of eco-socialism are curiously reminiscent of the first anarchist and utopian socialist conceptions of the 19th century. Today, in contrast, it's a question of overcoming the apparent contradiction between productivism and environmentalism, because the need to develop agricultural and industrial production to meet the needs of a rapidly growing population is not necessarily opposed to nature. Like the Canuts of Lyons who, in the early days of the proletariat struggle, attacked machine tools, accused of destroying jobs, environmentalists divert the very real contradiction between capital and nature in favor of a very idealistic and insurmountable contradiction between nature and technical progress. Perhaps imperfectly, and within the limits imposed by imperialist encirclement, only the Soviets came up with techniques for overcoming this contradiction without the pre-industrial petit bourgeois nostalgia that characterizes ecology today. Of course, one might object to Chernobyl, the Aral Sea, DDT pollution of Moldavian soils, but it is a misunderstanding of history encouraged by the West that prevents communists from retorting or confines them to a defensive, nihilistic attitude with arguments that are more often than not ineffective. Let's be clear, the USSR was only belatedly subjected to intensive agriculture with its well-known setbacks in terms of environmental protection. It was under Khrushchev, and not before, that the USSR chose to compete with the triumphant United States of America, in spite of the Marxist-Leninist theory that had prevailed until then, by using the same methods and the same rules of the game. From then on, the socialist camp aligned itself more and more openly and resolutely with the capitalist tendencies of short-termist, soul-destroying intensive agriculture. As for the problems linked to energy policy, of which the nuclear issue is a particularly debated outgrowth today, will also show how communism can overcome them without falling back into the fundamental contradiction pointed out by Marx and Engels, associated with that of capital labor, the capital nature contradiction. From utopian eco-socialism to scientific socialism, eco-socialists criticize the communism they claim to surpass for deriving its excessive productivism from a skewed interpretation of Marx and Engels, which ultimately resembles that of capitalists. But this degrowth critique of Marx is not new, and while it clearly distances itself today from the illusions of the green capitalism movement, the identified enemy is less the bourgeoisie than human nature, which is intrinsically irresponsible in the face of technical progress, irrespective of any class struggle. We end up glorifying the model of small, self-sufficient, inward-looking communities, a kind of fantasized return to the philanthropy era, even a primitive communism. In today's eco-socialist programs, we find an emphasis on family farming, on small units, as opposed to mass production, as if the latter necessarily went hand in hand with the disasters we have known since the second half of the 20th century. As we shall see, while this model is not absurd in absolute terms at the stage called communism, the final disappearance of the state following the political work of the proletariat during the transitional stage of socialism, it must be remembered that achieving it without transition, starting from a capitalist system of class struggle, is by definition impossible. This is where communists fundamentally differ from anarchists or social democrats claiming to be eco-socialists, for whom the socialist stage dictatorship of the proletariat is clearly neither necessary nor desirable. At the same time, it should be noted that fascist currents are opportunistically taking advantage of this new environmentalist trend with anti-communist and Malthusian overtones, mythologizing nature and Glaise, subsequently, were hard won in the wake of Vietnamese communist victories over French and American colonialists. There's a certain hypocrisy in wanting to regenerate Marxism by associating it with some exogenous auxiliary, be it feminism, anti-racism, anti-fascism, anti-imperialism, or ecology. We'll see that far from being a gap in dialectical materialist analysis and the practice of scientific socialism, ecology is, on the contrary, consubstantial with them. This is not to say that the partial struggles mentioned here have no raison d'etre. On the contrary, they are often central to the struggle. We enter the general struggle against capitalism with our own motives at the outset, for the woman oppressed by feudal mentality, as for the indigenous person squeezed by a French multinational, or the African American victim of daily police repression. But the mass nature of these struggles, such as those waged by activists against junk food, for example, logically converge when it comes to uniting to defeat the common capitalist enemy and establish a new system that would guarantee everyone's rights with a certain degree of stability. If the Soviet Union once strove to protect the environment and transform it while respecting its equilibrium, if Cuba still stands out today for its ability to use its soil and energy resources while winning the admiration of Western environmentalists, it is not by chance or by some tactical concession designed to please the latter, but by a theoretical and practical necessity linked to their mode of production, even if it is productivist. Protecting nature, a matter for scientists, not shamans basically, the anti-productivist principle of the ecology environmentalist movement stems from a philosophical presupposition about an idealized nature which can only be desecrated by human labor, contrasting human progress with technical progress. Yet the history of humanity is first and foremost that of the domestication of its environment, the founding act of which was the Neolithic Revolution. Prehistory is marked by the transition from hunter-gatherer tribes to sedentary human groups who domesticated plants and animals to meet their basic needs by attaining greater security, regularity, and quantity of necessities. They were the protagonists of the first great plan for the transformation of nature, without which horses, cows, sheep, wheat, barley, and 1,000 other humanly shaped creatures would not exist today. For millennia, this radical transformation of the human environment spread across the planet, defying the fears of shamans terrorized by the imminence of celestial vengeance. Humanity itself has been transformed in return, particularly in eating habits and metabolic adaptations, without the sky ever falling. First of all, we need to distinguish how human transformations of the environment can alter major natural balances without compromising the long-term ability to satisfy human needs for food or energy. In other words, we need to identify the extent to which the necessary modifications to our living environment are linked to the satisfaction of our needs, our vital interests, quantity and quality of our food, renewal of the energy needed for our activities, or alternatively, to the quest for maximum profit characteristic of the capitalist system. Then it's a matter of demonstrating how it is the working class, the basis of material production, and whose historic role is to defeat the capitalist system in order to satisfy both its own interests and, by extension, those of all humanity, that must be in the vanguard of the struggle against this parasitic bourgeois class that is leading us to our ruin, including with respect to our natural resources. It's at these two levels that we need to understand both the anti-productivism and anti-communism of the early ecology movement, right up to its eco-socialist mutation. While the latter is an objective advance in terms of the convergence of anti-capitalist struggles, it retains a dangerously divisive potential when it comes to castigating a particular strategic option of states fighting for national sovereignty against predatory imperialism, a particular struggle for the jobs of workers in today's industry, or even a particular picket line from which the black, toxic fumes of burning tires escape. Marx exposes this with clairvoyance, intimately linking the two struggles without calling into question the famous disembodied productivism. All progress in capitalistic agriculture is a progress in the art, not only of robbing the laborer, but of robbing the soil. All progress in increasing the fertility of the soil for a given time is a progress towards ruining the lasting sources of that fertility. The more a country starts its development on the foundation of modern industry, like the United States, for example, the more rapid is this process of destruction. Capitalist production, therefore, develops technology and the combining together of various processes into a social whole only by sapping the original sources of all wealth, the soil and the laborer. It would therefore be possible and obviously desirable, according to Marx, to develop production techniques without increasing the ruin of such sustainable resources. Engels was even more precise in pointing out the capitalist responsibility for the irrational destruction of the environment. 150 years before the first eco-socialists appeared, he asserted, as individual capitalists are engaged in production and exchange for the sake of the immediate profit, only the nearest, most immediate results must first be taken into account. As long as the individual manufacturer or merchant sells a manufactured or purchased commodity with the usual coveted profit, he is satisfied and does not concern himself with what afterwards becomes of the commodity and its purchasers. The same thing applies to the natural effects of the same actions. What cared the Spanish planters in Cuba who burned down forests on the slopes of the mountains and obtained from the ashes sufficient fertilizer for one generation of very highly profitable coffee trees? What cared they that the heavy tropical rainfall afterwards washed away the unprotected upper stratum of the soil, leaving behind only bare rock? In Relation to Nature, Marx, Capital, Volume 1, 1867. As to society, the present mode of production is predominantly concerned only about the immediate, the most tangible result, and then surprise is expressed that the more remote effects of actions directed to this end turn out to be quite different, are mostly quite the opposite in character, that the harmony of supply and demand is transformed into the very reverse opposite. Lenin, need we add, was no more productivist than his inspirers, and shared their views, reminding us, for example, that the possibility of substituting artificial fertilizers for natural ones, in no way refutes the irrationality of wasting natural fertilizers by polluting rivers and the air in industrial districts. While the fight to protect the environment logically follows from anti-capitalist struggles, it never refers to any instinct on the part of humans to produce and pollute in a fatal, headlong rush inherent to their very nature. If productivism is defined by a quest for maximum profit, the foundation of capitalism, how can we label its antagonist, socialism? On the contrary, only science, as permanent human work in the field of knowledge and techniques, enables societies to prevent the long-term degradation of resources that could be exploited spontaneously, immediately, and to the end, when this degradation is not perceptible on the scale of isolated individuals. Here again, we will demonstrate how the socialist system outperforms the capitalist system not only in theory, but above all and consequently in practice when it comes to implementing reasonable strategies that respect natural resources. On a practical level, we know to what extent the capitalist system privileges and finances the most lucrative sectors of research with the aim of quickly satisfying its thirst for maximum profit. On the contrary, it holds back less immediately profitable sectors, or if it wishes to develop them, it proves incapable of injecting sufficient funds, unless, for example, it wishes to compete with the Soviet pioneer in the aerospace race, so long as the latter was threatening its hegemony. From a theoretical point of view, the brakes imposed by the bourgeois pensée unique are notorious among agronomists who have tried to dissent. Claude Bourguignon, an agronomist and lecturer well known for having reintroduced biology into the debates of agricultural profession hours, which had been until then conditioned by chemistry alone, artificial fertilizers and pesticides from agro-industry, testifies to the disappearance in France in the 1970s of chairs in soil microbiology at university, and the impossibility of fighting against the lobbies of chemically intensive agriculture within the Institut National de la Recherche Agronomique, the French National Agronomic Research Institute. Clearly, as long as the state exists, that is, as long as the class struggle exists, it is never indifferent to the scientific research it funds. But it is also the dominant ideology disseminated by this state throughout society that determines, even more than funding, the work of theoretical production. In this sense, we shall see that dialectical materialism, the dominant paradigm under socialism, was able to move away from Western aspirations for short-termist, intensive agriculture in favor of a much more ecological, integrationist vision of the environment, the living world, and even the soil. Behind degrowth, the reactionary Malthus, the neglect of historical sources is quite symptomatic of the environmentalist movement. As it was Karl Marx who first spoke of sustainable development, there's a trace of willful obliviousness deeply rooted in the thinking of environmentalists and even, in a way, of eco-socialists. As nature abhors a vacuum, this neglectfulness defaults into Malthusianism. Malthus, the 19th century economist, made a name for himself with his controversy over birth control. In the midst of the rise of industrial capitalism, this Anglican bourgeois transposed to human demography a typical business angst linked to the cyclical nature of economic crises of overproduction. A man who is born into a world already possessed, if he cannot get subsistence from his parents on whom he has a just demand. and if the society do not want his labor, has no claim of right to the smallest portion of food, and Malthus, Essay on the Principle of Population. It needs to purposely nurture social peace in the heart of the metropolis. To the last degree, the barbaric pursuit of profit has, in the history of capitalism and under very specific conditions, led to a headlong rush to exploit labor without any concern for regenerating the workforce. In the Nazi labor camps, inmates were pressed to death, with human losses regularly renewed by the arrival of fresh recruits. In periods of adjustment of the capitalist system, it took a long period of trial and error for the blind development of capitalist exploitation to concede rights and more livable conditions to workers through worker struggles so that they could reconstitute their workforce over the longer term. We sense that this blind development, still present today and also exerted on the soil's resources, is not immediately resisted this time by nature and is therefore difficult to regulate. Indeed, agricultural soils must regenerate in the long term, otherwise they will be permanently depleted. And this exhaustion is not immediately reflected in natural resistance. The only resistance that will enable green capitalism, which it is inevitably forced to be to continue its race for profit in the long term, will be that of the peasantry, a greatly weakened, and environmental activists, essentially from the petty bourgeoisie. Genuine, sustainable protection of the planet means first and foremost identifying the troublemaker, not overpopulation or rising living standards in the South, but the global capitalist system. The alternative to this catastrophe is not agricultural degrowth, but a technical revolution that only the socialist system can plan. We're not talking about a return to small family units, but about the revolutionary transformation of large-scale farming techniques based on the deliberately overlooked experience of socialist countries in this field. Ecological USSR versus productivist USA. In view of the socialist camp's obvious lead in the field of ecology and so-called organic agriculture, some will claim, while conceding that the betrayal of the first ecological innovations and the shift to agricultural productivism dates not from the 1950s with Khrushchev's revisionism, but from Stalin's accession to power in the 1920s. This is an aberration that we will correct, with concrete evidence to back it up. On the contrary, the 30s and 40s were the heyday of agroecological concepts and practices in the USSR. Not without reason, communists were already criticizing the triumph of capitalist-intensive agriculture in the 1950s when it was still in its infancy and enduring the mockery of Western scientists, foremost among them the famous geneticist Jacques Monod. Francis Cohen, for example, a French communist journalist who came to the aid of Soviet agronomy under fierce attack in the West, recalled in 1950, "What good would agrobiology do for the American trusts? What's the point of scientific research that improves the soil from year to year when it is more advantageous, in order to cut costs, to engage in forced cultivation that destroys and exhausts the soil, turning millions of square kilometers of arable land into deserts? What use to capitalists would genetics be in improving plant and animal species? The aim of agricultural genetics is to create pure, categorizable, standardized varieties that can be sold to farmers with guaranteed characteristics. So-called pure varieties degenerate in 2 or 3 years when grown in the field. So much the better, the country will have to buy seed again. The new proposal for a seed regulation presented today by the European Commission is counterproductive and dangerous. Numerous scientists and UN agencies, such as the FAO, are sounding the alarm. Biodiversity is in danger. Multinationals have focused their efforts on the creation of high-yielding plants that are fragile. They can only survive in an artificial environment dependent on chemical fertilizers and pesticides, and therefore on oil. This proposal, which reinforces the stranglehold of the world's 4 major seed monopolies, should instead have been put forward by the lobbyists from Monsanto, Pioneer and Bayer, to name but a few, who held the pen used to draft this text in the shadows. By reducing farmers' rights to resow their own seeds, tightening the conditions for variety recognition by small independent entrepreneurs, and restricting the circulation and exchange of seeds between associations and growers, the European Commission is sweeping away 10,000 years of agricultural history. The incredible number of plant varieties we have today is based on the selection work of 400 generations of men and women, and on the transmission of this knowledge to the next generation. Plant biodiversity can only be maintained by creating the conditions for a genuine partnership between networks of farmers and agronomists, who don't see plants as mere repositories of DNA, but as living beings that evolve over the years, adapting to the new conditions they encounter. Green MP José Bové, an anarcho-syndicalist with a reputation for anti-communism, in unison with many of the anti-globalist currents that are regulars at the World Social Forum (WSF), describes, without naming it, a utopia that only Cuba's socialist society is in the process of concretely realizing today. Why such an omission? Not all that moves is red, not all that is green is sincere. The apparent antagonisms between sincere environmentalists and communists can easily be reconciled in the short and long term. either by recalling that the very construction of socialism saw the birth and development within it of the first aspirations to protect the environment, or by pointing out that the communist stage, with the extinction of the state, for which socialism is preparing as a transitional phase, will finally bring all progressives to agree on a form of production unaffected by the state and its local strategies, rationalized around the real stakes for humanity, beyond the class struggle, the protection of the natural resources people need to flourish. What passed for productivism in the post-war socialist countries in the eyes of certain environmental activists was, at least in part, a struggle for survival and against the short-term encirclement of capitalism, when the productivism of the capitalist system is clearly part of its quest for maximum profit. There is a transitional tactic in the case of the latter and a strategic choice in the case of the former. In the eyes of communists, on the other hand, the diagnosis of political ecology combines objective elements, such as the petty bourgeois characterization of its militant social base, with more debatable elements of demarcation concerning this notion of productivism. Aware that a necessary political and ideological distinction had to be made between them and social democratic environmentalists, many communists end up positively claiming what they are accused of, for want of any other argument, all the more so at a time when the ideological setbacks, relative historical self-phobia, and loss of ideological bearings in the communist movement are considerable. Such communists would defend the strategic choices of nuclear power or fossil fuels or even intensive agriculture and its agro-industry through an unfortunate confusion between Marxism, Leninism, and its revisionist Khrushchevian avatar, forgetting that the latter was built by simply pirating the American model. On this point, we need to distinguish between strategic and tactical choices. For what is a strategic choice and a betrayal of Marxism in a country that at one time was the world's industrial leader, like the USSR, must be distinguished from the tactical transitional choices of peoples fighting for their political and economic independence in times of imperialist war. What's right at one stage of the struggle, such as Lenin's establishment of a NEP in Russia in the early years of the revolution, becomes wrong or even reactionary once the country is in a position to concretely build socialism at a higher phase. Similarly, while socialist Cuba had to make do with fossil fuels supplied by the socialist camp in order to build up its economy in the early years of the revolution in the immediate vicinity of the imperialist giant, the country was later able to make the most of local renewable energies to guarantee its relative energy independence, and thus its freedom to save and redevelop its social model despite the disappearance of the Soviet big brother. If a state has just freed itself from the colonial yoke and inherited vast oil resources and the industrial infrastructure to exploit them, and is still unable to invest in other energy resources, can it be blamed for contributing to global carbon pollution? Of what political nature would this reproach be when you think of the decisive impact of global campaigns in support of workers throughout the world, when a people realizes the conditions for its liberation from the imperialist chain of warmakers? The hydrocarbon wealth of a semi-colonial country is the object of imperialist covetousness, often not so much for its own supply as to keep it out of the hands of competitors. The USA's oil reserves are assured in Alaska or Texas. France's energy independence is guaranteed by its nuclear industry, but for these powers to ask a semi-colonial country to stop exploiting its oil for supposedly ecological reasons hardly conceals their desire to halt all trade with emerging competing powers such as China or India. The aim is not, however, to idealize the oil-rich origins of the capital that has made it possible to finance the reduction of poverty and illiteracy in a country like Venezuela, for example. Even less to blame it when no other immediate solution can be envisaged, as the country is still largely underdeveloped due to its semi-feudal nature. We have to recognize that, dialectically, the transitory and tactical use of this oil contributes, contrary to its use in imperialist countries and even if the ecological impact is the same, to the consolidation of a system which, if it leads to independence and popular emancipation, without which no alternative energy can be exploited with the necessary financial investment. In any case, it's quite clear whether capitalism or socialism, whatever their energy options at that moment, will be better able to overcome the fossil fuel shortage predicted for the coming decades. Only socialist planning can bring about this transition with enough realism and without playing for time, as hypocritical capitalist states do at summit after climate summit. Only the weapon of dialectics allows us to understand that a socialist state sitting on an ocean of underground oil will always be more useful in the long run to the cause of global environmental protection than any capitalist state that has invested massively in renewable energies. Indeed, capital's tactical acumen is well known when it comes to discrediting, demonizing, or paralyzing the adversary. On this condition alone, it is able to invest massively at a loss, provided this investment does not last too long. In this way, imperialism did not hesitate to make the city of West Berlin, on the doorstep of the enemy East Germany, shine with 1,000 lights in order to arouse the envy of the latter's inhabitants. Today, we know the extent of the crisis in Europe, and it's been a long time since Berlin's neon lights shone only for the local high bourgeoisie. Nor has imperialism hesitated to pull South Korea out of its underdevelopment by infusing it with billions of dollars to no avail in order to discredit the North Korean model, which initially welcomed thousands of economic refugees from the South. On a more local, day-to-day scale, we know how private competitors, as soon as a market opens up, are capable of drastically reducing their prices to economically break the nationalized company before dividing the spoils between two or three of them and raising prices well above those initially charged by the public sector once the latter is out of the picture. Such a psychological trap should no longer mislead anyone. Green capitalism is now contested by sincere environmental activists, even if they remain critical of polluters in the South. Only our internationalist support will enable these countries, once fully sovereign, to emerge from such polluting activities, certainly not our Western rantings, so opportune for our imperialist bourgeoisie. For their part, many communist activists have forgotten their sense of dialectics and have fallen into the habit of defending energy or agronomic options independently of context, as if a hydrocarbon or uranium-rich subsoil were essential to guarantee greater social justice. This is a serious confusion between the struggle for national independence, a fundamental condition for social change in a pre-socialist context, and trichocies of the struggle against capital and the concrete construction of socialism at a higher stage. A major step will have been taken in the general struggle against those truly responsible for global environmental catastrophes. Agroecology, a little-known socialist achievement, a workers' victory for the environment, is better than a dozen Kyoto protocols. Located in Gemenos near Marseille, Fralib is a packaging plant owned by the food giant Unilever of the famous elephant teas. Following a plan to relocate to Poland, the struggle of the plant's 80 or so workers to preserve their jobs and keep the factory open had been marked by numerous episodes and twists and turns over the past 5 years, but finally ended in victory. The plant was occupied despite threats and violence from employer militias, wage suppression, layoffs, and anti-union repression. The CGT, with a majority in the plant, had expanded to cover most of the workers during the struggle. A nationwide boycott campaign of Unilever brands, legal and media battles, the omnipresence of the Fralibians in all union actions opposing the liberal policies of Sarkozy and then Hollande. This battle between the David of Provence and the Goliath of agribusiness was a highly significant victory for the working class as a whole. It meant the recovery of production revenues and the creation of a brand of teas and infusions, the resumption of industrial activity, and the current presence on commercial platforms nationwide. With the name 1333, referring to the number of days this formidable workers' adventure lasted, which spread throughout France and inspired many a sight of struggle where they would export their militant know-how, crisscrossing the country without respite. It was a true vanguard of the working class against the then-current liberal policies pursued in the name of big business. But there is one aspect of this struggle that is more specifically ecological. The products now packaged are certified organic. Without the capacity to compete with the market giant Lipton Unilever on quantity, one must go to quality to stay in business. Linden tree leaves from Cooperative 236 are harvested locally in Provence, while other teas are imported from Vietnam, where they are grown without pesticides. Such partnerships are no accident. The CGT FNAF, the CGT's agri-food branch, is renowned for its revolutionary commitments and remains the only CGT branch to be a member of the World Federation of Trade Unions, WFTU, the historic organization of revolutionary and internationalist trade unions. Under the impetus of the FNAF, Fralib CGT leaders had traveled to Vietnam and Cuba to meet with local trade unions and learn from their know-how in managing state-owned companies. So, it's interesting to note that an emblematic struggle in the French working class in recent years has resulted in the production and distribution of organic products at reasonable prices. It's fair to say that the ecological cause has progressed faster through this struggle alone, in which the militants don't necessarily have environmental protection as their immediate priority, since they're fighting to preserve jobs, than through years of abstract propaganda by movements with a petty bourgeois composition. It's a valuable lesson. But it's important to analyze the situation from a materialist point of view, the transformation of this union struggle into a political one, as is the nature of workers' struggles when they are offensive, was reflected in the demand for nationalization by the state, which had to be made to face up to its responsibilities and its many more or less official promises. If this was no longer possible, as the collective was committed to a takeover of the now self-managed factory, the fight for nationalization of the elephant sustainable development is a commitment to improving the quality of human life while living within the limits of the ecosystems that sustain us. The Human Development Index is used by the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, as an indicator of well-being, and the ecological footprint is a measure of demands on the biosphere. The progress of nations towards sustainable development can therefore be measured by cross-referencing the HDI and the footprint. The HDI is calculated on the basis of life expectancy, literacy, education, and GDP per capita. The UNDP considers a country to have a high Human Development Index if its HDI value is above 0. For the footprint, a footprint of less than 1 global hectares per person, i.e., the average biocapacity available per person, is considered indicative of sustainability on a global scale. Successful sustainable development implies at least that the world as a whole meets both criteria, i.e. neither the world as a whole nor any individual region meets both criteria for sustainable development. Only Cuba does, according to the data it provides to the United Nations. Another major organization, the Global Footprint Network, which also calculates national and global trends in the human ecological footprint, produced a similar statement. In the same year, the Energy Globe World Prize, awarded by several international institutions, including the UN, to reward initiatives aimed at developing and making renewable energies profitable in relation to natural resources, was awarded to the University of Oriente Santiago de Cuba. Cuba's revolutionary history and socialist commitment are the main reasons why it sets an example to the world in terms of environmental protection. In this respect, the large Caribbean island is no exception, since, as we shall see later, the Soviet Union had distinguished itself as a world pioneer of agroecology before the turn of the 50s, at a time when, incidentally, no one in the West was concerned about the environment. But it should be noted that this feat was achieved to such worldwide recognition, despite Western propaganda against anything that evokes socialism, and against the backdrop of increasingly severe economic embargoes by the USA during the special period of the 1990s. And it is essential for all sincere environmental activists to draw the political conclusions. Only a socialist state in charge of the national economy can and must successfully implement such a sustainable and ecological agricultural project independently of the disastrous global input market. No capitalist state is in a position to achieve a tenth of this feat because it presupposes national planning that bans intensive agriculture, which competes to the death with any desire for organic farming on its domestic market at the same time and throughout the country, while mobilizing the indispensable human, educational, scientific, and technical resources. From the Cuban Revolution in 1959 under Khrushchev to the collapse of the Soviet bloc in 1990, the model developed on the Caribbean island followed that of the USSR, blinded by its obsession with catching up with the American model-intensive agriculture based on massive use of chemical fertilizers and pesticides, and extensive mechanization, including several thousand Russian tractors in particular. While this model enabled rapid economic and social development, it did not call into question the monoculture system characteristic of semi-colonies based essentially on sugarcane production. Virtually all of Cuba's agricultural production was shipped to socialist countries, which in turn supplied Cuba with hydrocarbons at preferential prices, 4 or 5 times below world prices. In essence, this kind of exchange of goodwill resembles the reciprocal services currently offered by the Latin American members of ALBA, Bolivarian Alliance for the Americas, to which Cuba now exports its trained doctors and organic fertilizers rather than its cane sugar. But this kind of interdependence, while it helps to avoid autarkic blockage, remains a fragile foundation for the Cuban economy when a partner is lost to a pro-imperialist putsch. The 90s were a time of miraculous resilience, with the special peacetime period. When 80% of food and energy imports vanished overnight, the people experienced an unprecedented crisis. Power failures lasting several days, food shortages, the virtual disappearance of public transport, widespread technical layoffs, in a context aggravated by the tightening of economic constraints linked to the deadly embargo imposed by the United States. The US had no qualms about taking ad in colonial times. Each empire unilaterally overexploited the resources of its colonies, with a tendency towards specialization: Algerian oil, Moroccan and Tunisian phosphates, Vietnamese or Congolese rubber, Cuban sugarcane, and so on. In many cases, the entire territory was devoted to a single product, with all the population's subsistence products being imported from metropolitan France, thus relieving its own market. Advantage of the catastrophic situation to tighten the noose even further, in the hope that the system would collapse in on itself even faster, as it had been dreaming of happening since 1959. The Helms-Burton Act, designed to topple Fidel Castro and install a U.S. subordinate government in Havana, was accompanied by additional restrictions over the course of the decade to punish any surrounding vessel that had contact with the Cuban coast, as well as any state trading in any way with Cuba. But the Castro regime finally achieved a tour de force with a veritable green revolution, long before the recent diplomatic victories that led to the gradual loosening of the blockade. The NGO group Agriculture Network, unlikely to be suspected of Castro's sympathy, makes it clear that the island's green revolution is not the result of historical necessity alone, nor of the spontaneity or voluntarism of the peasants, but of the force of state levers and planning. Several components of the system were already in use in the 1990s: production centers for biological pest control, pilot agroecological farms, training in organic farming, organoponicos, raised garden beds in urban areas, and the development of a social movement promoting organic farming, the Cuban Association for Organic Agriculture and Organic Agriculture Group. The motivation behind the emergence of agroecological practices in Cuba in the 1990s was not, however, the result of a deliberate change of mentality on the part of the population, but rather the need to ensure self-sufficiency. The absence of agrochemicals does not necessarily suppose an ecological production system. Such a conversion requires a conscious decision. Arguments drawn from Cuban research and projects suggest that organic production is technically feasible and economically viable as an important part of a nation's food security strategy. Cuba's success in improving food security and agricultural productivity more generally has demonstrated what can be achieved when the political will is there. Diversity and the country's agricultural independence from internationally patented seeds, massive reforestation, and the development of a highly competitive model of agroforestry and mixed farming without any pesticides or chemical fertilizers. At the same time, the ban on pesticides in the area explains why bees are thriving there, while elsewhere on the planet they are on the brink of extinction. Soil restoration techniques and the production of organic fertilizers and earthworms are at the cutting edge of current innovations in agroecology. It is the only country in the world to have achieved this feat, and today covers 70% of local food requirements for vegetables and fruit. Reporter Jeffrey Coanon, author of the documentary Si Se Puede, explains how Cuba offers far greater potential than a country like France when it comes to making ecological choices. In Cuba, the government can define a political choice and organize the rules of the economic game. We're in countries with a market economy, where we have rulers who say, "I'd like to be able to do that, but if I decide to go that way, we'll have capital flight. If I decide to favor local companies, I'm at odds with the World Trade Organization." Do you see? In France, there has been a rapid and strong concentration of land and a decline in the number of farmers. In Cuba, there has been an extraordinary redistribution of land. In 10 years, over 1.5 million hectares. On a French scale, this would mean the Midi-Pyrenees and Aquitaine regions combined. In France, the prevailing view is that the two types of farming can coexist very well, that we can have peasant farming and then more intensive, more export-oriented agriculture. But it's very complicated to talk about agroecology and at the same time talk about competitiveness with all that goes with it, i.e. cheap labor on farms, industrial agriculture. Do we want a human-scale peasant agroecology with a multitude of farmers, or an intensive supermarket agroecology with a handful of agro-managers who can choose how they want to feed us? These are two very different social projects. It is estimated that with such food independence in the hypothetical case of a total interruption of imports, in the event of war for example, Cuba would be much less at risk than France, which only has around 4 days reserves in its supermarkets. These results have nothing to do with the benevolent application of the directives of some well-meaning World Summit, such as COP. On the contrary, they reflect the renunciation of a former colony fighting for its food, energy, and political independence, an independence that the depletion of the world's natural resources has made impossible. A socialist superstructure that is socialist governance would enable organic farming to be implemented throughout the country without unfair private competition based on intensive agriculture. This exemplary result is based on material achievements stemming from the production relationships established on the island, reasoned and harmonious planning on a national scale, a well-developed education and health system capable of spreading awareness of environmental issues to the entire population at school, and large-scale training in agroecology-related techniques for agricultural and electrical engineers and for the farming community itself. Let's not forget that, over and above the harmful effects of the non-ecological practices that marked the period of partnership with the post-Khrushchev USSR, the significant benefits of these in terms of national development enabled such an educational system to surpass that of the whole of Latin America, thus enabling today's national agroecology to be placed on a solid footing, unlike all the countries that lived through the same period with no improvements or even net setbacks. Source CICER, Conseil économique, social et environnemental de France. While the Cuban population represents almost 2% of the total Latin American population, it includes more than 11% of the subcontinent's scientists, corresponding to an enormous human resource capable of propagating the indispensable knowledge without which organic farming could not develop, in a peasantry spontaneously attached to its habits and resistant to techniques reputed, wrongly, to be unproductive. In the space of a decade, the country has emerged from the food crisis, doubling its agricultural production and increasing its sources of calories by 25%, while maintaining a perfectly equitable social distribution system. In France, for example, this redistribution is particularly unfair, with prices for organic food being prohibitive for the working classes. In particular, the country is committed to maximizing seed biodiversity, a guarantee of food sovereignty. To a certain extent, this aspiration makes it possible to avoid the use of pesticides to combat pests and diseases. Biodiversity helps to limit losses in the event of epidemics, as certain varieties are more resistant to disease than others, and therefore have a chance of surviving if others are decimated by a parasite, a disease, or a sudden change in the environment. But more broadly speaking, pest control requires specific skills in polycultures, some species of which protect their neighbors from pests, for example, and natural pesticides based on plant products. It therefore requires a high level of theoretical knowledge, which our chemistry-fixated agronomists who swear by synthetic molecules and short-term solutions have forgotten. Finally, field fertilization is based on the reintroduction of soil flora and fauna, wiped out by chemical fertilizers and pesticides when agriculture is intensive. Earthworm and mushroom farms have been set up in direct collaboration with agricultural workers' cooperatives. Cuban organic fertilizers and compost are now even exported throughout Latin America. Cutting-edge techniques include cover cropping, whose aim is to protect the texture and life forms of cultivated soils, in contrast to the bare soils of intensive agriculture destroyed by chemicals and ploughing, but also, and perhaps above all, agroforestry. Agroforestry is based on the principle of alternating trees and crops with significant advantages in terms of productivity. 10,000 Cuban families have adopted this technique in the last decade. Once again, this explosion is the result of nationwide peasant coordination through the ANAP, the National Association of Cuban Small Farmers, linked to the centralization of the socialist system. Farmers are seeing tangible results. In 2008, for example, all the residential monocultures were decimated by a tornado in the provinces of Las Tunas and Alguin, while the agroforestry plots saved half their harvests, the trees protecting the market garden crops on the ground from the force of the wind and rain. Cuba is one of the few countries in the world whose forest area is larger than it was 50 years ago and is still growing. The island boasts environmentally friendly fluorescent bulbs. In 1997, the Ministry of Education's National Energy Saving Program (PAEME) introduced young Cubans and workers to energy-saving measures. But the program also concerns the development of renewable energies themselves. 2004 rural schools have been equipped with solar panels, giving all pupils the same access to lighting, computers, and televised educational programs. Countless rural clinics have been similarly equipped. As a result, Cuba was awarded the Global 500 Prize by the United Nations in 2001. In recent years, the network of the public electricity distribution companies, the National Electric Union, has been completely renovated to limit losses due to obsolescence. With all these measures, it is estimated, for example, that Cuba saved almost 1 million tons of oil in 2006-2007. 100 wind power stations are currently being installed in 11 provinces, and 2 new wind farms have been built, giving a total output of 7 megawatts for the country as a whole. The first grid-connected solar power plant is under construction, as are 300 biogas stations, recycling animal waste to make cooking fuel. Last but not least, the island has developed its own unique biofuel production system. As a matter of principle, the island refuses to produce fuel at the expense of food production, which would be the most dramatic solution, on a national scale and probably on a global scale, to offset the programmed depletion of fossil fuels by multiplying famines. On the other hand, it is possible to extract a highly appropriate form of energy from the vegetable waste of mass-grown sugarcane, bagaces. While wind power grew by almost 16% over the period 2001 to 2001, it was energy from such biomass that saw the greatest growth at the end of the period 2011 to 2012 at plus 2000 and 2012. At plus 2000 power, plants have an annual production capacity of 478 megawatts. This form of energy is ecologically neutral, inexpensive unlike solar or hydroelectric plants, and does not have the disadvantage of being intermittent as is the case with wind or solar power. During the sugarcane harvest season, 4 to 6 months of the year, this production supplies 30% of the electricity grid. Why it works in Cuba and not elsewhere. The Cuban miracle illustrates this double necessity. On the one hand, the construction of a sovereign socialist system necessarily implies the preservation of its own resources in terms of both agriculture and energy, and thus an agroecological plan. On the other hand, environmental protection can only be achieved in a socialist system with sufficient yield and a high technical level without parasitism or unfair competition from short-termist agribusiness. We know that bits and pieces of agroecological development exist in countries like France and Germany. We also know that socialist countries have historically developed without any concern for the environment, as was the case in the contemporary revolutions of the post-Khrushchev Soviet Union. But these are partial realities which show that nothing is absolutely mechanical or linear. In fact, it is the economic and social gains accumulated by the exploitation of fossil resources themselves over an entire period which, when the time came, enabled the national investment needed to organize such a large-scale agroecological model. That's the difference with capitalist countries that continue to pollute massively and unscrupulously between various national climate conferences, despite major solemn commitments. It's possible to create and even defend, for a time at least, beleaguered islands of socialism on the very territory of a capitalist country, whether it's a social security system, a factory reclaimed and self-managed by the workers, an organic farm operating on a semi-autonomous exchange system, or a town whose municipality finances the strike funds of the surrounding factories. All this is perfectly possible and desirable because these are, to paraphrase Lenin on trade union struggles, schools of socialism. But the most advanced workers know that such victories are often one-offs, never guaranteed to last. One way or another, capital, conqueror by nature, will reverse its own setbacks as soon as it is stronger, or as soon as we are weaker. The only relative guarantee that these advances will have a modicum of stability is a revolutionary outcome, the overthrow of the system itself. In other words, if the protagonists of such partial struggles, having won a particular victory or made a particular advance, theorize their local strategy as a model that can be applied simply by increasing the number of people on the ground, i.e. without any revolutionary qualitative leap in the long term, as was the case with the self-management, anarcho-syndicalist currents, they'll be off to a flying start, without vigilance, and will sooner or later come up against brutal setbacks. Conversely, the nihilism of certain leftists who seek to discredit any punctual advance as lost in advance and therefore counter-revolutionary will be no less disconcerting. Revolution is not called for by armchair readings and a mystical millenarianism that puts the world revolution, a distant substitute for the Last Judgment, on a level that no current struggle can reach. In this sense, the example of Cuban agroecology shows how ecological proposals can, to a certain extent, be coordinated, materialized, and developed when the superstructure is favorable to them. At the same time, it shows how a country under siege and struggling to build socialism has no choice but to impose so-called sustainable techniques on its soil. By extension, it can be said that all anti-colonial struggles, whether in Asia, Africa, or Latin America, have at least begun this work of developing organic farming. The full implementation of Cuban agroecology is inspired by a first historical experience in an anti-imperialist context during the 1980s, that of Burkina Faso, once governed by the Marxist Thomas Sankara. It shows once again how a revolutionary struggle, through the planned mobilization of national productive forces, can make this possible, with far greater success than the fragile experiments emerging in European capitalist countries. The education system and the capacity for popular mobilization were the two prerequisites: relations of production and productive forces. The main aim was to protect and regenerate an environment seriously degraded by the colonial presence, massive deforestation, soil erosion, and damage caused by intensive livestock farming. The political program was based on a number of emergency measures taken at the very start of the Burkinabe Revolution. The three struggles: campaign against deforestation, against bushfires, against the roaming of livestock, an educational campaign in schools to sensitize pupils to the cause of the environment, and a broader campaign to protect the environment. These include the One School, One Grove program, the widespread use of improved stoves, popular harvest of forest seeds, the systematic establishment of village tree nurseries, and the creation of a Ministry of Water. Thomas Sankara didn't want to stop there and devoted himself to a transnational project in partnership with other Sahelian countries, the Great Green Belt. Its scope and proactive nature may have reminded some people of the Soviet Great Plan for the Transformation of Nature of the late 1940s. All these voluntarist campaigns were based, it should be noted, on forms of struggle in defense of traditional culture undermined by imperialism, to which the peasantry was particularly sensitive. These were all abandoned after the assassination of Sankara and the overthrow of the government in 1987, with a return to the French colonial past and destructive agricultural practices. Pierre Rabhi, a Burkinabe permaculturist with a high profile in the media and influential in eco-socialist activism, witnessed this adventure for himself and remains an admirer of the Marxist leader. While such campaigns are to be applauded in Asia, Africa, and Latin America today, it's clear that none have been entirely satisfactory, either because the experiment was brought to a halt by a putsch and a return to destructive neocolonialism, or because it was unable to benefit from the massive investment that only a state in transition to socialism can allocate to agroecology, as is currently the case in Cuba. The first historical overcoming of the city-country contradiction. These revolutionary experiences of the 20th century, more or less successful, must lead the sincere environmentalist movement to reject anti-communism and must also lead to the communist movement's rejection of the fable of a productivist socialism, which is fundamentally tied to the over-publicized but deceptive model imposed by Khrushchev and his successors. The most successful environmental protection projects in Cuba, in particular urban and peri-urban organic subsistence farming, are geared towards overcoming one of the most famous contradictions identified by Marx and Engels, and later Lenin, namely the urban-rural contradiction. And it is in the resolution of this non-antagonistic opposition that most modern environmentalist projects reside. For Engels, only a society which makes it possible for its productive forces to dovetail harmoniously into each other on the basis of one single vast plan can allow industry to be distributed over the whole country in the way best adapted to its own development and to the maintenance and development of the other elements of production. Accordingly, abolition of the antithesis between town and country is not merely possible. It has become a direct necessity of industrial production itself, just as it has become a necessity of agricultural production and, besides, of public health. The present poisoning of the air, water, and land can be put an end to only by the fusion of town and country, and only such fusion will change the situation of the masses now languishing in the towns, and enable their excrement to be used for the production of plants instead of for the production of disease. The abolition of the separation of town and country is therefore not utopian, also, insofar as it is conditioned on the most equal distribution possible of modern industry over the whole country. It is true that in the huge towns, civilization has bequeathed us a heritage which it will take much time and trouble to get rid of, but it must and will be got rid of, however protracted a process it may be. While some may have seen in this aspiration of the first communist theorists an absorption of the countryside by the industrial cities, we shall see below how it reveals, on the contrary, the need to combine the development of the productive forces, indispensable to the building of socialism and then communism, with the need to protect the environment. It should also be noted that the rural exodus has been halted in Cuba thanks to the development of its agroecology and the indisputable improvement in living conditions for the island's farmers. We're not talking here about the sharing of misery that would be imposed by a return to an agro-pastoral Middle Ages, or even to the Neolithic communism preceding the class struggle, but about a sharing of wealth to which both rural and urban workers should be entitled, once Engels, F. Anti-Düring, 1878. The capitalist exploitation they've all had to endure has been overcome. Today's agroecologists know that the widespread adoption of environmentally friendly farming techniques cannot be compared to a return to the Middle Ages, nor can it consist of the overnight cessation of intensive farming techniques. With the current world population, the only feudal trait we could find there, if such were the case, is not a romantic return to nature, but a very real return to nature. To take full advantage of a country's agroecological potential, a society's productive forces must be developed, not reduced. A good example of this is the story told in 1934 by a Soviet kolkhoz cooperative farm manager during collectivization. It talks of polyculture, which regenerates cultivated soils in contrast to monoculture, which tends to exhaust them, while avoiding the use of pesticides, indispensable in intensive monoculture. Thanks to the mutual protection of certain plants growing together against pests, we could very well introduce other crops, but they would require the use of other machines, or even more capital. During the period when these machines are inactive, they would also weigh on the farm without producing anything. They would therefore reduce income. The same would be true if we introduced the cultivation of fodder in rotation with wheat and other cereals, in short if we adopted the ordinary and accustomed system of polyculture. The introduction of crop variety on the large mechanized farm brings with it the need not only for new installations and new machines, but also for new technical frameworks. The more machines the workers will have to use, the less they will know about them and the less they will like them. It's obvious that polyculture, among other alternative techniques, requires capital to buy more agricultural equipment and specific training for peasants in the use of this equipment and agronomic knowledge of the strategies to be implemented. In other words, it requires a high level of training for the entire peasantry and, as Marxism predicts under communism, reduces the virtual frontier between manual and intellectual labor. Large-scale agroecology can only result from an economic and civilizational leap forward, as only socialism can guarantee in the long term. Reported in La Collectivisation des Campagnes Soviétiques, Guido Miglioli, Hydrocarbons and Energy Net for Certain Anti-Imperialist States. From a historical angle, and without forgetting the sense of dialectic that many analysts lack, we need to understand the energy strategy of certain countries in the South, including Cuba, in the particularly complex context of anti-imperialist liberation. Countries such as Venezuela, Bolivia, Angola, Algeria, Libya, Nigeria, and many others are renowned for the hydrocarbon wealth of their subsoil. Depending on the nature of the state that holds this wealth, it is either a windfall for the people or for imperialism and the local bourgeoisie who sell themselves to it. And it is this distinction that must prevail in any political analysis of the country. When the subsoil is exploited by imperialism, it is for the sole benefit of a global oligarchy linked to degenerating, warmongering finance capital, blocking the productive forces on a massive scale. The wealth produced is therefore, at best, at an economic loss for those countries. At worst, the wealth produced leads to throwing people into situations of war and chaos, a return to the Middle Ages. When it is nationalized by an anti-imperialist popular government, such as that of Venezuela or Bolivia, the redistribution of the wealth produced enables spectacular advances in health and education and a genuine reduction in poverty. In fact, this is what guarantees popular support for the leaders of such countries to a certain extent, as the people have never before been able to benefit from oil rents. Even Cuba's exemplary agroecology survives largely thanks to oil imports from ALBA countries in exchange for exports of medical and alternative energy know-how. Although Cuba is gradually developing the means to achieve energy sovereignty, it is still largely dependent on fossil fuels and does not have the means to switch overnight to so-called clean energies, unlike the world's richest countries, which, with political will, could provide themselves with the means for a genuine energy transition. But even under such conditions, this energy policy, which is certainly reprehensible in absolute terms if we consider only the environmental issue in isolation, enables the accumulation of wealth and the development of productive forces capable of financing and organizing, through a high-performance education system, the training of local agronomists and farmers in agroecology and alternative energies. Productive forces also need to be built up to modernize energy supply and distribution infrastructures, and we mustn't forget that in the long term, the extraction of hydrocarbons will be limited and will have to be abandoned in favor of other solutions, which must be planned and financed now. Only planning and state intervention can ensure the feasibility of such a policy. It is therefore absurd to condemn the vital hydrocarbon extraction in Bolivia or Venezuela as a negative aspect of the system. It is positively the only solution based on national resources for building a countrywide ecological alternative, even if the predatory imperialist powers will understandably be quick to exploit this apparent contradiction for their own political interests. To ask a country with an oil resource today to stop exploiting it immediately in the name of environmental protection, suggesting that we can develop another anti-imperialist model, even if it's slower and more fragile, is to ask the impossible. No poor country can build an independent, ecological alternative without the support of its own resources, even temporarily, and it takes time and investment for this country to be able to implement an independent, concrete, and solidly grounded agroecological project. It's not enough to decide to stop everything and tell farmers they're going back to the age of the plough for production that feeds barely only themselves. On the contrary, agroecology requires a high level of technical expertise, a high level of training in biology for agronomists and farmers to know how to grow crops with a sufficient yield, and modern infrastructures, including energy supplies for farms. In a way, we can say that countries fighting for their sovereignty against imperialism can only build such a system in return for a polluting initial investment, unlike rich countries which, if the state were not bourgeois, could achieve the same result without this unfortunate transition stage. Should be noted, is far more polluting than hydrocarbons extraction itself. It's a process reminiscent of the famous New Economic Policy (NEP) in the early years of revolutionary Russia. Coming out of a devastating war, in a country still largely dominated by feudalism and the peasantry, the Soviets instigated a transitional policy during which the market economy would once again be authorized under supervision. This made it possible to rapidly accumulate the wealth needed for collectivization, the foundation of socialist construction. Lenin once said, "We are not yet civilized enough to move directly to socialism, although we have the political premises." We can state without hesitation that the implementation of a project such as Cuban agroecology requires not the negation of the local context and an adventurous voluntarism, but on the contrary, a civilizational leap, a renewal of modernity both in the relations of production and in the productive forces. From this point of view, tactical retreat is the only option for a pragmatic anti-imperialist leader concerned with the interests of his people. Every militant who has ever led a struggle on his own scale knows this. However, in the infinite diversity of anti-imperialist struggles, opportunist tendencies have developed within the world communist movement itself, born of the apparent blockage of the contradiction between the necessary development of productive forces and the equally necessary protection of environmental resources. The worldwide revolutionary ebb triggered by the collapse of the socialist camp can partly explain these drifts, which are currently fermenting in the eco-socialist movement. It tries to resolve this contradiction by turning one's back on the teachings of socialist Cuba. One exists in the imperialist centers where the Trotskyist movement may have had some harmful influence in the post-Soviet period, while another exists in the periphery, with a highly significant example of the former Kurdish Communist Party (PKK). The inconsequentiality of green Trotskyism. The Trotskyist movement, reputed to be a workers' movement and little inclined towards considering peasant issues from the outset, had no theoretical affinity with the struggle to protect the environment. From Lenin, better fewer, but better, 1923. The very first years of the Russian Revolution, Trotsky believed that the countryside had to be collectivized immediately, regardless of the state of the peasantry's level of development at the time, and before the NEP had delivered on expected results. He had nothing but contempt and suspicion for the peasants, considering them to be by nature a reactionary, feudal social stratum. On the contrary, Lenin wanted a revolutionary state for the proletariat and peasantry. Driven from within by intense class struggles between the poor peasantry and feudal landowners, the aim was, of course, not to leave this ultra-majority class in the country at the mercy of white counter-revolutionaries, but to rally it to the revolutionary prospects opened up by the working class by satisfying its immediate needs. The many polemics and political conflicts between Lenin and Trotsky between 1902 and 1920 essentially revolved around the peasant question and its revolutionary potential in the perspective of socialism, with Trotsky holding working class and Eurocentric positions on the subject. Moreover, of all the intellectuals who claimed to be Marxists, Trotsky was the one who spoke least, if at all, about the environmental question, and ultimately took a very dim view of what, beyond historical materialism, allowing the analysis of the history of class struggles, constituted dialectical materialism for Marxist-Leninists, allowing the analysis of matter in general and in all its extent, including human history, but also natural history. For many Trotskyists, this dialectical materialist broadening undoubtedly constitutes a risk of ontological dogmatism in Marxism and of potential for totalitarianism. For all these reasons, we can explain why the Trotskyist movement has never really taken root in semi-colonies and national liberation struggles, whereas it has been able to flourish relatively well in imperialist centers where the working class is quantitatively more developed, when traditional organizations, parties, unions have tended to weaken. It denies any progressive or revolutionary potential to national independence struggles that do not immediately translate into socialist revolution, believing that the working class should not ally itself with other social strata during the struggle, and that national liberation has no anti-imperialist character, weakening imperialism by depriving it of its capital. Exporting zones on the periphery, independent of an immediate worldwide socialist revolution. We know that the Trotskyists distinguished themselves from Leninism with their theory of permanent revolution. Revolution must spread throughout the world at once, starting from a revolutionary focus, otherwise it is doomed to failure, as opposed to socialism in one country. The theory that it is possible to build socialism in one country or a group of countries, despite capitalist encirclement. It's easy to understand why revolutionaries in the colonies had little interest in this particularly defeatist and counterproductive version of Marxism, for whom it would be a replica of the Great October Revolution, followed by an immediate worldwide wave of conquest of power or nothing. So, when we see Trotskyist organizations today criticizing the Stalinist productivist model of post-Soviet communist parties for the sole reason that the rise of the environmental movement can add an extra charge to the anti-communist indictment, we recognize a double error on their part, a historical one, which, as we've said, attributes the model of intensive polluting agriculture to Stalin, whereas it didn't come into its own until the 1960s. The other, a theoretical one, since the Trotskyist literature has never addressed the issue of the environment, unlike anarchist or anarcho-syndicalist prose, for example, and despite the fact that the very practice of Marxist-Leninist leaders took it into account, even at a time when no one was predicting imminent environmental catastrophes. But none of this has stopped some of these Trotskyist organizations from joining opportunistically the current eco-socialist movement, in contrast to joining any Marxist-Leninist parties where democratic centralism forbids the formation of internal tendencies. This is why Trotskyist organizations, based as they are on the principle of the right of tendency, gravitate towards any non-communist left movements without democratic centralism and therefore open to tendencies, be it a 20th century traditional social democratic party or the environmentalist currents of today. Basically, after pledging allegiance to eco-socialism, why don't these organizations claim Cuban agroecology as their natural model, as would be logical? Firstly, because Cuban socialism was forged in spite of or even against Trotskyists, and secondly, because Trotskyism, even beyond the island's pro-Soviet past, challenges the very legitimacy of national struggles and the validity of the concepts of nation and national sovereignty. Yet it is precisely the question of anti-imperialist struggle and national sovereignty that has committed Burkina Faso and Cuba to agroecological safeguard programs, as the state of their socialist production relations, built up to a certain point, promised them success in this field. From the point of view of serious politics, you can't raise the ecological question in a country without first raising the question of national sovereignty, and this is precisely what the Trotskyists and their single-focus world revolution are incapable of doing. if communists opt for internationalism, it's first and foremost because the independence of anti-imperialist nations, by multiplying of its economic and political interrelations, as was the case in the socialist camp, or to a lesser extent in today's Alba, paves the way for concrete socialist revolution, without one people ever setting out to make socialist revolution on other people's territory and in their place. But there's something even more serious concerning eco-Trotskyism, for the MPA, for example, which has officially signed up to the Eco-Socialism Charter, like the rest of the Fourth International Unified Secretariat. Political criticism is not lacking against an anti-imperialist government renowned for its ecological commitment, that of Evo Morales in Bolivia. Evo Morales' party, the Movement Towards Socialism, MAS, which is part of the Bolivarian Revolution in Latin America in the wake of Venezuelan Chavismo, combines its program for the nationalization of the state's main resources, in particular fossil fuels, with agrarian reform and a project for a plurinational indigenous state, combined with a return to traditional values of defending the earth and its resources against imperialist pillaging, the cult of Pachamama, Mother Earth. But the impossibility of giving up hydrocarbons for the time being, the only means of satisfying popular demands, is being used as a pretext for all kinds of petty bourgeois and Trotskyist movements, for which the MPA in France is one of the mouthpieces. However, these movements have been denounced by President Morales as attempts at intimidation fomented by the landowners of the oil-producing regions of the East, who are more or less secessionists and instrumentalized by the CIA under the table. The Trotskyist denial of Cuba's agroecological experience is neither coincidental nor ideologically negligent. It must be relativized, hidden, even denied, because it is not based on any eco-socialist prophecy on the one hand, and because it is the result of the sovereign forces of the Cuban people, against all the presuppositions of the theory of permanent revolution on the other. Every effort must be made to prevent a socialist state that emerged from the bureaucratic, degenerate Soviet camp from becoming the example to follow in environmental protection, as it undoubtedly already is in education and health throughout the world. The eco-anarchist mutation of part of the Kurdish national movement, perhaps even more worrisome, is the ideological turn taken by certain national liberation struggles following the demise of the socialist bloc and the new, particularly predatory and aggressive impetus of imperialist ambitions. The Kurds are today's largest stateless people. They occupy a territory straddling 4 countries, the largest part of which is the southeastern region of Turkey. The most influential political movement for independence since the 1970s has emerged in Turkey, where more than half the Kurds live. It is the Kurdish Workers' Party, PKK, of the famous political prisoner Abdullah Öcalan. Initially a Marxist-Leninist party, it advocated a nationwide guerrilla struggle for national liberation, based on the Cuban model. It benefited from internationalist support, particularly from the Soviets against the American potentate Turkey, a NATO forward base on the doorstep of the socialist camp. The Gulf War saw the first major reversal of the Kurdish cause, when the imperialist coalition invading Iraq used the claims of the Iraqi Kurds in the north, who populated the country's second richest territory in hydrocarbons. With Western help, this invasion transformed Iraqi Kurdistan into a vast autonomous region vis-a-vis Baghdad, destabilizing or inspiring the claims of other Kurds, notably in Turkey. For this quasi-Kurdish state in the new Iraqi Federation will suggest to PKK militants that the watchword of national independence has become obsolete, and that it would be more accurate to demand relative autonomy in all the states concerned. Such a suggestion will be all the more effective given that the Soviet ally is no more, that the influential Kurdish Republic of Iraq is forging diplomatic and economic ties with its long-standing enemy, the Turkish government, thanks to its coveted oil, and that the Western imperialist powers are supporting it politically in the face of an Iraqi regime that is potentially insubordinate to their roadmap or not very reliable over the long term. The contradiction between the 2 possible avenues of struggle was complicated when the Kurdish fighters in Syria, with the help of neighboring PKK fighters, began fighting the barbaric Islamic State in the Kobani region without any military aid from NATO, on the hypocritical pretext that their movement has been officially registered as terrorists since the 1970s. While the national question cannot be avoided in Marxist analyses, as Trotskyists, for example, would have us believe, it is not intrinsically linked to the class struggle on an international scale, and imperialism has understood perfectly well for several decades that it can be instrumental, eased to weaken troublesome or rebellious states, themselves fighting for their sovereignty. The bourgeoisie's campaigns of humanitarian interference, often accompanied by Western military intervention, for the freedom of minorities in oil-rich Biafra, gold-rich Katanga in Lumumba's Congo, Serbian Kosovo and Chinese Tibet, are typical examples, and Iraqi Kurdistan can easily be placed in this category. Thus, the PKK, which has become the Kurdish People's Congress, has officially abandoned Marxism, Leninism for a better way of thinking. Since 2005, it has adopted the ecological libertarian municipalism theorized by Murray Bookchin, an American ex-Trotskyist and essayist appreciated within the anti-communist movements of the American New Left. While this new eco-socialist thinking has taken many forms since the 1970s, it sees at minimum the need to overcome the main contradiction that Marxists recognize, the capital-labor contradiction, in favor of other contradictions such as that between capital and nature. As for municipalism, it is an old political correlate of anarchist origin, opposing itself to the national question or responding to it with a decentralizing struggle in favor of autonomous village communes. Armed struggle was officially abandoned by the PKK in the 2000s, while the defense of Kurdish culture and language was left to the now legal parliamentarians of a pro-Kurdish social democratic wing of the Turkish oppressors' political tribunes. Of course, anti-Kurdish cultural, political, and economic repression has not ceased, and the famous political prisoner Öcalan remains behind bars to this day. Paradoxically, the resource that has strategically enabled the Kurdish Republic of Iraq to become autonomous oil has become something that the Kurds of Turkey and Syria, whose subsoil is far less rich, must absolutely ban, along with urbanization and intensive agriculture. Environmental protection thus functions as a negation or substitute for the class struggle itself, as a centrifugal force that distances Kurdish national minorities from one another. At the same time, it may constitute the only possible ideological demarcation remaining for the former PKK once the question of national emancipation and class struggle has been sidestepped, vis-a-vis its competitor in Iraqi Kurdistan, now a major oil supplier. This opportunistic exploitation of ecological issues in rural areas that are in fact little concerned by these issues, like that of decentralized village communes included in this same centrifugal movement, is the sign of a clear ideological retreat from Marxism-Leninism. Without a Marxist compass, there is no effective guide to action. If bits and pieces of a state within a state are being built in northern Kurdistan without any class analysis, how can we prepare for the inevitable reactions of the Turkish state? How can we anticipate the manipulation of the wealthier strata of the Kurdish people by the Turkish state to divide and weaken the emancipatory movement? How can we act when certain communes vote democratically for the return of intensive agriculture or massive oil exploitation? How can massive urbanization be halted if Kurdistan begins to develop its own productive forces? We see here all the aspects of a dangerous political idealism which rejects any idea of national planning and the social composition of power. The Kurdish example, despite the complexity linked to the multiple borders crossing the territory of this nation in prolonged gestation, shows the extent to which imperialism can look after a national minority in Iraq when its demands coincide with their interests while continuing to blame it on neighboring countries even when their demands have been softened. It is a tragic double standard that also reveals how the question of the environment can be disguised as a sterile substitute for the struggle of classes and peoples against capital. Marxism recognizes the existence of a contradiction between capital and nature, but gives it a relative place, emanating from and therefore dependent on the capital-labor contradiction. It's the Soviet example itself that lends it the most weight, given that at the time, up until the 1950s, there could be no question of opportunism when it came to defending the environment, since the ecology movement didn't exist politically. What's more, until quite recently, Soviet ecology was the subject of ridicule from Western intellectuals who swore by the scientific exploitation of natural resources and intensive monocultures based on the American-European model. The Soviet Union, the story of a green revolution, was the USSR really productivist? Until recent years, Western critics of agriculture in the USSR, at the time the world's second-largest economic power, scoffed at the alleged inadequacy of its productivity. In retrospect, this was rather strange propaganda, given the extent to which any economic power seeking a certain degree of self-sufficiency in food and energy in the face of imperialist dependency systems is more readily accused of destroying the environment. It's even productivism that Trotskyists and other left anti-communists now blame on the nostalgics of the USSR. For the past 10 years, the Soviet Union has been importing massive and ever-increasing quantities of cereals, wrote the Lutey Ouvrier newspaper in 1982. As far as wheat is concerned, it has now become the world's leading importer. These imports, which might have seemed exceptional a few years ago, have become a permanent phenomenon. The USSR is the only country in the world to experience the contradictory situation of having both a relatively well-developed industry, since it is the world's second-largest power, and an agricultural deficit, despite being the world's largest country. In this, it appears that the USA produces at least a third more agricultural products than the Soviet Union, but the big difference is that there are only 3 million American farmers compared with some 30 million Soviet farmers, counting only the working population. And even then, at harvest time in the Soviet Union, urban workers, young people, and soldiers have to be mobilized to supplement the workforce. US agriculture is therefore at least 10 times more productive per worker than Soviet agriculture. For the Trotskyists and their anti-Soviet followers of the time, the inadequacy of agricultural exploitation and mechanization was criticized, using as an example the United States and its ultra-productivist model of intensive agriculture. Indeed, the USSR was the world's leading wheat producer, but this production, which was sufficient to feed its people, was not enough to feed the livestock that produced meat and dairy products. So wheat had to be imported, even if it meant undermining the country's food independence. But what's perhaps most interesting for our purposes is the persistence of Soviet backwardness in the development of intensive agriculture, normally modeled, as we said, on the catastrophic US model of the time. For the post-Khrushchev USSR, based on the abandonment of dialectical materialism and the desire to catch up with its American adversary, could not reform so quickly an agricultural model built up over almost half a century on other, much more interactionist and ecological principles, as we shall see. This is what our lutte ouvrière Trotskyists unwittingly confirm by visibly attributing all the evils to Stalinism and the advances to the post-Khrushchev revisionism of recent years. There are half as many tractors as in the USA, but in 1960 there were 4 times as many. Despite great progress, fertilizer production is still very inadequate. In Nindine, when you look at agriculture in the USSR, the first thing you notice is that it is one of the most backward sectors of the Soviet economy. Despite undeniable progress, it is still very under-equipped compared with Western countries or the USA in terms of agricultural machinery and, above all, equipment and infrastructure. It should be noted that importing foodstuffs does not in itself mean that a country is malnourished, since a number of rich industrial countries import large quantities of food. Yet their situation is infinitely better than that of Brazil, for example, which in just a few years has become the world's second largest producer and exporter of soya, but whose population suffers from hunger and even famine. Under these conditions, the Soviet Union cereal imports not only mean that the regime is in an international situation that allows it to engage in such imports, but also that it finds sufficient cereals on the market, which would not have been the case 20 years ago, and that, in the event of insufficient harvests, it has chosen not to reduce consumption and, in particular, to feed livestock in an attempt to maintain milk and meat consumption at a certain, albeit low, level. In reality, far from deteriorating, the food situation in the Soviet Union actually improved. Between 1965 and 1977, per capita consumption of meat rose by 39%, milk and dairy products by 28%, and that of fruit by 46%. On the other hand, potato consumption fell by 14% and flour and starch consumption by 10%, indicating an improvement in food quality. The USSR was, of course, productivist, since it had to massively produce food for populations whose demographics and quality of life were steadily increasing. It was also all the more true in later decades, when the country opted for the massive use of pesticides and chemical fertilizers in agriculture, as well as for much more intensive mechanization. But even in this context, elements reminiscent of the above-described Cuban agroecology remained in the form of individual plots, left to cooperative farm members who depended on the cooperative farm economy, the so-called auxiliary market of private plots combined with cooperative farming. It is this type of market, strangely enough, still excluded from the grip of intensive agriculture that our anti-Soviet Trotskyists most ironize about. Peasants were free to cultivate individual plots for their own subsistence, selling any surplus to cooperative farms or on the open market. The degree of freedom granted to individual plot owners has varied over the last 50 years. Generally speaking, the more difficult the agricultural situation, during the last war for example, the more rights the authorities granted to plot owners. These individual plots still provide a quarter of agricultural production on 3% of cultivated land. Moreover, this share of production is declining very slowly. It was 33% in 1965. We've reached the paradox that the most archaic sector of agriculture is the most productive, while the most mechanized, most modern sector, the kolkhozes, cooperative farms, and sovkhozes, state farms, are much less so. The plot has now become a factor of social progress. The latest Soviet constitution recognizes that every citizen is entitled to a plot of land of up to half a hectare. And the authorities now ask the public sector to support the private sector, helping it with fertilizers, equipment, etc., sometimes free of charge. In January 1981, a decree was issued to boost production on private farms. Today, there are 37 million individual plots, 22 million belonging to peasants, 14 million to kolkhozians, 8 million to sovkhozians, but also 15 million belonging to workers living in rural areas. In the same vein, we should mention the company farms. As their name suggests, these are farms set up and dependent on industrial enterprises. Their role is to feed the staff of the companies in question. It is hoped that, as the workers have a direct interest in their canteen being properly supplied, the farms in question will be the object of attentive care. Indeed, this is often the case. Some large companies own very modern, very large farms, for which they make all the necessary equipment themselves. For example, there are 80,000 company farms, whose surface area, which has increased considerably in recent years, reached 7 million hectares in 1981, which is relatively large, 1/7 of the surface area of France. Huh. The intercompany unions that the scheme is currently promoting are more or less along the same lines, but on a different scale. The aim is to create complementary agro-industrial groupings so that coherent decisions can be taken at least at the level of the group as a whole. On the other hand, it's a question of facilitating the industrialization of the countryside, while at the same time involving workers in the production of agricultural products and providing peasants with industrial goods. So, despite the USSR's decision to intensify agricultural production by any means, the state of production relations in the socialist regime still allowed for many productive innovations that closely resembled today's agroecological ideas, notably local production, without pesticides or chemical fertilizers. This salutary backwardness with regard to polluting intensive agriculture gives Russia a considerable advantage on the agricultural market. As this American analyst points out, Russia today has some of the richest and most fertile agricultural soils in the world. Because the economic constraints of the Cold War dictated that the products of the chemical industry be devoted to the needs of national defense, fertile Russian soil has not been subjected to decades of destruction by fertilizers or chemical sprays, as has happened on much of Western soil. Now it's becoming an involuntary blessing, as European and North American farmers struggle with the destructive effects of chemicals in their soils that have largely destroyed essential microorganisms. It takes years to obtain rich agricultural soils that can be destroyed in a short time. The author also sheds particular light on the period commented by our Trotskyists above, during the Soviet era, especially after 1972, when poor Soviet harvests caused shortages. The USSR used its oil dollars to become a major importer of American grain. U.S. grain cartel companies like Cargill and Continental Grain worked with U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger to negotiate astronomical tariffs from Russia in what was known as the Great Grain Robbery. We're talking here about the worst period in the history of the USSR in terms of intensive agriculture, some elements of which point to setbacks compared to an earlier situation that was more advantageous for the environment. We'll look at this in more detail later. But we can already note that where the damage was most obvious, corrections were made even in this period based on techniques that are now well known in agroecology. Thus, under Khrushchev's impetus for a vast virgin land campaign, an ecological disaster had already been programmed, neglecting so-called sustainable techniques, cessation of ploughing, moderation of irrigation which can leach the soil, formation of windbreak hedges, etc. As agroecologist Rabar Lamar asserts, regardless of the nature of the soil, 40 million hectares of virgin land in the steppes of northern Kazakhstan have been cleared by slash and burn. Marshes were drained and desalinated. Deep dry farming was applied. The Sovkhoz's dye, founded on this land, were intended to produce spring wheat. After several years of good harvests, yields fell. Moreover, the steppe soils, to which the same techniques as those used on the black earth from Ukraine were applied, began to degrade. Dust storms then developed. Wind erosion locally destroyed the entire topsoil. After the loss of thousands of hectares of soil, corrections were made to adapt techniques to the natural environment, choice of short-cycle wheat varieties, very shallow tillage with specially designed machines, planting of windbreaks. Although the mechanization of agriculture had been strongly developed since the 30s with collectivization, to make people's work easier, this kind of nihilistic plan, neglecting a science pedology which had in fact been born on Soviet soil, had never yet been implemented. It inaugurated a policy of extremely dangerous competition with the USA, in this field as in many others. It should be noted that, on the American side, environmental disasters were just as important, without of course generating as much controversy in the West. We are not questioning the indispensable technical and economic development of the USSR, the only guarantee of stability in the face of the predatory American giant, but the rules of the game chosen for this struggle which became an unnatural geostrategic competition. From the 30s to the 80s, the Soviet Union sought to make its agricultural production profitable by any means possible, including, for the period inaugurated by Khrushchev and closed with Gorbachev, by polluting intensive agriculture based on pesticides and chemical fertilizers. This desire is entirely logical, given that the ultimate goal, far from any capitalist tendency towards agribusiness, was to satisfy and raise the food needs of the Soviet peoples. There was never any question, even in the last few decades, of production for production's sake. L'Opération des Terres Viagères du Kazakhstan, Lahmar, Rabat 1997, with their fertile black soil. Is it a false dilemma then, to die justify humans' unbridled, irresponsible and, all in all, suicidal violence against nature? No doubt we need the means competent specialists, but you have to start somewhere. To plant more and cut down fewer trees, we don't need cosmic technology or billions of rubles. You just have to be aware of the situation and want to do something about it. This is just as necessary for the appearance of the truly gigantic resources required for global projects. With regard to DDT, the discussion reported in this article is no less interesting. An Estonian agricultural engineer testified that, of course, we are looking for biological means of plant defense. We have already developed certain methods and are applying them in practice. So far, however, chemical processes are much more effective. In fact, all chemicals are harmful. Chlorophos is even more toxic than DDT, but we don't intend to give it up, compounds. It's how you use it that counts. In the 1970s, natural pesticides were developed under certain conditions, but above all, restrictions on chemical pesticides were gradually reintroduced. This is what is known in the West today as rational agriculture, the maximum that can be generated in our part of the world to protect the environment and consumer health. In other words, a restriction capable of balancing crop yields and health protection as far as possible. The only solution proposed today in capitalist countries is to pretend to protect the environment with pretty words, this being what the Soviets were accused of in the 70s and 80s. For the record, in France, we continue to spray the worst-known carcinogen, an insecticide called chlordicone, whose high toxicity has been known since the 70s, on the banana plantations of Guadeloupe until the 90s, for strictly financial reasons and with the scandalous backing of the Ministry of Agriculture, the power acquired by Soviet environmentalism, led by scholars, some of whom were members of the CPSU Communist Party of the Soviet Union, constituted an important phenomenon. And the debates were not merely formal. In the 1970s and 1980s, when Marxist philosophy began to revive in the Soviet Union under the leadership of Ivan Frolov, it highlighted a number of the essential ecological presuppositions inherent in Marxist thought, starting with the concept of metabolism between man and nature, and it did so before Western Marxists. Theme, conso pesticides. Theme, conso pays. Despite a general intensification of collectivized agriculture from the Khrushchev period onwards, the Soviet Union still lagged far behind the agricultures of the major imperialist powers in terms of pesticides in 1990. If, for decades, the Soviet Union lagged behind these same powers in terms of chemical fertilizer consumption, this was undoubtedly not the result of economic backwardness alone, as the Soviet Union was still the world's second largest industrial power after the United States of America. It's undoubtedly an effect of local history, which few bourgeois historians have found interesting or useful to mention, and not without reason. Soviet agriculture. Before Khrushchev's chemicalization, all the history books attest to a voluntarist period of chemicalization of Soviet agro-industry, especially around the production of chemical fertilizers and pesticides. But the precise dates of this transition are surprisingly vague, so the big bad polluter of Russian and Ukrainian soils wasn't Stalin. Obviously, the main concern of those in charge of Soviet agriculture, since Lenin has always been to produce more to satisfy the needs of a huge population emerging from the feudal age, both quantitatively and qualitatively. However, in agronomy, there are in fact two antagonistic strategies for increasing agricultural production: intensive agriculture, which, when arable land is limited, consists in doping the soil and cultivated plants with pesticides, hormones and chemical fertilizers, and extensive agriculture, which consists in producing the same yield per hectare but with ever larger cultivated areas. Soviet geography is obviously more conducive to the latter. On the one hand, its surface is gigantic and marked by a world-renowned diversity of soil types and flora. On the other hand, soil fertility is extremely variable, between the famous black soils of Western Russia and the Ukraine being the richest, and the very poor and impracticable podsoils of Siberia. It is estimated that less than a third of the total surface area of the USSR is arable. The challenge for the Soviets was clearly to take advantage of this soil richness and to do everything in their power to fertilize the easternmost parts of the territory. A year after Stalin's death, in 1954, the aim of the famous Virgin Lands project was still to fertilize the poor soils of the steppes of Kazakhstan and Siberia, even if the adventurism and amateurism of the project were severely criticized by the last Stalinists in the Central Committee, Vyacheslav Molotov and Lazare Kaganovich. The campaign produced results in the first 2 years, but eventually reached an impasse. Between 1954 and 1958, the number of hectares under cultivation rose from 10 to C. The great turning point in Soviet agriculture was Khrushchev's work, as numerous sources attest. If he decided to chemicalize Soviet industry and agriculture, in other words, to deliberately switch to the intensive use of chemical fertilizers and pesticides, it was because agriculture under Lenin and Stalin was based on other principles oriented towards extensive rather than intensive farming. Khrushchev resolved to move from extensive cultivation, of which the clearing of virgin land was the most spectacular application, to intensive cultivation, which required a tight irrigation network, increased equipment, and, above all, what was known in the USSR as the chemicalization of industry, says Russian specialist Bernard Ferron. Another rissologist, Jean Radvanyi, gives more details. Neglected under Stalin, chemistry was a weak sector of Russian industry until N. Khrushchev took steps to accelerate the development of synthetic chemistry in May 1958, spurred on by direct and indirect investment programs, e.g. campaigns to chemicalize agriculture and support pharmaceutical equipment. The sector as a whole underwent spectacular development, boosted by the presence of rich sources of raw materials, oil and gas, mineral salt and sulfur deposits, and low energy prices. The figures speak for themselves. In 1959, the USSR was still lagging far behind, since its share of global production represented only 4.55% of total industrial production, compared with 8% in the USA and 8% in the countries of the European Community. Casterman, 1966, l'URSS idol, the USSR without idols. Armand Collin, 2007, La Nouvelle Russie, the New Russia. Etudes et Conjectures No. 7. The final component of this paradigm shift was regarding ecological preserves or natural reserves. In the Soviet Union, huge nature reserves were protected by the state against all intrusions, apart from those of specially authorized scientists, in order to guarantee the conservation of natural biodiversity over this vast territory. Among the 6 categories of the IUCN classification 1994, the Zapovedniki correspond to the first category, that of protected nature reserves. These reserves were born and developed throughout the so-called Stalinist period before being scoffed at by Khrushchev's cadres from the 1960s onward, coinciding with the above-described turnaround in agriculture. The USSR had 19 Zapovedniki in 1937, 27 in 1940, and 31 in 1940. Destalinization, on the other hand, saw a drastic drop in these natural reserves, as can be seen in the graph in concerning the environment when it was openly envisaged to catch up with the American productivist model. Khrushchev had this to say about this pillar of national culture: what is a Zapovednik is national wealth in need of protection, but it turns out that our Zapovedniki are worthless. What would happen if Zapovedniki didn't exist? Nothing at all. It was largely due to his adventurism in agricultural and environmental matters that Khrushchev was removed from office in 1964, when the USSR became dependent on US grain imports in this area. Despite his dismissal, the countryside remained under the yoke of intensive agriculture until the system imploded in 1991, the Soviet period. Section, April 2016. Alongside these decisions concerning nature reserves, Khrushchev put an end to Stalin's Great Plan for the transformation of nature, henceforth Great Plan, as soon as he came to power. The min-less cost to protecting soils and crops, the development of vast forest belts was also intended to stimulate the increase in animal and plant biodiversity in Soviet ecosystems, themselves as varied as the country's landscapes and climates. The full name of the plan was Plan for Protective Forest Plantations, Introduction of Variable Grass Seedlings, Construction of Dikes and Artificial Ponds to achieve high and stable yields in the steppe and woodland steppe regions of the European part of the USSR. It's worth noting that, in the face of its Khrushchevian antithesis of virgin lands, a few years later, this plan, with the words high and stable yields, provides the very first formulation of today's sustainable development. The agronomists of the time understood very early on that the stable or sustainable fertility of soils depended less on mechanical amendments of mineral salts, fertilizers, than on their structure, capable of conserving the water and mineral salts that plants need in nature, on the model of the forest floor, the most fertile of all, yet receiving no human additions. So, according to them, plant cover regenerates the soil in exactly the same way as today's environmentalists advocate, based on the in-situ production capacity of clay humus complexes. At the time, the magazine Etudes Sovietiques explained, this method is based on the following observation: off, abundant, ever-increasing harvests, true, are only possible on soil with a solid, finely granular structure. The most effective way of ensuring a finely granular soil structure is to periodically introduce a mixture of perennial grasses, legumes, and cereals into the crop rotation. As they degrade, the roots of perennial grasses do a tremendous job of improving and enriching the soil's physical qualities. The soil acquires a fine, solid structure with a remarkable capacity to accumulate and conserve the moisture that appears at the time of rainfall and snowmelt. Nor does the water from summer thunderstorms manage to ravage the land. It is retained and subsequently used by plants. To give an idea of the immensity of the reforestation planned over the next 15 years, the idea was to cover with trees an area larger than France, Great Britain, Belgium, Luxembourg, and the Netherlands combined, integrating the country's 3 agroecological resources. To this end, 3 million hectares were to be reforested by the kolkhozes, 580 by the sovkhozes, and 1 sementral. million by the Ministry of Forest Economy, Minlescos, while 570 forest protection stations were to be built. Etudes Soviétiques, Soviet Studies, December 1948. Throughout the Union, from the point of view of production relations, the plan was also intended to help stimulate the integration of the kolkhozes, the collective farms that still operated autonomously, into the major state projects. Involving them in these plans was tantamount to boosting national capacities to respond collectively to the major problems of independent development in the context of capitalist encirclement. The context was thus similar in form to that currently experienced by Cuba under embargo, albeit on an immeasurable scale. For the first time, a huge plan to protect nature and, in turn, provide people with the means for a sustainable livelihood based on organic farming and agroforestry was being implemented on a countrywide scale under the impetus of its state, thanks to its centralized socialist structure. The dissolution of the plan a few years later with the arrival of Khrushchev has a dual significance. The first, in terms of superstructure, is due to the fact that, everything being linked, the abandonment of dialectical materialism effaces any ecological vision of the environment, just as capitalism has always done in the West. The second, in terms of infrastructure, reminds us that any large-scale project, profitable not in the short term but in the long term, requires considerable centralized investment from the outset, such as only a socialist state can make, provided its accumulated resources allow it to do so. Here again, investment was particularly important, and it may have seemed to Khrushchev that a greater reliance on non-renewable energy and chemical resources would pay off in the short term, at the expense of long-term sustainable development. That said, the project did not date back to 1948. As early as 1935, Joseph Stalin declared at the 14th Congress of the CPSU, before the tragic interruption caused by the World War, as far as drought control in the regions beyond the Volga is concerned, the planting of forests and the establishment of forest defense zones in the eastern regions beyond the Volga are of enormous importance. As far as their irrigation is concerned, this matter cannot be allowed to drag on. It is true that it has been somewhat delayed by certain contingencies, which have absorbed a great deal of strength and resources, but today there is no longer any reason to postpone it. Unlike its inverted double, Khrushchev's adventurous and ecologically disastrous Virgin Lands policy a few years later, this plan was based on tried and tested experiments, from forest strips to crop rotation techniques. For example, the agronomist J.C. Baby reports in the same issue of L'Information Géographique, the question of soil growth and fertility is one of the fundamental theories of agronomic research in the USSR, combined with research based on the work of Maturin. In Satyrov, I visited the Institute of Agriculture for the entire Southeast region. It directs the activities of 28 attached scientific organizations, has 17 laboratories staffed by dozens of professors and research fellows, and 200 workers cultivate the Institute's experimental fields. Furthermore, a sovkhoz and 48 kolkhozes are also experimental fields controlled by the Institute. IW's work is directed in 6 different directions: 1 cereal and forage crop rotation, 2 forest plantations, 3 methods of using organic fertilizers, 4 how to work the soil, 5 water and snow retention, 6 coordination of all these problems in the field. A sandy sterile soil had thus been rapidly transformed into black soil, Chernosium, by the simple rational use of microorganisms and appropriate sowing. The author adds, and this is crucial in the comparison we are trying to make between socialist and capitalist agronomy, the theory, confirmed by experience, of increasing soil fertility, is opposed to the pessimistic theories widespread in America, on the law of decreasing soil fertility, which is nothing but an admission of powerlessness and an attempt at justification in the face of the disastrous consequences of soil erosion and exhaustion, resulting not from natural data but from cultivation conditions linked to a given economic system. We can see that the voluntarist agroecological techniques advocated throughout this period until Stalin's death were not chosen by default. They were not the result of a lack of chemical fertilizers and pesticides, as one might think, since intensive agriculture, capitalist and Khrushchevian in its wake, had only begun to take hold everywhere from the 1950s onwards. On the contrary, it was a deliberate political choice linked to a fundamental, materialist critique of the bourgeois agronomic science of the time. The latter was based, as it is today, albeit with a few restrictions and concessions to the ecology movement, on the supposed exhaustion of the soil, with no other strategy than its chemical exploitation, like a non-renewable fossil fuel. Indeed, while the reintroduction of life into the soil, the only way to bring in organic matter, through plant cover for example, is the only solution to increasing soil fertility, Western agronomy on the contrary implied that cultivated soil is doomed to certain exhaustion, since harvesting removes from the system the organic matter that would enable it to regenerate. Intensive farming, which substitutes permanent chemical fertilization for the necessary restoration of soil life, is a perfect illustration of this fundamentally reactionary way of thinking. In the USSR, on the other hand, it was thought that maintenance and scientific work on the soil would regenerate its capacity to retain mineral salts and water, as opposed to the chemical exhaustion caused by unlimited inputs that pollute and ultimately sterilize the soil. These are the pillars of current ecological thinking on agriculture. What's more, such agroecological projects presuppose huge initial investment to enable the production of the appropriate specific equipment. Remember, for example, that polyculture implies an increase in the number of different working tools and therefore additional material resources and an education system to train engineers and disseminate knowledge to the peasantry in kolkhozes and sovkhozes. This resembles the context that exists today, on a smaller scale, in Cuba and presupposes the same primitive accumulation of resources, all things considered. Lenin's NEP, which in the early years of the Russian Revolution was supposed to accumulate enough wealth to begin the actual construction of socialism, could therefore in a way be extended into the 1940s by an environmental NEP, a period of accumulation of wealth and scientific knowledge before beginning the development of real socialist agroecology on a union-wide scale. Planting trees implies a fairly long wait before harvesting the fruits, and is certainly not a serious option for the capitalist in search of maximum and immediate profit. By contrast, in the pre-war USSR, threatened by a world war, and even in the seriously weakened USSR of the immediate post-war period, afforestation remained the preferred option. All the more so in a country which, during the Tsarist era, had regarded forests as a traditional pillar of source. Previous page, Jean Radvani, 1975. Les bandes forestières de protection dans les steppes soviétiques, Forest Protection Belt in the Soviet Steppes, Bulletin de l'Association des géographes français no 429. Rostov Region, USSR. Steppes soviétiques, Forest Protection Belt in the Soviet Steppes, Bulletin de l'Association des géographes français no 429. But it was precisely this national, almost cultural or traditional interest in understanding the history and formation of such soils that fertilized pedology from the 19th century onwards and led the Soviet Union to develop extensive, rather than intensive, agricultural practices. Agricultural profitability was not limited by immutable national borders, but by the fertility deficit of immense Soviet territories left uncultivated. The aim was naturally to remedy this situation by understanding how to fertilize poor soil and not how to boost fertile soil of limited surface area, as advocated by intensive agriculture, first and foremost, by understanding how soil is formed, how it evolves naturally and without human intervention. This terrain was a necessity for the development of such a science, but it was not enough in itself. What was also needed was a practical guide, a way of thinking capable of integrating knowledge not in a descriptive, formalistic way, but by connecting it dynamically with one another, a world in which all parts are linked, interconnected, and set in motion by internal contradictions, transforming quantity into quality and vice versa. That's what dialectical materialism is all about. While people in the West were still satisfied with the soil classification of soils based strictly and uniquely on underlying parent material, Russian geologists, on the other hand, argued that a soil is born from the dynamic interaction of the mineral subsoil with atmospheric activity and biological activity, the production of humus by bacteria, fungi, and microscopic and macroscopic fauna. The players involved in soil formation are therefore numerous and interdependent, and one type of soil can change into another because everything is dynamic, even if the subsoil remains the same. In his characterization of Russian soils at the end of the 19th century, de Couchier recognized the latitudinal zonation corresponding to climatic zonations. It was his pupil Vladimir Vernadsky, the Soviet father of science at the Academy of Sciences, who first formulated the notion of the biosphere. This refers to the thin living envelope formed at the interface between the mineral lithosphere, the hydrosphere, oceans and rivers, and the atmosphere on the Earth's surface. The biosphere, a dialectical materialist concept formulated by Vernadsky in 1926, still forms the basis of all ecological considerations. As far as the soil is concerned, there are three areas in which a real commitment to environmental protection was evident throughout this period, echoing current Cuban strategies but on a much greater scale. The protection and development of forests, agricultural techniques similar to today's permaculture and agroecology, and the development of the famous zapovedniki. These protected nature reserves, for which Russia is still famous today, were developed in Soviet Russia following the nationalization of land after the Bolshevik Revolution. Lenin thought it would be a good idea to generalize to the whole territory the unique experience of the famous Dokuchiev on a first zapovednik created in a very limited Russian steppe. Only a revolution could expropriate the feudal lords in order to manage and integrate the Russian soil, now a recognized and protected national asset. The multiplication of such zapovedniki was then easily achieved, since the state owned them on the legal basis of the law. On natural monuments, gardens, and parks conceived by Lenin in 1921, inspired by the agronomist Podiapolsky. While hunting and fishing were strictly limited and controlled on all territories, access to the reserves was banned outright except for accredited scientists. The aim was to create wilderness reserves throughout the country, both to protect the great diversity of the Soviet environment and its biodiversity, and to enable agronomists to draw inspiration from nature and its natural cycles, adapting the most appropriate agricultural techniques to local conditions. These zapovedniki were places of science, protection of natural resources, and instruction for farmers, who were more interested in nature's complex biological responses to permanent environmental disturbances than in formalist, purely chemical responses that could be used everywhere, all the time. Following the recommendations of Vernadsky and his disciple Kojevnikov, each zapovednik was to function as an association of autonomous ecosystems, presenting all trophic levels and resembling an ideal fragment of the biosphere. It's easy to see how valuable zapovedniki would be today for understanding the impacts of man on the environment and climate, at a time when these issues have been pressing for several decades. There's no romanticism in this political will to develop wilderness, zapovedniki to drag on for centuries, and to be carefully discussed and accepted. No one took the process seriously. It was quite different from ordinary Stalinist repression. In this situation, the setting up of a government commission on the zapovedniki was in practice under Malinovsky's control. So, who was the real culprit behind the events of 1951? Some might name Lysenko, others Beria, and still others Stalin, who for us, as everyone knows, was Lenin resurrected. I'm concentrating, however, on the profile of four particularly memorable figures. The most immediate candidates are Boroko Malenkov, Merkulov, Kalachnikov, and others, and in particular Minister A.I. Bovin, who had a personal interest in dissolving the zapovedniki, and finally, of course, the author of the action himself, Alexander Malinovsky. This belated legal breakthrough in 1951 was not at all in keeping with the major principles that had prevailed until then. The Great Afforestation Plan did not encroach on the zapovedniki, which were considered at that stage only as resources of seedlings, acorns, and tree seeds, and not as cultivable areas. Rather, it heralded the fundamental questioning of the Khrushchev period, which would be marked by productivism in the sense that environmentalists use the term today. Soviet soil, a national treasure to be protected. It's obvious, the agronomic techniques of the 30s and 40s were inspired for the most part by scientific observations made in these wild reserves where nature evolves freely without human interference. Those who credit post-war Americans with the invention of permaculture, for example, are mistaken. This permanent culture, based on the linkage of all the components of a rationally and dynamically evolving agrosystem, was originally a pre-war Soviet innovation, which others have subsequently perfected. In agrobiology, this period saw the confrontation of a science presented as patriotic and dialectical materialist led by Lysenko for biology and Williams for pedology, with a science largely inspired by Western scientific theories, often formalist and mechanistic, or even Felix Stillmark 2003, History of the Russian Zapovedniki, Russian Natur, and the absurd specialization of entire regions for one type of agricultural production or breeding. Lysenko and Williams, in their respective fields, focused their research on biology and not just on soil chemistry, and from this point of view, the zapovedniki could represent an important observation terrain. This vision is resurfacing today precisely in the ecology movement against the promoters of immediately profitable intensive agriculture, which means exhausting the soil and robbing it of all life except for cultivated plants. Basically, agronomy is a far-reaching science, as it lies at the crossroads of the history of humanity, which needs to be fed, and the broader history of living organisms, fauna and flora evolving themselves on different timescales. It is therefore at the heart of political and ideological games, which have not failed to manifest themselves in the Soviet Union, a country which was perpetually encircled and threatened. Attempting to increase agricultural yields without impacting environmental resources means, above all, increasing the quality of cultivated soils, pedology, mainly under the direction of Williams, and the optimized capacities of cultivated varieties themselves, biology, mainly under the direction of Lysenko. We have deliberately left aside the purely biological aspect of Lysenko's work, certain polemical aspects of which we will return to in the third part of this book. Soviet pedology, on the other hand, offers several aspects that will be of interest to today's environmental activists, and which we present here. For W.R. Williams, soil is built up slowly, in stages following a well-known cycle. In the Russian model, which covers all the climates of the northern hemisphere, the soil is born with the tundra and its lichens, protosol, and develops into podzol, a taiga soil pouring humus, but rich in accumulated organic matter, in the process of being digested by bacteria. This podzol gradually becomes richer and more organized, acquiring a structure that increases its capacity to retain water and mineral salts, thanks to the high production of clay-humus complexes. This is black earth, or Chernosem, the ideal type of fertile forest soil. But the gradual agglomeration of the natural clods of Chernosem eventually makes it impermeable and less fertile. It evolves naturally into steppe soil or even a totally barren desert. is the end of a natural cycle. But human intervention, according to Williams's theory, would enable any soil to regain its potential, whatever its stage of development, when the diagnostic is properly carried out, i.e., when we understand the geological or climatic reasons why a given soil has stopped developing below its capacity. All that is needed is for the soil to regain a favorable structure. This quality alone, according to Williams and Lysenko, defines the fertility of a soil far more than its simple mineral content. And even with all the faults and limitations of Williams and Lysenko's view of soils and vegetation, this is the discourse of all the agronomists who are supporters of modern agroecology, whose job is most often to restore or regenerate a soil worn down by agricultural or industrial pollution based on a diagnosis of its physico-chemical and biological state. Williams' avant-garde analysis bears a striking resemblance to those of today's dissident agronomists, with the same concern to consider first and foremost the life of the soil rather than its purely physical relationship with the environment. Williams already said, soil sterility is often linked to a lack of moisture and in most cases to poor soil physical properties. These two factors interact, so that any qualitative or quantitative change in one cannot fail to have repercussions on the other. The physics of the soil is determined by its biology, by the vital activity of plants and microorganisms. We have every reason to suppose that it is in fine silt that we find all the soil nutrients accessible to plants, as well as all the decomposing organic matter they contain. Thanks to its physical properties, the decomposition of the latter exerts a very great influence on the cohesion of the soil, and the fact that it contains all the organic combinations contained in the soil places under the dependence of the quality and quantity of the silt what is called the structure of the soil and the stability of this structure. To this end, Williams proposed what he called a herbal system, on the basis of which the most bitter critics were particularly vocal in the 1970s in the West, at the height of the golden age of intensive agriculture. Georges Medvedev, for example, sought to ridicule the herbal systems theory by comparing it to the highly competitive model of chemical fertilizers and pesticides in terms of immediate profitability alone. At the start of the war, the grassland system was temporarily buried. The country needed bread, not a specific structure of the soil that suggested phenomenal yields within 8 or 10 years. The country needed explosives, gunpowder and acids, and the chemical industry, the development of which Williams had opposed, was the only way to provide them. For Williams, the chemical industry was simply the immobilization of the people's billions, Hashra. At the start of the war, we had a significant number of fertilizer factories. They were quickly converted for national defense, ions, and once again, the Pryanichnikov school was declared reactionary. One can only imagine the astonishment of environmental activists fed on anti-Soviet propaganda when they read this astonishing praise for chemical fertilizers. If, as a tactical retreat in wartime, the USSR temporarily reintroduced intensive agriculture, taking into account its collateral interest, why did it immediately after the war embarrass itself with an agroecology presumed ineffective since the 30s? Hadn't it been able to see for itself the results of the pre-war grassland system compared with those of intensive agriculture during the Second World War? In a country in ruins in 1948, how could we explain this return to the grassland system as the basis for the Great Plan, other than as a form of suicidal headlong rush? If grassland systems hadn't worked as part of the Great Plan, wouldn't Stalin have been quick to condemn Williams, Lysenko, and all their colleagues for anti-Soviet sabotage or undermining national security? Does not ironizing about late results, as opposed to those of intensive agriculture, which are so rapid but so costly for the farmer and the environment, completely discredit the point? Indeed, it was not until Khrushchev that Williams' grassland systems and Lysenko's plant education disappeared to be replaced by intensive agriculture and heterosis that the USSR, with its Virgin Land campaign, returned to an agriculture similar to that of today's capitalist countries. The grassland system doesn't mean copying the same model everywhere in the USSR, but diagnosing a suitable soil restructuring plan for each region based on a principle linked to the optimal characteristics of Chernozems. For Medvedev, this is a fanciful model compared to that of the mineral agrochemists. Pryanichnikov emphasized the use of mineral fertilizers, and the intensification of agriculture by introducing high-yielding varieties into the planting cycle, as is done in Western Europe. USPA, Williams, for his part, advocated not developing the fertilizer industry, and renouncing the use of certain machines, harrows, tractors, which, according to him, destroy the texture of the soil. T8, Williams claimed, without putting forward any positive facts, that only heavy, fine-textured soil can be fertile, and that soil texture is the most important factor in obtaining good harvests. This kind of thinking is taken for granted by today's permaculturists. It's preferable to re-enrich the soil with organic matter, cellulose and lignin in particular, a source of humus, than to apply chemical fertilizers that will leach out or attract weeds, which are highly nitrophilic, which implies or even imposes the use of herbicides, which are normally superfluous. Moreover, the idea of covering soils and stopping ploughing to respect their structure and thus their fertility is now commonplace, even if many people are unaware that it was put into practice in the USSR. That doesn't stop Medvedev from mocking these far-fetched ideas. Lysenko proposed his famous method of planting southern winter varieties on unplowed stubble in Siberia. This, as always, without the slightest experimental support. The theoretical underpinnings of his plan was simple. By dispensing with ploughing, he was undoubtedly preserving the integrity of the soil's texture, which, according to William's doctrine, would ensure fertility. All current soil restoration techniques are based on stopping ploughing, respecting soil structure, and more often than not, plant cover, in this case thatch, i.e. mulching to protect the soil from bad weather and drying out, while stimulating the work of microfauna and microflora by providing a natural supply of degradable organic matter. Another interesting method at the time was to manufacture compost for soil restoration in natural reactors using a new formula. The idea was to enable humidification from soil and organic fertilizers, i.e. animal manures, instead of administering chemical fertilizers directly to the soil. This would avoid the often harmful excesses of nitrogen fertilizers, which would in any case be compensated for by the natural nitrogen enrichment provided by previous crops of leguminous plants crop rotation, and would add to the soil the lignin and cellulose needed to form clay-humus complexes thanks to the constant work of soil bacteria and fungi. The idea of inverting the proportions of manure and straw in compost, 80% straw and 20% manure, rather than vice versa, may seem far-fetched, but the contribution of lignin and cellulose straw in particular took precedence over the contribution of mineral salts, which are often too rich in manure. The often serious consequences of excessive nitrate inputs into cultivated soils are well known using manure alone, and nitrogen fertilizer often richer than the chemical fertilizers themselves. Why emphasize the return of organic matter and life to the soil, rather than chemical fertilizers? Because intensive farming with its pesticides kills the microfauna at the root of humus formation, and without humus, the soil progressively loses all fertility, leaving cultivated plants with nothing more than a dead soil. This inert support, with nutritional requirements supplied exclusively by chemical inputs, does not prevent Medvedev from ironizing once again. One of Lysenko's most typical ideas was that manure should only be spread once it had transformed into humus. It was William's favorite dream. The disadvantage of this system was that the most precious element in manure, nitrogen, was lost and evaporated into the air. But according to Williams, organic matter was all that mattered. Agrochemists strongly criticized Lysenko's use of such small doses. In fact, Williams had understood before all the Western agrochemists that organic compost does not feed plants directly, but rather the soil and its microorganisms, which digest this material to make humus. Excess compost is always useless. On the other hand, developing the microorganisms to better digest this compost and turn it into natural humus is a priority for those who want to restore their soil. Germination onwards, when the initial density is well chosen, thus also avoiding the use of supplementary chemical fertilizers. Medvedev mocks this technique with the following. Here's how Lysenko recommended acting. In a small pit, 30 to 40 acorns were planted, giving rise to 30 shoots, 29 of which, according to Lysenko, would, without choking each other, nobly sacrifice themselves, to prevent, like valiant soldiers, weeds from choking out the 30th. This new law of the life of the species, called by Lysenko self-clearing, did not deny the death of the majority of shoots in the nests. However, this death did not occur as a result of overpopulation, but for the glory of the species. It must be emphasized, he wrote, that self-enlightenment occurs not because there are too many plants, but precisely to prevent them from becoming too many in the future. Of self-thinning for 5 nests with different initial densities, over time. It can be seen that there is a relationship between the initial density and the mass of material in the surviving plants. Ment Scientifique Metropole, for example, INRA is presented to future students as a modern, quasi-environmentalist organization, providing information worthy of the best agroecologist, but which is particularly eloquent on the recent setbacks of agribusiness. As just one example of these formal self-criticisms aimed at the general public, it states in part, until the middle of the 20th century, EVD, the rise of mechanization and the chemical industry, EVD, led to a massive uprooting of trees in order to be able to work larger plots. Today, however, yields are stagnating, biodiversity is declining, pests and weeds are becoming increasingly resistant, and groundwater is sometimes polluted with no nitrate ions. Researchers at INRA have conducted several experiments on agroforestry systems and have shown that for plots of the same size, the yield of an agroforestry plot is globally superior to that of a single crop and an isolated forest. We add that, while trees have the advantage of providing crops with a natural, permanent source of leaves and twigs containing organic matter and mineral salts returning to the soil, Their roots covering large surfaces absorb excess nitrates, provide deep horizons with dead rootlets that are a source of lignin and useful for humidification, and penetrate deep enough into the subsoil to accelerate mineralization of the parent rock, a source of additional clays and mineral salts. The accompanying photographs might border dangerously on plagiarism, were it not for the fact that nobody remembers the Stalinist Great Plan just before the middle of the 20th century. Agroforestry, an alternative technique to intensive agriculture, was at the heart of Soviet agricultural policy until the Khrushchev era and is still at the heart of Cuba's, before being promoted in a measured way by INRA after the ravages of pesticides and chemical fertilizers. One might at first note that such a retort might be appropriate in retrospect to Joris Medvedev and Jacques Monod's violent attacks on Soviet agriculture in the 30s and 40s, which were basically of the same nature. This controversy between researchers may therefore help us to understand more widely how the heterodox practices of Soviet agronomists aroused the conventional scientific community's violent reaction of rejection. During the golden age of intensive agriculture in the 1970s, it was much easier to vilify the proponents of sustainable agriculture, given that in the USSR they had taken a rare offensive, dominant position rather than a defensive, marginal one. Self-proclaimed dissidents from INRA such as Claude and Lydia Bourguignon, well-known lecturers and proponents of agroecology, are particularly harsh on the deplorable methods encouraged and subsidized by the French state and, more broadly, the European Union and the US. Their remedy, restore destroyed or exhausted soils by re-injecting life and organic matter, the only things capable of restoring their structure and ensuring the satisfaction of plant needs. Drawing inspiration from natural environments, they put forward the ancient idea of agro-silvo-pastoralism, i.e. the rational and autonomous articulation of cultivation under plant cover, the use of trees shelter from the elements, but also sources of lignin, and the use of livestock pastures, animals fed on cultivated grasses and producing slurry that can be reused for natural composts. You will recognize here the principles that once underpinned the Great Plan and its pre-war beginnings in the USSR, always in favor of biology, that is, of life. Lysenko and Williams purposely declared themselves to be agrobiologists against mineral, formalist, mechanistic, and polluting agrochemicals, destroying the soil in the long term, from which they nonetheless made enormous immediate profits. Energy policy, the premium on renewables. As we have seen, the energy issue is not only closely linked to modern, highly mechanized agricultural production, but goes far beyond it, since it forms the basis of our industrial production and our daily lives in both capitalist and socialist systems. The energy we consume today pollutes, depletes, and destabilizes our environment to such an extent that its complex effects are often unpredictable. Alongside the agricultural question, this is one of the two main areas of struggle for modern environmentalists, with one constant: whatever a country's energy choices, they are always visibly marked by as many advantages as unsolvable disadvantages, which means that the overall solution is not to develop scientific research into economically and ecologically more advantageous choices, but rather to reduce energy consumption, or degrowth. Point of view, we can say that this energy, which is totally mechanical, produces no pollution, and on the contrary, contributes to the irrigation of certain agricultural regions and even to microclimatic modifications favorable to cultivation. The only obstacle to this kind of technology is, of course, the upfront cost, both material and human, involved in building the dam. That's why this kind of major project is more likely to be carried out in a country capable of national planning and massive state investment with no immediate economic counterpart than in a capitalist country that responds to demand as quickly as possible, and without considering the human and ecological costs. Hydrocarbons are the most typical example. It should be noted that the vast size of the Soviet landmass may at first seem in some ways an advantage for agriculture. However, it covers so many latitudes that agriculture remains highly weather contingent and is particularly susceptible to drought. When it comes to hydroelectric production, the immensity of the landmass becomes an even greater disadvantage in that the long-distance, countrywide transmission of electricity leads to the potential for substantial energy dissipation, with serious repercussions on energy efficiency. It was no doubt these kinds of considerations that led the post-Stalinist USSR to opt for hydrocarbons on a massive scale. Indeed, in addition to satisfying the needs of the Soviets themselves, the surplus, given the immensity of underground reserves, could be sold on the international market without any problem and to a very large number of customers. This choice, already not very ecological as we know, also heralded the beginning of a real Soviet dependence on the USA, as we have already mentioned. With the dollars provided in exchange for oil, the USSR began to buy an ever-increasing complement of cereals to feed local livestock when agriculture became deficient. Successive plans during this period constantly pointed to the backwardness of the USSR in the 30s and 40s with regard to oil extraction and set themselves the goal of catching up as quickly as possible. In the 1960s, the eminent work of Soviet climatologists on climate change was logically dissociated from national energy choices. In the 30s and 40s, the USSR Academy of Sciences produced groundbreaking work on climate change. In this context, it is important to bear in mind the importance of solar radiation and the greenhouse effect of cloud cover, as well as the aggravating effects of climate change on terrestrial albedo, particularly in the polar ice caps. While Western climatology was confined to a descriptive, formalist approach, Russian climatology had long been based on geography-climatology interactions, in other words, on much more dynamic and fruitful physico-geographical relationships, underpinned by a materialist, dialectic reading grid. Evgraf Fedorov Jr. theorized the climatology of complexes, criticizing the formalism of climatologists who isolated climatic conditions from one another in their studies. And contrary to this same formalism, which saw in climatic variations a constant cyclicity, he included in it a dynamic climatology, better able to detect and understand long-term global climatic upheavals beyond these great astronomical cycles. A French geographer commented very positively on this work in 1967, remarking that the Soviets were the only ones to concern themselves with the Earth's radiation balance, or including albedo from one environment to another or globally. And with the fundamental calculations for analyzing global climate change today, we know that the genesis of the climates of different geographic regions is determined above all by the local conditions of the radiation regime. In our country, however, we do not pay much attention to measuring the different terms of this radiation balance. Say, the Jordan heliograph used for our measurements is an obsolete instrument compared with the actinometers in use at the main meteorological stations in the USSR. These TA accurately measure the radiation flux received per unit of horizontal surface, the reflected radiation flux, and the radiation balance of this surface. The contents of this atlas bear witness to the activity of Soviet climatologists and meteorologists. The knowledge acquired is put to good use by cartographers who rank among the most qualified in the world. In the USSR, energy options, whether or not they were linked to contemporary climate risks, were therefore the result of two equally valid precautions: achieving complete energy independence and protecting environmental resources, which are part of the national heritage and therefore of national security. The renewable nature of the energies extracted was logically a priority. The example of the impressive development of hydroelectric dams bears witness to this, even if oil extraction also existed, although this was drastically accelerated in the 60s and 70s. At present, however, we can't say that there is a truly ideal form of energy for satisfying both powerful renewable yields and total environmental protection. In 1948, under the pen of academic geochemist A. Fersman, the magazine Études Soviétiques was already predicting futuristic solutions made possible by the development of science and technology, always revealing a very cutting-edge concern for renewable energies, starting with geothermal energy, a source so little talked about even today. The ocean of magma bubbling under our feet with immense quantities of heat will become accessible to man. Through large conduits pus, man will reach these layers where temperatures range from 5 to 700 degrees. He will heat the Earth's surface using thermal power stations buried deep under ground and stop destroying forests, no longer burning coal so necessary for the chemical industry and no longer using oil for heating. Millions of calories will spread across the Earth's surface. Geothermal energy is still a long way from replacing the polluting energies of the 20th century, even if the Soviets were once again the first to drill deep into the Earth's crust with this in mind. But there is a very real project for producing energy that is at once renewable and clean, like solar and wind power, non-intermittent like hydroelectric power, powerful and highly profitable like oil, and incapable of going haywire. Unlike nuclear fission, this is magnetic nuclear fusion, a scientific promise that even today seems as ideal as it is inaccessible. Here too, it has to be said, the USSR of the 1950s was in the vanguard of its implementation. Such energy has never been produced before and remains a major focus of physics research in laboratories around the world. But it was in the USSR that the first models were developed, and it's from them that all current research is still based. A toroidal particle plasma generator, tokamak, in which the aim is to reproduce the nuclear fusion reactions of our sun. In a way, it's a matter of canning the sun, which is the first of all energies available on Earth. 66. The reaction consists of isotopes of high A Fersman, Lan 2000 Ruparan Chimiste, Études Soviétiques Anzi 2, June 1948. Drogen, a resource present in the hydrosphere and therefore everywhere on Earth, with no possibility of commercialization or geostrategic neighborhood conflicts, to create atoms of helium, a very light inert gas notably present in the solar wind and in the upper atmosphere. Neither the raw material nor the products pose any ecological or economic problems. The only problem with this energy source, and it's a big one, is getting the reactor up and running in the first place. The initial energy input to the system is so considerable that it has not yet been possible to produce it. Beyond an initial threshold of injected energy, conventionally referred to as Q, the reactor is self-powered and produces unlimited energy, i.e., several times Q, without depleting any resources and without producing stable nuclear waste or the technical risk of a runaway, for example. At present, the maximum energy produced by a nuclear fusion reactor is 20% of the energy initially injected QQ5. The common goal of research laboratories is to one day exceed this famous Q threshold. It is no coincidence that the first tokamaks, Russian for toroidal magnetic chambers, were built by Soviet physicists in the early 1950s. Even if, for Western observers, this may have seemed like a luxury in a country seeking to recover rapidly from a particularly destructive war and with dizzying reserves of hydrocarbons to ensure its recovery. But it's above all the colossal investment this energy requires that makes the centrally planned socialist system, once again, the best candidate for its implementation. We know that a capitalist system, based on the desire for immediate and maximum profit, as well as on private ownership of resources and means of production, cannot by definition invest sufficiently, either financially or over time, in any sustainable strategy. Only a socialist system, such as the USSR in the past, or Cuba, to a lesser extent today, but with much more modest resources at its core, can afford such investments, without immediate return on investment. Whether it's the implementation of colossal work sites over several years, hydroelectric dams, afforestation involving years of work, resulting in the creation of a new forest. It's a similar situation for nuclear fusion, which was born as a major project in the USSR and developed most economically and finally disintegrate. The USA rapidly abandoned all the space projects planned by scientists because the cost was too high, of course, for an imperialism in crisis and now on the verge of collapse, extensively there, yet still failed to produce results more than 60 years later under capitalist conditions. It's obvious then that a communist who is currently a productivist, rather than promoting the dangerous nuclear fission in a decontextualized way to an environmental activist, should instead promote the energy of tomorrow for its virtues that are both ecological and economic. Fusion. On the other hand, it would be appropriate for an environmental activist to take a serious, non-dogmatic look at nuclear alternatives to uranium while awaiting the advent of this long-term solution. Uranium has a number of major drawbacks. The risk of runaway production and lasting pollution of the environment, the production of long-lasting nuclear waste, the plutonium that feeds into the lucrative military-industrial atomic weapons lobby, the scarcity of resources on the planet, leading to imperialist conflicts of interest that are the source of wars in Africa and Asia. In the West, research programs on molten salts, nuclear power based on thorium, were deliberately blocked on the pretext that they could be used in the production of atomic bombs. However, the molten salt principle avoids any risk of runaway or overheating. It contains within itself the process of immediate shutdown by dilution, with a plug melting under the effect of overheating to trigger dilution and hence reactor shutdown. It produces waste with a lifespan 1,000 times shorter than that of uranium waste for a much smaller quantity. The only country in the vanguard of such programs today, injecting colossal sums for results planned at the highest levels of government under the watchful eye of the Americans and Europeans, China. Here again, even under a state capitalist form with disparate elements of socialism, whose key sectors have remained public, is probably no coincidence. Anti-communism generally denounces anything that, in the name of human progress, derogates from the fundamental laws of nature, with accidents at 3 Mile Island, USA, 1979, Chernobyl, USSR, 1986, Fukushima, Japan, 2011. It's our energy production or our agricultural production. However, the Soviet experience in practice and Marx's doctrine in theory foresees something quite different, the full development of human mastery over the forces of nature, those of so-called nature as well as of humanity's own nature, that the Soviet spectre could well begin to haunt Europe and the West again, through what is undoubtedly the most demonized paradigm, dialectical materialism. Dialectical materialism, break or boost for agrobiology. A handful of crypto-Lysenkoists shake up conventional agriculture. Agroecology walks on 2 legs. One is pedology, the science of soils, which enables us to optimize or refertilize a field by finding ecological alternatives to agribusiness inputs. The other is just as important, but we've deliberately left it aside because it relates to a moment in the history of science that is still controversial, even if from a Western point of view, the matter seems to have been settled. It concerns the selection of plant varieties optimized for agriculture. To develop agriculture, we use the most desirable, best adapted varieties and give them a soil conducive to their optimal development. As far as the soil is concerned, we have seen the gulf between the Western, mechanistic viewpoint, which separates it absolutely from its natural environment, and the Soviet viewpoint, which is much more dialectical and takes account of all the natural parameters that determine it. With regard to plants themselves, the distinction is similar. Between a highly mechanistic genetic point of view we would call above-ground soil today, and another, Soviet, point of view that is much more dialectical, based on the evolution of species described by Charles Darwin. To shed some light on this long-running controversy, we'll have to take a look at the history of science. It is obvious that from the point of view of profitability and the difficulty of farming in the face of climatic hazards and losses caused by various pests, the selection of varieties that are resistant or better adapted to local conditions is a central issue in agronomy. In this respect, two schools of thought emerged from the 1930s onwards. The first, born in GMOs, or genetically modified organisms, are concrete proof that heritable, and the most memorable aspect of this period is undoubtedly the harsh polemic that the Lysenkoists aroused in the West. Accused of charlatanism, they were denounced for their dogmatism, placing politics before science and for silencing any sympathy for the reactionary Mendelo-Morganist theses. It was too good an opportunity to condemn Marxism-Leninism where it had clearly sinned against its very principles. Some Marxist biologists have unscrupulously asserted theoretical untruths, radically questioning the Soma-German separation postulated by the scholar Weissmann at the end of the 19th century, and reaffirming the famous heredity of acquired traits, the heresy against which genetics was founded and built throughout the 20th century. However, the heredity of acquired traits did not have the same theoretical content in the idealist Lamarck as in Lysenko. Lysenko claimed to be a Darwinian against Lamarck. For Lysenko, this was nothing more than a very specific form of heredity, which enabled a plant that had been educated by previously defined environmental stresses to produce seeds with the same resistance capacities as those of its parents. Provided that these seeds were grown, and its isolable determinants, genes can indeed control this or that characteristic of an organism, since we are able to transfer them selectively from one individual to another. We'll leave aside for the moment the controversy surrounding the consequences of this type of manipulation and focus solely on the purely scientific aspect. Essential to remember this, under the same environmental conditions as the parents, he therefore spoke of a heredity of characters acquired by habit or metabolic heredity, i.e. based on innate capacities to be acquired when necessary. In the eyes of modern geneticists, this was just as impossible as the Lamarckian caricature, but it differed profoundly from it in its very definition and its consequences for agronomy, and at the same time ruled out any caricature, fantasy, charlatanry, scientific fact. For decades, we've been talking about pseudoscience or invention designed to forcibly twist reality in a direction more in line with the principles of dialectical materialism, as a fundamentalist would have done under the filter of his sacred scriptures. But whatever we think of these results, we can feel today how alternatives to the use of toxic pesticides are gradually becoming the obsession of agronomists, especially at a time when soil fertility is becoming increasingly difficult to maintain in agrochemicals-dependent farming. During the golden age of intensive, unscrupulous agriculture, cultivated varieties were selected on the basis of criteria imposed by capital, size, profitability, inability to survive without certain inputs sold separately, etc. Today, we realize that these criteria are not always met. Today, we realize that true selection should have produced intrinsically resistant varieties, able to do without pesticides and other chemical crutches to live in variable or exposed environments. It's against this backdrop of urgency that we're rediscovering certain independent, eccentric, self-taught empiricist growers capable of producing such educated seeds, which are obviously far from appearing in the official catalogues of the GNIS. Take the example of independent seed grower Pascal Pout, a permaculturist who is beginning to attract media interest in France. He has made a name for himself with his tomato crops, which grow at high yields without inputs or watering. It's a prodigy that agronomists are now seriously and covetously studying. How much profit can we make with such resistant varieties without having to resort to pesticides? Jacques Monod, the famous Nobel Prize winner and co-founder of molecular genetics in the 1960s, who saw in what we can call the Lysenko affair, the episode that was the strangest and most distressing in the history of modern science, you would fall off your chair when you read one of his current fellow students and INRA researchers describing the work of our sorcerer's apprentice. Its principle is to put the plant in the conditions in which we want it to grow. Dire, Nies. Today, we call this the heredity of acquired traits. To put it plainly, stress and positive plant traits are transmitted over several generations. You have to understand that DNA is a highly plastic medium of information. It's not just genetic mutation that brings about change. There is also adaptation with genes, for example, that are extinct but can reawaken. The plant produces its seeds after going through its cycle, retaining certain acquired aspects. Pascal Pout exploits this very well. His plants are not very different from others from a genetic point of view, but they have an impressive capacity for adaptation. HMC selection work shows that plants can be pushed to impressive conditions, but modern agriculture has lost sight of this and is not at all based on adaptability. The epigenetic revolution, as this radical paradigm shift concerning heredity is now called, is paving the way for a real upheaval in thinking on a broader level in biology. But it also proved that Lysenko's contention, before it would be supported by observations of geneticists themselves, and on the basis of the very concept that Lysenko was criticizing, had come out of serious experimental results and not out of lies and charlatanism, something that explains in retrospect the mystery of Soviet Mishurinism. This false science that was supposed to be necessarily catastrophic for agriculture according to the Western geneticists of the time did not prevent the Lysenkois from receiving the Enveronique Chabel, INRA, Sadehone, interviewed by Thibaut Chapman for Rue Nouvelle Observateur. Tomates et an y pesticide a geneme y pesticides, cette méthode fascine les biologistes. Tomatoes without watering or pesticides, this method fascinates biologists. March 4, 2015. Wars of the Red Tyrant instead of being purged to the last person for anti-Soviet sabotage. All the classic Western criticisms of the Lysenko case, written in the 70s, i.e. at the height of molecular genetics' momentary triumph over Lysenko, have now been refuted by the practitioners of the very science they sought to honor against the Soviet charlatans, even if Lysenko's ideas were only partially correct. Epigenetics asserts that there is a heredity of habitually acquired traits, which is limited but reinforced in the event of stress, i.e. when it is opportune to vary because the environment is always changing, similarly to the ways indicated by Lysenko, but with the important aspects of gene-regulating factors under environmental influence. This does not replace the fundamental heredity of genes, which Lysenko had too hastily denied, but epigenetics adds to it in a relative way, as one metabolic strategy among others enabling life to maintain itself despite environmental variations. Mathematician Dominique Mayeux, who is clearly unfamiliar with these new developments in genetics, recently reaffirmed the clichés that it's time to reiterate. Even in this somewhat outdated and caricatured form, Lysenko was an agricultural technician who popularized an artificial hibernation technique known as vernalization in the Soviet Union to prepare winter cereal seeds for sowing in spring. This produced certain results. Lysenko then stated that he had thus induced a heritable modification in these cereals, i.e. that he could create new varieties simply by educating the plants by appropriate means. Needless to say, this was not the case. His so-called experimental results stemmed from his ignorance of scientific methods and no doubt also from a tendency to improve observed results in the direction of his hopes. Lysenko emphasized the philosophical implications of the opposition between his theory of the heritability of acquired traits and genetic theory. Genetics would be a mechanistic, deterministic, defeatist, bourgeois science, opposed to progress. Everything is written in the gene and nothing can be changed. Lysenko's biology would be a proletarian, dialectical, liberating science, enabling humankind to improve its diet. Human intervention can lead a plant to change behavior and transmit this modified behavior to its descendants. On the other hand, it is a dangerous illusion to invert the relationship between science, which must be considered first, and philosophy, which is second. It is not philosophy that governs the world, and the philosophical concept of dialectic is not a force of nature. It is the world that determines what is true or false, not philosophy. So it's time to take up those old and necessary criticisms of the Lysenko affair, not necessarily to counter them systematically, but to update them by putting science first, starting with epigenetics, which has nothing to do with politics, and philosophy second, from Medvedev's anti-Soviets to our own Mayus. For until now, epigenetic specialists have noted that, through this epistemological upheaval, any connection with the Lysenko affair remains unthinkable. The public's ignorance of the details of Mishurinism and of Soviet science in general is obviously being exploited to avoid reopening what was, in the West, one of the most effective ideological weapons against Marxism. Leninism, described as dishonest and anti-scientific. In Russia, where the recognition to scientists undoubtedly gets more exposure more than elsewhere as a way to deal with these kinds of troublesome memories, the epigenetic revolution has been met not without a few patriotic outbursts, as shown in Lauren Graham's recent book, Lysenko's Ghost, Epigenetics and Russia 2016. In the West, however, the glaring similarity between epigenetics and Mikhail Gorbachevism has been ignored. We will therefore attempt to highlight the main aspects and draw immediate lessons from them on a practical, theoretical, and ideological level. The aim is not to re-establish a cult of personality around Lysenko. He hardly lends himself to this, given the numerous theoret Dominique Mayeux proposed de Lysenko pour une relation correcte entre science et philosophies, about Lysenko for a correct relationship between science and philosophy, June 28, 2016. Investigation website. errors he propagated in the final years of his career, and the visibly unsympathetic character his opponents have had to complain about. It's more a question of reopening a scientific and ecological debate that was too quickly dismissed for political reasons at the height of the Cold War between two irreconcilable blocs. Clearly, if the USSR to some extent deprived itself of advances in molecular genetics between 1948 and 1954, the West undoubtedly deprived itself, just as willingly, of Mitchellanian alternatives to the genetic selection of stable plant varieties conserved with pesticides and hormones. While epigenetics, which creates solid, hereditarily resistant varieties, is only just beginning to emerge under the now curious eye of geneticists and agronomists, half a century's delay in this field has meanwhile enabled capitalist agribusiness to progressively destroy all the arable land on the planet, and its domination is still unchallenged in practice. Idealist genetics versus proto-dialectical materialism, a draw. Materialism posits that matter exists and moves before, without, or independently of ideas. Idealism, in many forms since the prehistory of human philosophy, assumes, on the contrary, consciously or unconsciously, that ideas determine matter. In biology, the most primitive idealism consists, for example, in the assumption that a melon has regular dimensions so that it can be eaten by the family. But the most refined and modern form of this idealism consists in describing the organism as a sum of characteristics resulting from the expression of endogenous and transmittable information, ideas, genes. Seen in this light, classical genetics, that of Mendel and Morgan, considered that the existence of hereditary modifications to a given characteristic of the organism enabled its phenotype to be defined by a succession of isolable determinants called genes. In short, genes were seen as the magic words, ideas, that Rabbi Lowen scribed on the scroll within his golem, a clay statue, to bring it to life. So claimed the French botanist Bernardin de Saint-Pierre in the 18th century. As we shall see, Michurinism, the movement inspired by the work of the self-taught Russian horticulturist Ivan Michurin and theorized by Lysenko and Williams, was not really a counter-proposal to genetics as it developed in the 20th century. Rather, as all Soviet literature attests, it was a collection of field techniques for improving cultivated plants and soils, despite and even against the Mendelo-Morganist doctrine. These agricultural methods revolved around the desire to hereditarily habituate plants to desired conditions. It is precisely the theoretical impossibility of such heredity of habit-acquired traits for genetics that earned him so many attacks from Lysenko and his fellow students. We won't enter into the debate about charlatanism, since we now know that this type of heredity of habit-acquired traits is very real, without however clashing with the model of modern molecular genetics. Heredity that forgets about acquired traits remains the rule, while the heredity of habit-acquired traits, while also observed, exists only on the margins, in very specific circumstances, as we shall see later. This is the difference between our position and that of a Lysenko who absolutized his discovery for ideological reasons. There is indeed a theoretical debate to be had on the origins of this astonishing recent overtaking of the Lysenko affair with epigenetics. The Lysenkoists were obviously wrong to treat genetics with such nihilism, but this was first and foremost a vital and urgent problem for the USSR, not a parlor discussion about epistemological presuppositions. Could Soviet agriculture be improved in practice and famines eliminated? Lysenko, the son of Ukrainian peasants and a self-taught agronomist, was far removed from the intrigues of the corridors of Moscow State University. If, for him, the polemic is technical before it is ideological, the opposition of dialectical materialism with genetic idealism, it is, conversely, ideological for geneticists before becoming an accusation of charlatanism on the practical discoveries of the Soviet agronomist, until they are rediscovered today, out of necessity, just when everyone thinks this old affair from the last century has been forgotten. Dialectical materialism is a worldview that tends to distinguish itself as clearly as possible from idealism in philosophy. Less accomplished forms have developed in the course of history, with weaknesses opportune for idealists, such as mechanistic materialism, which concedes of living beings, for example, as a machine. It's a material machine that implicitly presupposes a designer, such is its complexity. Empiricist materialism is another historical form of materialism, which refuses to validate any mystical truth outside of concrete sensitive experience. This is a way of denying spiritual forces, but at the same time, it denies science any predictability, any inductive logic, yet most modern theories in particle physics, for example, are totally outside the direct experience of scientists. These forms of materialism have always been intellectual attempts to counter the obstacles and negative influences of idealism on scientific research, since every time a major discovery arises in the history of science, the ruling class tries to divert, reformulate, or even limit it for its own ideological interests. The ruling class would thus have the theory of the Big Bang demonstrate the legitimacy of creation, just like genes, by a convenient simplification for common sense. The general principles set out by Marx and Engels, based on Hegelian dialectics, are designed to undermine the foundations of all these attempts at idealism in the political field as in all other fields, including the scientific. The principles can be summed up as follows. Matter is that which exists objectively, independently of our awareness of it. It is made up of parts that are always interacting with one another. The parts of a whole can never be definitively and metaphysically separated. Matter is by definition in constant motion, animated by self-dynamic contradictions, a dialectical contradiction being both the struggle and the unity of opposites. The movements of matter are therefore not instilled from the outside by ideas, for example, but exclusively endogenous and correspond to the reciprocal action of opposing interdependent forces. In short, there can be no matter without motion and no motion without matter. For dialectical materialism, the movement inherent in matter always incorporates the trajectories dear to Newton and clockwork mechanics, but also, and perhaps above all, evolutions, wear and tear, complexifications, annihilations, and emergencies. When a contradiction develops within a material process, it first accumulates quantitatively, progressively, until a threshold is crossed, triggering a qualitative leap that changes the material, causing it to evolve in form, negation of a negation. It can be slowed down, but never stopped. So matter evolves, it necessarily has a history, and nothing about it is immutable or fixed. On the contrary, it always evolves from the simple to the complex, meaning that the simple is always the basis of the complex, but also that the complex always comes from an evolution of the simple. In other words, since dialectical materialism posits that matter and movement are by definition one and the same, the problem of science is no longer what makes matter move, a tautology, but what can constrain it, slow it down, deflect it, reverse it, what limits its movement at a given moment or under given conditions. In other words, what makes up the infinite complexity of a world whose parts are interdependent and give rise to each other. Karl Marx's textbook case in Capital is that of the capitalist mode of production, conceived as an antagonistic dialectical contradiction opposing a proletariat and the bourgeoisie, whose interests are forever opposed. By accumulating a proletariat from which it draws its wealth, the bourgeoisie creates the conditions for its own destruction through socialist revolution and the dictatorship of the proletariat. Historical time of political interest in the latest scientific developments. Karl Marx dedicated his Capital to Charles Darwin. Materialism states that this contradiction similar processes preceded it, transforming the slave mode of production into the feudal and then capitalist modes. For Marx, the principle of class struggle is the fundamental driving contradiction of human history. But the principles of dialectical materialism can also be found in all areas of science, starting with physics, where we've come a long way since Aristotelian idealism. From the positive and negative charges of particles, through the wave-particle duality of light, quantum mechanics and string theory, to the interactions of matter and antimatter in the universe, all current physics conforms to these laws. Even implicitly, dialectics is the only way for physicists to get rid of the countless hiatuses of formal logic that can hamper their research. To apply our dimat to a simple example that we can use as a reference, water that boils at 100 degrees, as a result of the quantitative accumulation of energy gradually raising its temperature, eventually changes state and becomes steam. A qualitative leap follows a quantitative accumulation, according to Engels' dialectical law of transformation from quantity to quality, and vice versa. But the more recent history of biology complicates matters. While the pairing of endogenous variation in the species and exogenous selection by the environment, natural selection, seem to function as a quite classic dialectical contradiction in the Darwinian scheme explaining biological evolution, the discovery of genes was just about the only historical opportunity for idealism to mount a counteroffensive against materialism in modern science. Throughout the 20th century, genetics became a quasi-scientific proof of the fallacy of dialectical materialism and thus of Marxist cosmogony in the field of facts. If the organism really is the expression in matter of information carried by genes, and if these genes are isolable determinants, independent of the environment in which they are expressed and transmissible from generation to generation, if the environment can in no way act or influence their nature, their modification, their expression, this new reductionist and predictive science was the best news and the best militant opportunity for the anti-communists of recent decades. Fundamental does not mean unique. The fact that it is possible to demonstrate the existence of characteristics in a plant, for example, that can be transmitted identically and independently to the next generation, is totally in line with this idealistic conception and is opposed to the idea of voluntary, heritable modification of plants under the influence of a changing environment, Michurianism. For more than a century, this opposition seemed irreducible and unsurpassable, and the affirmation of one of the two conceptions necessarily implied the categorical rejection of the other. Indeed, when it came to founding this neo-Darwinism, i.e., Darwinism, a pair of heritable individual modifications followed by selection of the most advantageous by the environment, supplemented by the genetics of Mendel and Morgan. Accidental mutations independent of the environment correspond to these individual modifications predicted by Darwin, was backed by a central dogma, Isaac positing the unilaterality in a totally anti-dialectical way of the relationship between genes and environment. To fully understand the precariousness of the scientific debate at the time, we need to add to the ideological stakes the complexity of the political stakes that pitted the beleaguered Soviet Union against the rest of the capitalist world. On the good word of an eminent disciple of Darwin, Francis Galton, the capitalist countries, then in the wake of the fascist vanguard of the 30s, pondered the possibility to promote the survival of the fittest and slow down or interrupt the reproduction of the unfit. The superior races were promised glory, while the inferior races, carriers of genetic defects, slowed down human destiny like a bird in Mysic. The deadly implication of genetics in the scientific consecration of racism and eugenics was obvious in both the West and the USSR. And if the Third Reich was the outpost of the most reactionary ideas and the headquarters of all the geneticists of the time working in the direction of eugenics, the latter was quite consensual in the West. The Soviets were the only ones to distinguish themselves from such ideas and to stick to the primacy of education over selection. Even the most critical admit that the period readily lent itself to a truncated debate on political terrain from which no Marxist of the time could have escaped, all the more so when we know that Lysenko's research is today half authenticated by epigenetics. According to some, to fully understand this Lysenkoist regression in Soviet biology, several factors need to be taken into account, including the immaturity of genetic theory at the time and the support given to the racist theories of Hitlerism by many German geneticists, the atmosphere of the rise of fascism, then of Nazi aggression, then of the Cold War. More precise is the analysis of science historian Andrei Pichot on the origins of genetics and its detractors. Lysenko's case is somewhat special, and to fully understand his opposition to what he called Mendelo-Morganism, we need to take into account the genetic ideology of the time and, in particular, the fact that in the 1930s, Hermann J. Muller, Morgan's former collaborator, was working in the USSR, where he hoped to convince Stalin to adopt his eugenicist political program. There's a whole aspect of the history of genetics that geneticists prefer to forget. The lack of maturity in genetics mentioned by Ribaud and Gu are not without interest, beyond the purely political and ideological stakes, for while the results of Michurinism, at that time in the USSR, with vernalization techniques in particular, are hardly in doubt even among the most staunch anti-Lysenkoists, genetics, for its part, was stalling. It still limited itself to describing. The characteristics of geneticist Reginald R. Gates did the same. Frenchmen Marcel Mauss and Paul Rivet theorized about the biological inferiority of blacks. German Hermann Müller, Morgan's eminent geneticist colleague and 1946 Nobel Prize winner for medicine, sought to create a Nobel sperm bank in the same eugenicist vein. James Watson, the famous co-discoverer of DNA, was until very recently known for his particularly shocking racist remarks, such as the inferior intelligence of blacks, which even earned him censure from many media. Rubot and J.M. Gu Lysenko. Andrei Pichot, Histoire de la notion de gene, 1999. Each species, but proved incapable of producing the new varieties that agronomists in the West and East were waiting for. Geneticists of the time seemed to be stuck in a wait-and-see attitude towards nature that would serve them well for a long time to come. The real practical applications of genetics did not come until the 1960s, with its modernization in the form of molecular genetics, which in turn led to the tangible production of transgenic seeds endowed with this or that interesting trait. In the 30s, the scientific truth of the geneticist was objectively slow to emerge, due to its inefficiency in practice. For those of us with the benefit of historical hindsight and the dazzling results of Mendelian genetics, the situation of Soviet geneticists appears to be quite dramatic. For we now know why they were forced to remain silent about Michurinian facts, forced to acknowledge their temporary impotence in matters of selection. They were objectively trapped in the development of genetics, in that historical fork of genetics which, until the 1940s, was unable to move on to the stage of application to plant and animal breeding. A singular irony of history, where the time of a science is doubled by the demands of ideology and politics. This notion of range is particularly enlightening, in the opposite sense, for today's epigeneticists, who are unable to benefit from the empirical results of Michurinism because of such a range of dogmatic condemnation of the heredity of acquired traits throughout the second half of the 20th century, for obviously purely political reasons. But we must avoid responding to several decades of demonization with an anti-scientific hagiography of Michurinism. As we have seen, this movement rejected the genetics of its time outright, for reasons of apparent incompatibility with the supposed principles of dialectical materialism. This attitude was certainly correct in its criticism of the idealism polluting the theory of heredity, but above all it lacked theoretical the most eminent geneticists of the time, such as Vavilov in the USSR. Significant advances were made thanks to this technique, which at the time was capable of staving off possible famines in times of war. Even Georges Medvedev does not go so far as to assert that this technique is quackery, but is content to attribute its paternity to others, making Lysenko look like an usurper, something that the history of science quite commonly rejects. Counter-arguments other than the sheer force of field results concerning modified heredity. Mendel's law of Pease and Morgan's chromosomal theory were simply mocked, minimized, and relativized, but never seriously challenged by logical argumentation, and with good reason, since such counter-arguments could only be based on experience and scientific observation using molecular genetics that had reached maturity, i.e. very recently. Since Weismann and the first Mendelo-Morganists, it has been particularly immature to demonstrate the impossibility of heredity of acquired traits by cutting off the tails of mice over several generations, only to find that they are always born with a tail. But it was just as immature and just as anti-scientific of the Michelinians to mock Mendel's law of Pease, since it was ultimately Mendel's distant descendants who discovered the molecular basis of the heredity of acquired traits, epigenetics. Such have always been the surprises of the history of science. In reality, Lysenko and his followers assumed their lack of interest in purely theoretical questions, including those which, on the basis of their own proposals, could have founded the famous heredity of habit-acquired traits on a molecular scale. For these reasons, the attitude of the Michelinians was bound to disconcert philosophers and theorists committed to understanding the history of the sciences of evolution as an explanation of the living world beyond these lowly considerations. The principles of dialectical materialism were compatible with empirical results in agronomy, so there was no need to build a dedicated theory capable of countering genetics, which was clearly sterile in terms of practical implications at the time. It is in this sense that we might speak of proto-dialectical materialism, or materialism that was more empirical than dialectical, to define the angle from which the Michelinians approached the epistemological problems posed by the Mendelo-Morganism. The accusations remained vague and superficial. When it came to talking about the substance, chromosomes for example, the existence of which could not be denied since they were already visible under the microscope, Lysenko remained within the limits of an era that did not yet know biochemistry. This was not a total denial of heredity through genes, but a very strong relativization with no theoretical counterpart. The latter could only come with epigenetics, i.e. Much later, as we shall see in due course, the basis of this theory of chromosome heredity is the fanciful thesis that a part of the chromosome substance cannot be identified with the usual body and that it alone possesses heredity, Freit, whereas according to the Michelinian doctrine, Freit, heredity is inherent not only in chromosomes, but in the entire living body, in each of its particles. Neo-Darwinian theory, based on the theses of Mendel, Weismann, and Morgan, opposed all the laws of dialectical materialism, not on the basis of overtly philosophical presuppositions, but through the abusive interpretation of scientific results. The existence of genes carrying information, describing the organism, and independent of the environment is opposed to the idea of a dialectical world where everything is in dynamic interaction. Neo-Darwinian gradualism, moreover, by asserting that species evolve progressively in small steps, is opposed to the thesis of the qualitative leap. Finally, the notion of chance underlying the evolution of genes runs counter to the thesis of an evolution directed from the simple to the complex. It's clear, then, that a more in-depth debate has been lacking, both for genetics, which has retreated into an idealism that has long been unproductive and is now in crisis, and for Machurianism, which had stopped at simple observations devoid of a necessary theoretical synthesis, and that was for multiple complex reasons. But it must be stressed that there is probably as much distance between the primitive and naive conceptions of Mendel or Morgan and today's notion of the gene as there is between the purely descriptive theory of Machurian or Lysenko around characters acquired through habit and today's epigenetics, which we will discuss later. From the point of view of a modern molecular geneticist specializing in epigenetics, both theses were equally naive, when seen from today's perspective. When Morgan identified through a multitude of selective crosses 4 linkage groups between hereditary variations in Drosophila, and at the same time discovered that it does indeed have 4 pairs of chromosomes in its karyotype, it was a serious and deliberate scientific error on Lysenko's part to ignore these results with contempt, a suspect blindness. On the other hand, the tangible experiments he had carried out, despite the outcry from Soviet geneticists at the time, could not be considered as a scientific error. In the USSR, genetics was only validated and applied on a USSR-wide scale after a theoretical struggle and a clear-cut, even exaggerated, demarcation from the dominant genetics, even if the debate subsequently calmed down once recognition had been obtained. For even in the USSR, genetics had a front-row seat in laboratories and universities, at least until the 1930s. And even during the period where Michelinianism dominated, classical genetics continued to be taught in universities, and geneticists continued to work, albeit with reduced funding. Should we therefore consider it a political error or a philosophical mistake on the part of the Soviet state to have arbitrated the scientific debate from 1948 onwards at the end of the famous session of the Lenin Academy of Agricultural Sciences of the USSR. On the purely political side, we need to try and get a clearer picture of the treatment meted out to geneticists in the USSR through a multi-study of Western accounts that are often outrageous or contradictory. An article starting with, "For 30 years, Soviet biology was led by a madman who turned scientific delirium into a state religion," however, tells us that the Lenin Academy was one of the few semi-autonomous institutions in the USSR. To explain the ousting of a Lysenkoist as head of the academy even before the end of Khrushchev's reign, who surprisingly continued to support the Stalinist Lysenko, the author states that under its authority granted by Peter the Great, the Academy of Sciences holds a precious privilege, the right to elect its members by secret ballot. If this ousting was possible despite the support of the highest Soviet leader in 1964, and no doubt because of the now indisputable power of the results of molecular genetics, we can legitimately deduce that Lysenko's ascent to the head of this academy in 1936 could not have been a result of a simple decision by Stalin, especially as, at that time, the conflict between the Mishurinians and the geneticists had only just begun, and the geneticists continued to form a rather offensive current against Lysenko until 1948, even within the academy itself. The current of geneticists, organized essentially around Nikolai Vavilov and Hermann Müller, was indeed dominant in Stalin's USSR, at least until the 1930s, when results in agronomy became an urgent priority, while even in the West genetics remained highly unproductive. To recount the persecution of Soviet geneticists, we must at least acknowledge their legal existence. To tell the story of the Lysenkoists' fall from grace in 1964, organized by a democratic assembly of geneticists within the academy, we must also assume that these geneticists did not suddenly appear, or that they are not the reincarnated specters of victims executed by Stalin. In fact, it's difficult to get an idea of the scale of persecution of Soviet geneticists in Western literature. Mishurinian literature, for its part, confines itself to exposing results and radically questioning the Mendelo-Morganists on their merits. Two very different aspects are usually confused: the criminalization of scientists on the one hand and the reduction of funding for laboratories on the other. The Stalinist persecution is most often evasively mentioned, and in fact 2 or 3 names come up when Lysenko is mentioned, including that of Nikolai Vavilov, former director of the Academy of Sciences, but also a pupil of the famous British geneticist William Bateson. Vavilov was convicted in 1940 by the Supreme Court of the USSR's military tribunal at the height of tensions with the Nazi enemy on the USSR's doorstep, on the official charge of participation in a terrorist organization, sabotage and espionage. His friend and anti-Mishurinian collaborator Pryanishnikov, a chemist and supporter of intensive agriculture, and who was Williams and Lysenko's bête noire as an agronomist, is said to have successfully lobbied the authorities to have his death sentence commuted to a simple prison term. Vavilov died of dystrophy in prison in 1943 in a town where he had practiced, Saratov. His death was undoubtedly linked to supply difficulties at the front at the height of the War of Liberation against the Nazis, although articles on the subject always half suggest that it was premeditated by the Soviet authorities, which is absurd given the causes of death. Sometimes the death of some of his work colleagues that same year are added, omitting to mention that several of them died of starvation in the Leningrad laboratory, like thousands of other Soviets besieged by the Germans during the long months of the notorious blockade. We then learn with astonishment that Vavilov continued to teach genetics and botany in prison, and wrote a synthetic work that was later rehabilitated under Khrushchev. Finally, the available information contradicts the thesis that the geneticists were deported by Stalin, including Vavilov, because at the time of his conviction for sabotage, the atmosphere was one of compromise on the part of the Soviet authorities. The Central Party Committee remained silent on the sidelines. Despite Lysenko's pressure, it refused to take sides on theory. This became clear when, in fact, according to Lacour, in the USSR, Lysenkoists held important positions only in institutions linked to agronomy and agriculture, while universities and schools continued to teach Mendelo-Morganism until the 1940s, which doesn't fit in with the climate of systematic oppression as their detractors, past and present, seek to portray them. Clearly, in order to demonize Lysenko's evil personality beyond the information available to us, while asserting that his experimental results are a complete lie and fabrication, we need to imply that he may have manipulated Stalin in person, both to validate his inapplicable lies in agronomy, hoping that nobody will notice, and to take revenge on his adversary Vavilov, who is said to have helped the USSR out of its agricultural difficulties. But with what arguments? And how could Stalin be manipulated, despite the supposed opinion of thousands of Soviet kolkhoz farmers and hundreds of serious agronomists and biologists? What would have been the point of the Red Tyrant, so quick to condemn for high treason, discrediting himself in contact with an adventurous and mythical lobbyist plotting against such useful geneticists? What would have been the point of Khrushchev so quick to de-Stalinize afterwards, continuing to support Lysenko despite the return of the geneticist to the helm after the latter had committed so many disasters during Stalin's time? This mystery has been the subject of new Dominique Lecour, Lysenko. The most common, but not the most serious argument is that Lysenko was absurd about that. The fact that Lysenko's texts are often obscure, that he sometimes appeals to the argument of authority in a way that offends our habits, does not detract from the fact that an entire people is benefiting today from the work of Michurin and Lysenko. Which of our vehement critics has achieved comparable results? No 21st century epigeneticist would disagree with this serious, dialectical, and balanced position. You will find in the annex scientific evidence in support of this concordance. The contradiction thus becomes clearer, and we should analyze the reasons for the Soviet authorities' arbitration in favor of the Michurinians from 1948 onwards. Given this theoretical stalemate linked to the insurmountable immaturity of the two sciences, genetics and epigenetics at that time, we can recognize in the attitude of the demonizers both an inability to understand the interference between politics and scientific research, or Marxists call the contradiction between class struggle and ideological struggle, and a certain hypocrisy regarding the treatment of dissident scientists by the free world they defend. Only a dialectical approach allows us to understand that the history of science is both autonomous in certain respects and subject to social relationships and the interests of the patrons who drive it forward. The complex paths it has taken over the centuries can be described by a fairly obvious dependence on technical developments and on polemics between materialist and idealist currents at the ideological level. But the link, albeit secondary on the scale of history as a whole, with the class interests of the moment remains important and sometimes decisive on the scale of the century. This dialectical link is quite clear in the case we're interested in. Genetics in the West, for example, rejected the whole Michurinian experiment as a false science for more than half a century for ideological political reasons. The Soviet Union also initially rejected genetics as a false science, only to reverse its position in the 1960s with the rise of molecular genetics and the discovery of DNA. In the West, Michurinian themes only spontaneously resurfaced when anti-communist pressure began to ease, following the demise of the socialist camp. So, over the whole period, we can summarize the story of a genetics that arrived of its own Marcel Proudhon, quoted in Dominique Lecour, Lysenko. Accord. At the dialectical renouncement of its initial dogma, omitting all the political framework that accelerated or delayed here and there such an evolution. In fact, it's reassuring to note that not only had the USSR finally opened up to genetics, despite Lysenkoist invective, but above all, that even in the still strongly anti-communist capitalist world, the development of epigenetics has come to be accepted, despite its strong whiff of dialectical materialism. This is proof that, on the scale of great history, scientific knowledge is progressing relatively independently of the political ups and downs of class struggle. And Marxists will find particular comfort in seeing bourgeois genetics finally contradict itself, where it had so arrogantly asserted Marxist dogmatism bending reality to its cause. It is no longer the communists who seek to twist reality to make it resemble the principles of Daimat. It is the anti-communists in the West who today take it upon themselves to silence the evidence of a reality that increasingly resembles what the Lysenkoists said about it. But at no time, then or now, can we believe that the dominant ideology can forget research. Epigenetics has hundreds of potentially revolutionary applications, starting with agriculture and seed production, which justify its recent acceleration, despite the ideological risks this entails. But the fact that the state arbitrates scientific conflicts is not surprising, and just like the Soviet state in the 1940s, it essentially results in the reduction of credits given to some and the increase of those given to others. What are the motives behind such choices? Most often, the national interest, the international cause of the moment, is more or less complicated by the great class confrontations within the ideological apparatuses of the state. To give the most recent and most telling example, states rely on an assembly of scientists appointed by them, the IPCC Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, to allocate grants and focus political and media attention on climate research. Conversely, any laboratory working on the predominantly solar rather than human origin of global warming will be gagged and cut off from funding, or, if it speaks out, accused of negationism and compared to the mad scientist of the Third Reich. In the twists and turns of the life and death struggle between industrial and financial sectors of capital, these dissident scientists were in a position to receive private funding from a few oil giants, since their research would conveniently absolve the latter of any historical responsibility for global warming. The network of brakes and gas pedals in scientific research is therefore often complex, whatever the final word in the scientific debate. Over and above ideological choices, it would never occur to anyone to allocate as much public funding to archaeology as to cancer or global warming research, out of theoretical impartiality. Political choices in terms of funding are obvious here, rightly or wrongly, if we are talking about immediate potential results. The history of science, if it can be freed from punctual class struggles in the long term, is inevitably always influenced, accelerated, deviated, or slowed down by practical necessities at a given moment. In the USSR, for example, the political choice was quickly made between Michelinian agronomy, which produced immediate results, however fragile or embryonic, and genetics, which was still totally unproductive. Conversely, if a historical fork in the road, to use Dominique Lecour's expression to explain the stagnation of geneticists in the 1930s, blocked the Michelinians themselves in the 1950s, limiting their practical results for lack of knowledge at the molecular level, until the present day, when such research can be restarted, we can also understand how the Soviet state changed its sponsorship to the benefit of geneticists. In both cases, the state intervened, and probably rightly so on both occasions, albeit at the cost of delays on both sides. It could be argued that, in many cases, as the demonizers claimed in the case of Lysenko, we are dealing with genuine charlatans, and it would be an outrage to give them any credit. Here again, we need to distinguish between charlatans who put the brakes on science, which no doubt has no time to waste responding to them, and those who in some way, and no doubt unconsciously, serve scientific knowledge. In an absolute sense, i.e., in the hypothesis of a history of science totally uncoupled from the social history of mankind, it would be abusive to describe a creationist biologist as a charlatan or a negationist, and to banish him from laboratories for anti-Darwinian dissidents. Indeed, the development of false theories to their logical extremes sometimes advances science, and it is on the basis of responses to opposing counter-arguments that a theory is strengthened and developed. On the one hand, idealist dissidents are bound to be unmasked in the end. On the other, the spontaneous materialism of a scientific theory is always partial or perfectible, surrounded by weaknesses that only dissidents, in good or bad faith, know how to expose, and their work becomes useful as the negative pole of a dynamic contradiction. Generally speaking, idealism permanently forces fundamentally materialist work, regardless of what they themselves believe, to react and consolidate while continuing to progress. For Marxists, this hypothesis of scientific research free from political interference represents one aspect of their ideal communist society, the ultimate stage of human labor's development, now freed from class struggle, in a world where classes no longer exist. That said, we're still a long way from achieving this, and it has to be admitted that politics cannot remain aloof for long from the theoretical struggles that permeate scientific research, whether its influence is overt or covert. The distinction between pragmatic arbitration and ideological arbitration must therefore be the major issue, then as now, and the context unfortunately always tends to tangle these two poles. It is clear that, on the Soviet side, the scientific error will have been to reject a theory en bloc on the sole criterion of its practical uselessness at a given moment without taking the trouble to counter-argue on the opponent's ground, and for good reason, no Lysenkoist could explain the experimental results of Morgan and Muller on the basis of their own observations. If the USSR had discovered acupuncture, whose effects are now recognized in the West even if they are still inexplicable from our concepts, it's obvious that the country's classical doctors would have first sought to ridicule the discoverers, who would have responded by looking for immediate solutions to enable it to develop in spite of mainstream medicine. If we still assume that acupuncture was the only method of quitting smoking in the absence of effective drug substitutes from conventional medicine, it's obvious that the state, anxious to halt the spread of lung cancer, would have arbitrated in favor of acupuncturists. All the more so as acupuncturists are ideologically compatible with the state. Acupuncture does not originate from the Soviet Union but from China, and in this country it harmoniously rubs shoulders with the other medicine, awaiting the day when a scientific explanation of the phenomenon will be possible. The history of theories of heredity has therefore been far less harmonious, and the blame has been shared, with delays observed on both sides of the former Iron Curtain. On the one hand, Michelinianism stalled before sinking, while genetics had to try to catch up. On the other hand, the hypocritical rejection of Lysenkoist charlatanism that precipitated classical genetics into an idealistic headlong rush has only transformed molecular genetics into epigenetics in recent years, although molecular genetics dates back to the 1960s. To sum up, molecular genetics must have ceased to be idealist since the last century, as we shall see below, while epigenetics, in the wake of Michelinianism, remains as highly dialectical materialist as it ever was, and this is bound to raise questions for today's philosophers of science. According to historian Denis Ustopal, the notion of proletarian science did not emerge in the Soviet debate, but rather when it was exported to France through the writings of Marxist philosophers and scientists caught up in a polemic that, at the height of the Cold War, was traceable to ideological stakes that were thunderously Manichaean. Lysenko, on the other hand, was all about distinguishing Soviet from reactionary science, which is less, on a theoretical level, about any Bogdanovist relativism, which Lenin himself had earlier opposed. However, demonizers have not hesitated to confuse these notions in order to lend credence to the idea that, in Lysenko's eyes, there is no longer any criterion of truth in science, and that there is one truth for proletarians and another for bourgeois. In France, the context was that of a meeting organized by the Comte Alexander Bogdanov, a Russian theorist and contemporary of Lenin, was severely criticized by the latter for his idealistic relativism. He asserted, for example, the distinction between a proletarian truth and a bourgeois truth. He adds, an analysis of all Stalin's and Lysenko's writings proves that they never used the concept of proletarian science. This notion of proletarian science is, in any case, in profound contradiction with Leninism, in the sense that Lenin had largely developed his critique against this relativistic error in materialism and imperial criticism. Stalin himself, who was suspected of supporting such a travesty in the Marxist approach to the history of science, indirectly opposed it in 1951 in a Journal of Linguistics. At the time, the aim was to counter the theses of linguistics of Nikolai Marr and his followers, for whom the evolution of languages must submit to that of class relations. The mistake our comrades who aspire to a universal proletarian language commit here is that they do not see the difference between culture and language and do not understand that culture changes in content with every new period in the development of society, whereas language remains basically the same through a number of periods, equally serving both the new culture and the old. Hence, a language, as a means of intercourse, always was and remains the single language of a society, common to all its members, ma'a, x, ma'a, na, k. The class character of language formula is erroneous and non-Marxist. Lysenko influenced Soviet agronomy between 1935 and 1952. For the USSR, data was not provided for the years of Nazi invasion, during which destruction was massive. Source: Historical Statistics of the United States, Bureau of the Census, Washington, 1975, quoted in Science as a Social Product and the Social Product of Science, R. Levins and R. Lewontin, 1985. We therefore need to delve deeper into the Marxist self-criticism of this period, not to demonize it or draw up a moral indictment of Lysenko's visibly extravagant personality and obvious theoretical weaknesses, which will be totally idealistic and naive, but to understand how this affair has led to avoidable delays in biology, even if Lysenko's practical results can be retrospectively validated by modern epigenetics. It is not a question of falling once again into the trap of retrospective triumphalism in the face of the great return of the inheritance of acquired traits in the laboratories of bourgeois science. In the first place, Marxist biologists such as Marcel Prenant in France and John B.S. Haldane in Great Britain, in distancing themselves from Lysenko, had to drastically limit their criticism of the idealism of Mendelian genetics on pain of being seen as charlatans themselves. This is easily understandable. The effect was objectively disastrous, and nothing prevented classical genetics from aggravating its idealistic shortcomings, genetic determinism theories or the concept of genetic programming, etc., and sinking into a long-term scientific crisis until the forgotten Lysenko affair and the economic urgencies of the moment, particularly in relation to agriculture, lifted it out of its theoretical blockages. Putting aside the concrete results of both, the way in which Mendelo-Morganist idealism was treated by the Lysenkoists undoubtedly prevented or delayed the necessary synthesis between neo-Darwinism, Darwinian materialism combined with a simplistic, formalist, and idealistic vision of heredity developed by the Mendelo-Morganists, and Michurinism, spontaneous materialism concerning heredity, but without operational concepts. The fact that Maturin and Lysenko were self-taught practitioners with little knowledge of epistemological issues may have had something to do with it, but given the number of scientists involved in this movement, the main reason is probably to be found in the interference between scientific research and the political and geostrategic context of the time. We can't blame idealist scientists for not having been materialists. On the other hand, we should be able to criticize Marxist and therefore materialist scientists for not having thought idealism enough on the level of the concepts themselves, or for having fought it only through invective and intimidation. In the final analysis, dialectical materialism does not have the magical property of accelerating scientific research or facilitating discoveries. These are first and foremost conditioned by appropriate technical innovation and the maturation of previous theoretical debates. Recent discoveries in epigenetics, for example, owe nothing to Lysenko or Sorgotten. On the other hand, dialectical materialism can be an antidote to the potential idealistic deviations inherent in any scientific discovery. Scientific discoveries are by nature incomplete at the outset, since they are historically constructed and can therefore lend themselves to all sorts of idealistic interpretations, as was the case with the discovery of transmissible variations in the characteristics of the organism, genes, from generation to generation. Marxist philosophy should not act as a gas pedal. Science has its own rhythm and its own history, linked but not confused with the history of class struggles, but at least in such a way as to counteract its idealistic breaks. No other scientific discipline has seen such a powerful intrusion of idealism. The theory of genetic determinism was built on a dogmatic arrogance, very similar to that usually attributed to Lysenko, basing its concepts on a central dogma, the impossibility of an environmental influence on heredity, and a trinitarian definition of the gene, which has now been totally overturned. From Conrad Waddington, who was the first to imagine what an epigenetic landscape at the level of genome expression might look like, to the cyberneticists who tried to integrate genome accommodation into the narrow conceptions of orthodox geneticists, to the saltationist evolutionists in the wake of Stephen J. Gould in particular, there has been a great deal of interest in the epigenetic landscape. Gould in particular, who opposed the vision of evolution in small steps, i.e., without a qualitative leap, all of them were at one time or enough. The gene is defined by three qualities: unity of function. A gene defines a trait; of mutation, a mutation modifies a gene, or a gene is identified by mutations that distort its message; and of recombination, genes recombining chromosomes, but cannot mix operational fragments with each other, since they have a fixed, predefined function. Developments in genetic research have successively contradicted all these qualities, suspected of crypto. Lysenkoism, and the argument of authority more often than not channeled them to the margins, even though they had, to tell the truth, no Marxist sympathies whatsoever. Ironically, in parallel with epigenetics, we're now witnessing the development of a current that is highly critical of genetic idealism, what French authors Pierre Sonigo and Jean-Jacques Copiec would call biological liberalism. Here, the reversal of a genetics in crisis is not achieved through Marxist theoretical work, but, on the contrary, through a kind of return to pre-Mendelian Malthusianism, that single aspect that Marx and Engels criticized in Darwin's theory as being the transposition into nature of a contemporary liberal political ideology. In their 2000 essay, Ni Jew ni Gene, Neither God nor Gene, the authors take on neo-Mendelian genetics, judged as idealistic, and oppose it to an ecosystemic and self-regulated conception biogenetic approach. This is a curious reversal, so opportune for today's dominant ideology, while their attack on idealistic genetics remains, and for good reason, of an acuity that our Soviet agronomists would doubtless not dispute. Built on genetics rather than evolution, synthetic theory deserves to be called neo-Mendelism rather than neo-Darwinism. And he adds, genetic information is a modern version of Aristotle's form, from which, by necessity of coherence, it reintroduces all the metaphysics. Early molecular biologists spoke of genetic programs in a very realistic sense. Today, in view of the difficulties encountered, this notion is increasingly seen as a metaphor. Some authors seek to limit its scope as much as possible. Is this metaphor still valid within the probabilistic chromatin model? No. DNA sequences can no longer even be considered as stable data, because the same sequence can behave differently depending on the interactions that occur. Within this model, there is no longer any sanctuary from freedom, where essence can take refuge. In a curious twist, against the backdrop of genetics' enduring inability to reform itself or correct its ideological limitations, and in the face of an arrogant Maturinism with no real concepts to oppose it, these are the thinkers of a bourgeois materialism, liberal compatible historians Pierre Sonigo, L'Evolution, J.J. Kupiec and P. Sonigo, Ni Jew ni Geni, Neither God nor Jenny, 2000, who quote Adam Smith as much as Darwin, are openly attempting to rethink the dialectic for the benefit of a fashionable political ideology. What happened to the historians critical of Lysenko, so quick to condemn any intrusion of politics into scientific theories? From the Soviet prehistory of epigenetics to the seeds of tomorrow, we've said that the current epigenetic revolution owes nothing to Lysenko, but rather everything to his erasure. From a Miturinian fragmented heredity to the current epigenetic heredity of stress reactions, for example. We'll see how striking this filiation is, but also how, paradoxically, Lysenko laid down the principles of an epigenome theory by radically turning away from the very concepts in genetics that would have enabled its early development. Epigenetics considers gene expression as part of a whole that integrates all cellular metabolisms and focuses on the feedback from cell cytoplasm to nucleus chromatin. Genes determine the production of active proteins, usually enzymes involved in genetic metabolism, with a given quality and quantity, adapting to the cell's particular exigencies, given that its environment, the rest of the organism in the case of a multicellular organism, or the external environment in the case of a microbe, is, by nature, changeable. The expression of these genes is itself determined by the specific requirements of the environment, assuming multiple functions: production of new cells in a growing tissue, differentiation of cells according to local requirements or the organ in which the cell lives, export of components and interactions with other cells, etc., all on the basis of an energetic metabolism without which nothing is possible, drawing on the energy present in the environment and a supply of raw materials, enabling the production of all active proteins in particular. It has been known since the 1960s that specific molecules are capable of recognizing the starting or endpoint of a given gene in the chromatin of the nucleus and of adhering to it to prevent or accelerate its expression into active proteins. The metabolism of such molecules has always been very uncertain, and at the level of the nucleus, we've always wanted to limit ourselves to the already complex linear structure of DNA, without considering the added complexity of its three-dimensional folds, its reversible windings around large protein particles, histones, its condensed or uncondensed state, and above all the molecular marks, imprinted on the outer part of DNA bases. Methylations are the main examples, by enigmatic enzymes. These methylations are wear and tear marks, making more accessible to expression the DNA sectors that have been most useful in a given environmental context and normally disappear during subsequent divisions and generations. In the field of genetics, idealism has led to a focus on pure genetic information, without taking into account the fact that, although the information remains intact, except for rare mutations during DNA replication linked to cell division, the chromatin in the nucleus, the set of genes, conditioned in a certain way, evolves with the life of the cell. A cell normally inherits a vast multi-instrument score, of which it will express only part depending on its actual local experience. A skin cell, for example, will never express the gene for insulin synthesis expressed by pancreas cells whose genome is initially the same. This view also leads to the idea that the cell is guided by an informational program that is certainly highly complex, but also predestined, intangible, and identically reproducible. The problem of Darwinian evolution is grafted onto the limits of this theoretical error in genetics. Given the complexity of nucleus-cytoplasm environment interactions, it is better to consider only the accumulation of mutations within genes, which are particularly rare, in order to understand random yet adaptive evolution. In reality, this randomness seems increasingly constrained as life has innovated in its ability to respond to environmental variations. In the case of large multicellular organisms, these variations are always much faster than the time required for gradual genetic evolution. Firstly, because these organisms reproduce slowly, unlike bacteria, for example, which divide once per minute, and secondly, because dozens of highly elaborate molecular mechanisms oppose, slow down, correct, or even prevent mutations and, more generally, any modification of the genome, except in periods of stress, when these modifications are stimulated, not passively and naturally, but actively by the same molecular mechanisms. So what was left to be selected by the environment in the synthetic theories of the neo-Darwinians? Yet there must have been an evolution of species under the influence of Darwin's natural selection. What's more, the central dogma, of molecular genetics that founded this synthetic theory of evolution asserted that there could be no heredity of acquired traits due to a strictly unilateral relationship between genes and the environment, between reproductive cells, germen, and the cells of the rest of the body, soma, that they engender through fertilization and embryonic development. In other words, the changing environment cannot, by definition, act in a manner that directs the modification of genes, which mutate only at random, and changes in the body's cells following the effects of the environment can in no way affect reproductive cells, the only ones able to pass on random mutations to offspring. This last assertion corresponds to Weismann's famous separation between somatic and germline at the beginning of the 20th century, which was widely followed in the history of genetics. Epigenetics, which studies what happens in the cell outside the genes, or around them, seeks to understand how the cell wears out its genome, transforming it from the outside without necessarily changing its letter. In this way, we discover that the organism can mark, to a greater or lesser extent, the genes it had to use a lot, or those it didn't need, and how it had to use them. The enzymatic artillery capable of such markings and of all other actions on DNA is extremely complex. But one important fact must be borne in mind. In reproductive cells destined for offspring, all epigenetic marks are normally destroyed by specialized enzymes that re-establish a genetic virginity, so it's an active process, not a natural law. This unchanging character explains the Weismannian soma-german barrier, the non-heredity of characters acquired in the normal course of events, i.e. when environmental conditions are relatively stable. But if the environment is particularly changeable, if the organism has experienced unusual environmental stresses, for which it has shown an adaptive deficiency or insufficiency, the marks do not totally disappear from the germ cells, and they remain even in the sectors that have been the most solicited or modified. This particular adaptation of living organisms, which is in fact no more magical than other adaptations that have already been demonstrated without controversy, regulation of blood sugar levels, renewal of the epidermis as a function of desquamation, acquisition of molecular immunity memorized in antibody genes for this or that antigen encountered, etc., is reminiscent of another well-known process today, the evolution of artificial intelligence. The complexification of living organisms has had to pass from the stage of selecting simple metabolic processes, like the first simple, highly mechanical programs in computer science, to the stage of selecting complex processes capable of groping. When adaptations occur, just like the programs used to solve new problems in artificial intelligence today. The current complexity of programming in artificial intelligence far exceeds the cognitive capacities of any individual computer scientist. Yet it is the work of such simple intelligences, and we are witnessing the emergence of a far more complex form of intelligence without recourse to a divine explanation. The same applies to natural history. We can go from fairly simple trial and error mechanisms in the world of primitive molecules or microbes to the highly elaborate metabolic adaptation strategies of today's great living organisms without recourse to supernatural forces. This genetic trial and error, the ability to record genetically the experienced results of this trial and error, the acquired, materializes in the form of selective markings and selective modifications, not externally directed, but selected, internally on the basis of an enzymatic artillery, pre-selected in such a way as to make it possible to record the experienced results of this trial and error, the acquired. They do not deny the initial processes of genetic mutation. They do not deny the initial processes of rare and gradual genetic mutation following the classical Mendel-Morgan model, but they are superimposed on them, and in most cases even double them. We know of a multitude of self-correcting processes in cellular metabolism, and these interactions are not extraordinary. They were simply contradicted from the outset by a dogma opposed in principle to the heredity of acquired traits. While it is clear that the environment is not animated by ideas capable of finalistically guiding hereditary living matter, it is not the environment that writes gene combinations, as the Markian idealism assumed. We can observe that endogenous capacities to respond to environmental changes. These do not necessarily modify the structure of the genes themselves, accidental mutations, but rather the modalities of their expression, their capacity to respond qualitatively and quantitatively, their internal organization in chromatin, etc. This is objectively a matter of heredity. Objectively speaking, this is an inheritance of acquired traits, reversible and therefore not indelible like the deep genetic mutations themselves. But it is enough to definitively contradict the central dogma on which the denial and demonization of Mitcherianism are based. Evolutionary theory is now faced with a new problem: how to define living matter as an alternative to the strict neo-Darwinian mechanism of mutations and natural selection. Indeed, in the face of a dogma in crisis, according to which this dialectical motor would be a universal law, ahistorical, we are forced to note that the history of living matter has seen everything evolve. Even this law itself, living matter, has finally placed itself in front of this mechanism that created it, in order to internalize it, when beyond a certain functional complexity, the slightest variation by mutation could only hinder the whole of the interdependent mechanisms, whatever the specific benefits to the organism. What is idealistic in the worldview of Mendelo-Morganist neo-Darwinians is to consider that the law of the self-dynamic engine of mutations and natural selection is universal and intangible, that it cannot itself evolve and dialectically reverse itself in the course of the history of living organisms. We must now return to the principles of Communism to examine what can be credited to Soviet agronomists and what they were wrong about, starting from the observation of the relative heredity of acquired traits, which is collateral to genetic heredity in a stable environment and commonly accepted by today's geneticists. There is a very clear difference between the deeply idealistic Lamarckian version, which placed the heredity of acquired traits at the heart of the theory. The environment dictates the heredity of species by modifying itself, and the Mitcherian version, even if neo-Darwinism hypocritically associated the two with the sole aim of discrediting an adversary, despite the latter's visibly indisputable results at the time. In reality, Mitcherian's theory is based solely on empirical results dogmatically ignored by geneticists. On the other hand, Mitcherian's principles are based on the authoritarian denial of genetic observations on the grounds of theoretical incompatibility. In fact, Mitcherian and then Lyshenko spoke of the heredity of habit-acquired characteristics, or metabolic heredity, which had nothing to do with Weissmann's caricatural experiment in which he cut off the tails of mice only to find that there were no tailless mice. We, the representatives of the Soviet Mikhail Gorbachev tendency, affirm that the heredity of properties acquired by plants and animals during their development is possible and indispensable. N. The bitter struggle that has divided biologists into two irreconcilable camps has revived around an old quarrel. Is the heredity of properties and characters acquired by organisms in the course of the development of their lives possible? In other words, do qualitative changes in the nature of organisms depend on the quality of living conditions, acting on the living body, on the organism? The Miturinen's doctrine, dialectical materialist in essence, affirms this dependence with facts. Mendelo-Morganic doctrine, idealistic and metaphysical in essence, denies this dependence without providing any proof and development and to react in certain ways to such conditions. When an organism finds conditions in the surrounding environment that correspond to its heredity, it continues to develop in the same way as previous generations. But when organisms do not find the conditions they need and are forced to adapt to the conditions of the external environment, which to some extent do not correspond to their nature, the result is organisms, or certain parts of their bodies, that differ more or less from previous generations. If the modified part of the body is precisely that which engenders the next generation, the latter, both by its needs and by its nature, will differ to one degree or another from previous generations. Miturinen's thus give primacy to the organism's adaptive capacity, including the heredity of solutions found as a result of this endogenous capacity. When descendants are not placed in the same stressful conditions as the parental generation, the adaptive modification no longer appears. This theory, which includes heredity as a process rather than a state, is far more materialistic than the theory of genetic heredity, posited as fixed on the scale of reproduction, and is as close to epigenetic theory as it is to Lamarckian theory. Obviously, there are countless practical applications, especially in agronomy, for producing seeds that can withstand climatic and other hazards, without involving genetic manipulation that is both costly and unstable over time. V. Stoletov, another Lysenkoist, sums up the situation as follows. Based on the theory of successive stages of plant morphogenesis, the theory of stadial development paved the way for a targeted modification of plant heredity. The process has now been perfected, as illustrated by the example of the transformation of winter plants into spring plants and vice versa, but it is also possible to modify other plant properties or traits. The theory of the directed modification of plant heredity shows when and how we must act on a developing plant to break the old heredity and create a new one, in line with the living conditions we bring to bear on the organism. Is directed modification of plants possible? This is one of the main questions that have pitted Miturinian and anti-Miturinian scientists against each other for years. The former prove this possibility, theoretically and practically, while the latter categorically deny it. Undermining heredity, a formula that makes no sense in classical molecular genetics but acquires one in epigenetics, does not necessarily imply denying the observations of Mendelo-Morganists. When Lysenko states, the degree of hereditary transmission of modifications will depend on the extent to which substances from the modified part of the body are included in the entire chain of processes leading to the formation of reproductive, sexual or vegetative cells, scroes, Tysic plant forms with unstable heredity obtained by one or other of these means must subsequently be bred from generation to generation under the very conditions which the organisms in question can be seen to require and to which they can be seen to adapt. He unknowingly refers to the specific DNA-interfering molecules considered in epigenetics and is mistaken in thinking that they substitute for the DNA itself. This is what he almost refers to when he speaks of chromosomes. At the time DNA as a constituent molecule of chromosomes has not yet been discovered, the basis of this theory, chromosomal heredity, is the fanciful thesis that part of the chromosome substance cannot be identified with the usual body, and that it alone possesses heredity, whereas according to the Miturinian doctrine, DS is inherent not only in chromosomes, but in the entire living body, in each of its particles. Immoral husbandry, but in the end quite modern since it is almost word for word what epigeneticists say today. To achieve this result, we had to forget our Lysenko affair, which is no longer of political interest to the capitalist West, in the absence of a socialist camp, and gradually relativize the various idealist aspects of the Mendelo-Morganist theory of heredity. For Mendel, Morgan, and all the geneticists of the early 20th century, the gene was defined as an isolable, quasi-magical element, capable of carrying within itself a message, defining a characteristic of the organism, which was ultimately a sum of expressed, intangible data, except through extremely rare mutations. This message was revealed by negative experience, since the modification of a character, if transmitted, proved that this character was itself written independently of the body itself. Since a gene mutation has an impact on the organism, any mutation presupposed a gene that abstractly defined the function missing after mutation. This scheme was heavily criticized by the Miturinians, who had no observations to back up their criticism. the discovery of a genetic code with the development of molecular genetics only served to accentuate this countersensical idealist program, defining individual characteristics. The intelligence gene, the courage gene, and the genetic code were sought, etc., and eugenics took a worrying leap forward, which only the USSR was able to guard against. It was then discovered that each gene is most often implicated in several characteristics without any obligatory link between them, and can even produce several different proteins depending on the circumstances. Above all, it was discovered that each characteristic observable at the level of the individual is linked to the expression of many different genes, and not just one, or even to the quantity of identical duplicates of each of these genes. Later still, it was observed that genes were capable of recutting themselves into operational sectors, capable of circulating in the nucleus and replicating, inserting themselves elsewhere on other genes, etc. Chromosomal mutations were spoken of, genetic point mutations were no longer the only ones responsible for evolution, and the neo-Darwinian paradigm began to decline. Finally, the role of the environment in the development of an organism was established by observing genome evolution in populations of clones with exactly the same genes. At that point, the theory of the all-genetic approach no longer had any raison d'etre, and the crisis of neo-Darwinism was declared. Today, epigenetics, deriving in a way from the best of the cybernetics of the 70s and 80s, is putting back on the agenda what Turing called for a century earlier in a rather avant-garde spirit. With the intervention of man, it becomes possible to force every animal or plant form to change more rapidly in the direction desired by man. This opens up a vast field of action of the greatest benefit to man, more often than it innovates. Many orthodox geneticists had more or less foreseen this, for example, with the very apt notion of constrained chance, in the words of the famous Belgian geneticist Christian de Duve. In terms of ideas, it's clear today that the history of theories of heredity could not have produced epigenetic theory before genetic theory, or in its place. The simple, even simplistic ideas of Mendel, Weissman, Morgan, Bateson, Muller, and so many others were bound to convince the entire scientific community in the face of the far more complex concepts of epigenetics, of which Turing was the unconscious and all too precocious propagator. Indeed, to fully understand epigenetics and the metabolic strategies that enable a certain heredity of habit-acquired traits, one must first be familiar with the primordial structures, the genes, on the basis of which the evolution of living metabolism has been able to bring about major complex innovations. Could we imagine that in physics, the theory of quantum mechanics developed all at once, replacing Newtonian mechanics, of which it is both an extension on another scale and a negation or dialectical overcoming? The history of science is far from being a linear positive progression, but on a large scale and over the long term, it nonetheless follows this general dialectical law of passage from the simple to the complex, even beyond the technical innovations that enable theoretical evolutions. In this way, dialectical materialism provides a certain vision of the world and can represent a guide for concrete action, without being a prophecy, that instantly gives the scientific truth as a revelation, without progressive and collective work. The example of the Lysenko affair, if one finds agreeable to relativize its positive and negative aspects, can enlighten us retrospectively on how scientific theories can evolve according to principles that are entirely consistent with mature dialectical materialism. A mature dialectical materialism must be able to accept that idealism occasionally holds science back, because science can't go beyond this stage in order to flourish, from the simple, often idealistic in some respects, to the complex, invariably and necessarily more materialist and dialectical. Is this fundamental theoretical misunderstanding of the Miturinians that could instead be described as proto-dialectical materialism or primitive dialectical materialism. On the one hand, genetics suffered many setbacks as a result of this, hampered, that is, encouraged in its idealism by the demonization of such slanderers as much as epigenetics itself, which couldn't be born on solid foundations and certainly not on Miturinian empirical bases without going beyond the actually erroneous Mendelo-Morganist stage. Between conservation and evolution, a dialectic of life and environment, everything is in the process of evolving, even the most immutable or seemingly cyclical things. This is the materialist observation par excellence in all sciences where processes are analyzed, reconstructed, and explained, whether in thermodynamics, geology, or astrophysics. It is undoubtedly in quantum physics that the laws of dialectical materialism are the most difficult to ignore. The wave-particle duality, the interdependence of matter and antimatter, and the spin correlation of particles all support the principles that Hegel, Marx, and Engels laid down long ago, namely that all the components of matter are in a reciprocal relationships, and that these reciprocal actions, at once united and opposed, are the dialectical, endogenous driving force behind the entire evolution, the entire history of this matter. from its initially simplest forms to its most complex later forms, through overcoming qualitative leaps resulting from accumulations reaching a threshold. It's easy to see why things have gone so wrong in biology. Every naturalist draws a common sense law from his or her experience. Life is stability in an environment that is constantly changing over the long term. It is even unoffensive stability, since it succeeds in establishing itself in constantly readapted forms in all terrestrial environments, including the most hostile. This life, whose complexity leads us to believe that it can only be fleeting, fragile, and hanging on by a thread, ultimately proves to be particularly powerful and conquering on the scale of geological time. The experience of naturalists, who themselves end up feeling different from other scientists, is that of a subject matter life, in which all seems to oppose that of the physicists and chemists. What could be more difficult to understand than this living matter, hostile to reductionist experimentation, mysterious in so many ways, highly complex and unpredictable, so much so that everything seems already done. Even the simplest, most primitive forms of life are already immeasurably complex. Logically, biology is the science most prone to idealism, and it's not without reason that Charles Darwin's discovery of a necessary and sufficient mechanism at the base of species evolution was the greatest of the materialist revolutions in this realm of science. But all that was given was an evolutionary mechanism to continue describing life and the immense diversity of its forms, a rather hasty way of getting rid of idealism, because in the end, the mystique of life has more to do with heredity, i.e. the conservation of forms from generation to generation, than with its capacity to evolve, to modify itself in a changing environment. Change and evolution are not perceived on the scale of a human lifetime, even though we experience hereditary transmission time and again. Heredity means stability, conservation, conformal reproduction, a movement that runs counter to everything materialism has stood for since the origins of philosophy. How, then, are we to summon the first observers of this central property of life to adhere in principle to the laws of materialism, which is opposed by what is found in field observation? It is the object of study itself, and not the recuperation of the ideological apparatuses of the bourgeois state, even if the latter will not hesitate to take advantage of it. Of course, that will make geneticists the first candidates for the idealist trap. If we look at the two most successful but counterintuitive forms of the critique of Lysenko critique in the 1970s, we would never have imagined today's epigenetic revolution, born of the spontaneous development of idealistic genetics, this time without the slightest interference from political voluntarism. In J. Medvedev's grandeur and decadence of Lysenko is Stalin's political madness and the hypnotic collective submission constructed by the Soviet system that explained the victory of the charlatan over the Galileos of genetics. In D. Lucas Lysenko, it is dialectical materialism itself, from Marx's and Engels' very first ontological formulations, that must be fundamentally questioned, even as Lysenko's concrete results doubtless had a grain of truth. In reality, we need to revisit self-criticism on the basis of what modern science tells us in its latest advances, as is customary in traditional materialist thought. Epigenetics says what the Mitcherranians were saying, empirically and very incompletely, based on the very concepts, reversed by their development over the course of the 20th century, that the latter were rightly criticized for, that of their having an idealistic, anti-dialectical character. To understand this unfortunate historical collision between political history and the history of science, we need to return to the fundamental flaw in biology. We have no definition of life other than a purely descriptive and ever-expanding list of characteristics. Yet without a global understanding of life, we can't understand its nature, let alone transform it without short or long-term negative consequences. Dialectical materialism can integrate a saving element of dynamic contradictions into the current approach to living matter, based on what we know about the origins of life. It all began, biologists tell us, with the spontaneous appearance of simple organic polymers endowed with the ability to self-replicate nucleic acids, of which today's DNA is a particular form, whose building blocks were able to accumulate in the oceans in a relatively simple way from the elements present and the energy available. Such molecules were able both to catalyze the production of their own components, the bases, from available elements in the environment such as enzymes, and to serve as a linear matrix for the spontaneous arrangement of new polymers in identical fashion on the zipper model, i.e. by molecular complementarity. These linear molecules were therefore capable of identical multiplication with no other limits than those of the organic molecules initially present in the oceans, making further evolution a virtual necessity on the basis of probiotic pro-heredity. The first dynamic contradiction in living matter, even before the appearance of the first cells, isolating and stabilizing these chemical reactions in an environment that organizes itself at the expense of the outside world and is therefore relatively sheltered from changing conditions, was therefore the one that generated self-replicating, i.e. self-perpetuating linear polymers to undergo changes in the order of their constituent bases, mutations, some of which contingently, non-finally, led to improved self-replicating performance. Change to better perpetuate itself identically in a changing environment. We can already see the extent to which the apparent stability that characterizes life on our scale is both objective, founding both its origin and history, and result of constant movement of counter-tendency. It is the struggle for self-preservation while progressively discovering improvements in the metabolic strategies enabling self-preservation. The self-preservation that characterizes living matter is the result of permanent self-correction and thus of a counter-movement that is necessarily constantly being improved. Seen from this angle, it is heredity that precedes evolution or mutation, which could be the idealistic admission of matter animated by will or predestination. If we accept the theory that the first molecules capable of self-replication appear spontaneously in the Earth's crust, this is not the case. As a primordial soup, their evolution is immediately necessary, since any change results in extinction or extension according to its selective advantage. Darwin's simple scheme, the concept of random variation followed by natural selection, applies from the very beginning, and above all at the origin. It does not define living matter, but the necessity by which this matter has perfected its heredity in spite of the environment and its rapid changes. The perfection of living matter was not in the sense of moral progress or predestined in any way, but in that of a progressive liberation never achieved, by definition, from the constraints of an ever-changing environment. In short, living matter, through its self-replicating components having progressively accumulated adaptive and flexible survival strategies, finds itself condemned to attempt to conserve itself in an environment that cannot cease to change. Living matter, whose metabolism fights as hard as possible against permanent and accidental mutations, will soon turn its own weapons against the changing environment in order to survive. Mutations, in the broadest sense of the term, that punctually change life forms will be the agents of a capacity to survive in a disturbed environment, even if it means losing the quality of this conservation. Living matter develops in time and space in order to survive. To remain identical by escaping environmental variations or by transforming the environment to stabilize it, but since it must become variable to save individuals during brutal variations, effective variations end up redeveloping into new species. Ultimately, we owe the notion of primordial soup and the theory of the origins of life to a famous Soviet researcher, Alexander Oparin. It has recently been discovered that such organic molecules arise spontaneously from mineral matter within solar system elements such as comets and then seed most planets at random, mately different from the ancestral forms. The evolution of species is the dialectical result of an incessant struggle by living matter to reproduce itself identically without ever being able to do so absolutely. What appeared to early naturalists as the most obvious form of stability and fixity in this world is in fact the most powerful, most permanent, most dialectic movement on Earth. This counter-movement opposed to the environment but forced to adapt to it, this permanent self-correction based on the spontaneous and necessary detour of the environment's weapons in order to survive it, and which inscribes within itself the evolutionary mechanisms necessary to perfect its apparent form as relentlessly and as much as possible, and it never is. The pure Darwinian mechanism of random variation through genetic mutation followed by natural selection must have led to the first perfections enabling life to free itself from difficult conditions, but progressively it is clear that the metabolic strategies selected and conserved have become increasingly elaborate and complex and are now capable of dialectically overcoming the primitive chance selection mechanism without totally abrogating it, of course. Today, all living species are capable, via highly specialized enzymes, of correcting most of the random genetic mutations permanently occurring in cell nuclei. But we have also observed that these same enzymes which prevent mutations become mutation gas pedals, denying their function when the environment is brutally disturbed. What we have here is a highly sophisticated mechanism that can both combat random mutations, almost systematically lethal, when the environment is stable and the species well adapted to it, and actively open the floodgates to random survivability in the event of environmental stress that puts the species at risk of extinction. This type of metabolism is highly dialectical and even goes beyond the Darwinian definition of living matter, drifting at the whim of chance and selection, as in the end, the couple is tamed, incorporated by selected and ultimately safeguarded conservative strategies. Life is thus not defined by Darwin's discovery alone, but by a self-preserving principle, derived from the biochemical properties of the first self-replicating molecules and evolving only through an inability to respond absolutely to this original principle. Thus, all the active meiotic recombination mechanisms that pin the production of reproductive cells in animals and plants alike, enable both the maintenance of the species chromosome formula, conservation, and a redistribution of forms within each trait, alleles for each gene, that ensures a certain intraspecific biodiversity for each population. In principle, this is contrary to the principle of self-preservation, but in the event of environmental stress, it will statistically enable certain survivors endowed with favorable, albeit initially discrete innovations, to ensure the conservation of the species, albeit in a different form. The principle of self-preservation necessarily generates the evolution of species that negates it. We are thus clearly moving from quantity to quality, following a process that at first glance seems predestined to the opposite end. There is therefore no premeditated goal, despite the organized orientation of evolution. The abundance of such mechanisms selected to conserve the species has understandably led biologists, both before and since Darwin, particularly in the initially distinct field of formal genetics, to believe that living matter is fixed or does not evolve, given the extreme slowness of changes observable on a human scale. Even when Darwinian evolutionism was accepted, the theoretical compromise between genetics and Darwinism, known as neo-Darwinism, or more recently, the synthetic theory of evolution, adopted a materialistic facade by admitting the evolution of species without divine intervention, by blind natural selection alone, while retaining a highly idealistic theory of heredity, as we have already pointed out. In a way, the very notion of a gene has been, and still is, problematic. Initially, the way in which such coded information was discovered invited a metaphysical interpretation of the theory. If an accidental mutation inactivates a sector of an individual's DNA, an apparent effect is manifested after development, which leads to belief that the modification has affected the information coding for the apparent trait, bypassing the ultra-complex causal chain from one to the other. It was then natural to deduce that our genetic heritage was the sum of innumerable pieces of information that determined all our characteristics once and for all, without any intervention from the environment. This all-genetic theory held back the development of genetics for several decades, with an idealism that made it impossible to understand subsequent discoveries. A local mutation alters many unrelated characteristics, and the same visible change can be caused by independent mutations in several genes that are unrelated to each other in terms of their immediate expression. It was then discovered that a gene could express itself in several alternative ways depending on circumstances or undergo somatic modifications during life. All this put to rest for good, the idealistic version that implicitly prevailed in genetics with each new gene discovery. Today, faced with the construction of a new, broader theory incorporating formal genetics in the same way that quantum mechanics incorporated Newtonian mechanics, we need to reconsider the links between this new paradigm and genetics on the one hand, and Darwinism on the other. This is where dialectical materialism comes in handy. The active contradiction between this fundamental tendency towards self-preservation and all the mechanisms that enable species to diversify, and thus actively evolve, finds its most obvious form in epigenetics. For the general law that applies to the genome of an individual producing sex cells is not the transmission of epigenetic markers, but rather their total erasure. The production of sex cells recruits highly elaborate mechanisms enabling each generation to forget the wearing down of the genome acquired from the parents in their specific living environments. This rebooting of the genome at each generation is the norm, the guarantee of a tendency to self-conservation, just like the other genetic mechanisms identified at the end of the 20th century. This rebooting of the genome at each generation is the norm, the guarantee of a tendency towards self-preservation, just like the other genetic mechanisms identified at the end of the 20th century. On the other hand, the fact that this deletion involves specialized enzymes and is an active process shows both its evolutionary interest and the possibility of counter-evolution. Transgenerational memory corresponds to the selective non-deletion of certain parts of the epigenome, marks made on certain genes, particularly used by the parent in its particular environment, despite the normal deletion process, and this on sectors of the genome whose adaptive interest was manifested in the parent in its environment. In other words, if the law is the oblivion of the acquired to keep only the innate, a law that supports Mendelian organisms, but which proves to be non-natural, predetermined, and therefore itself subject to evolution, it admits, when the environment is particularly changeable and stressful, selective conservation of epigenetic marks, by mechanisms predetermined for this purpose and selected in the course of evolutionary history, particularly in plants, which cannot escape such environments. As the environment often changes much faster than the genes, mutations are extremely rare thanks to the multiple self-correcting mechanisms of living organisms. Adaptive mechanisms that are faster than chance and selection alone have gradually taken hold, particularly in species unable to escape the environment, plants, fixed animals. We thus confirm both that self-preservation, the false fixity of living things that troubled so many idealistic scientists, remains the rule, and that to guarantee the survival of species beyond this tendency towards self-preservation, it is necessary to change form. Through molecular means of memorizing and transmitting advantageous genetic forms from time to time, these means being themselves selected by history as highly perfected processes. The central dogma of molecular genetics, which posited the inability of environmental influences to cross the germline barrier, the species barrier, the nuclear envelope protecting the genes in the cell, has been pulverized. If any selective advantage that has arisen by transmutation from the outset is conserved by natural selection, then even the elaborate mechanisms that make it possible under certain conditions to transmit acquired knowledge hereditarily to speed up adaptation to a changing environment are selective advantages that do not derogate from Darwin's law. Dialectics of nature, yesterday and today. However, evolutionary ecology, the new name for population genetics, is still taught at university on the old foundations of neo-Darwinism, and this is relatively normal. Teaching always lags behind fundamental research, even and perhaps especially during scientific revolutions. To understand the evolution of populations in a given environment, and therefore that of potentially disturbed agrosystems, this evolutionary ecology today puts forward four fundamental forces. Supposed to explain the evolution of species itself on a large scale: mutations, natural selection, genetic drift, and migrations. This highly descriptive and probabilistic approach equates Darwin's famous principles: individual variation, i.e. mutations for geneticists, and natural selection, i.e. mutations for geneticists and natural selection. What filters out these variations over the generations according to their suitability in the new environment, with two new forces, unknown to the Darwinian model: genetic drift, i.e. the ability of certain genes to evolve discretely without natural selection, and migration, which randomly redistributes allele frequencies from a group of migrants that is not representative of the original population. Neo-Darwinism has always added new laws to the fundamental driving force of Darwinism without ever questioning the basic postulate, as if life could be defined by a simple, non-exhaustive, and irreducible list of apparent characteristics. The great absentee, and with good reason, among these evolutionary forces, epigenetic acclimatization, heredity of acquired traits in euphemistic terms. Without dialectics, such an approach, even if materialistic, seeks in the almost mystified force of chance a functional alternative to theological finalism, but without identifying the necessary motor of evolution itself. Yet it is evident, in light of current knowledge, that among these forces, even if this may seem anti-dialectical at first brush, there are those that are not evolutionary, but rather conservative. It's only the traumatic memory of the Fixist Inquisition that prevents our biologists from simply recognizing that living matter is endowed with such forces opposing evolution, because everything we know today in genetics and epigenetics confirms it resoundingly. Accepting the existence of these conservative forces would, in their view, amount to an absurd simplification, denying evolution once again. In fact, only dialectical materialism can identify the necessary, non-chaotic, non-finalist form of living evolution between these two contradictory poles of variation and conservation. The mimetic and simplistic veneer of the indeterminism of modern physics on biology has long masked this obvious fact, by identifying living matter with matter taken in its totality, and by depriving living matter, part of this matter in the broadest sense, of certain particular, additional qualities, which make up both its quality and its history. Even quantum mechanics and thermodynamics show on a large scale that the indeterministic chaos of elementary particles contradictorily generates order and a certain stability, a certain solidity to our macroscopic world. Mutations, the first force in evolutionary ecology, are by definition accidental variations that are opposed to preserving the integrity of the individual and, more broadly, the stability of the species. It is for this reason that living organisms have developed a large number of metabolic strategies to prevent such mutations as far as possible. Most random mutations affect non-coding sectors of DNA, the majority, or recessive alleles that are not expressed in an organism that generally has two parental versions of each gene. If a mutation damages a gene, it will probably not alter the structure of the protein described. Due to the redundancy of the genetic code, several triplets of bases in the DNA can correspond to the same amino acid in the protein described. Finally, even if a mutation occurs in an expressible sector, complex enzymatic systems are responsible for correcting mutations, permanently preserving the integrity of the individual's genome. It is these epigenetic mechanisms which are going to choose which of the two parental versions will be expressed or suppressed relative to context, and act as a heterogeneous force of conservation, fighting against the evolutionary force of mutagenesis. These same conservative forces, however, by undermining themselves in the face of brutal environmental variations, will increase rather than moderate the frequency and effect of mutations, as if, to ensure the integrity of a species on a larger scale in the face of environmental stress, the conservative forces reverse their action so that increased variability produces a few survivors, even if it means that their population is ultimately radically different from the original one. Natural selection, the second evolutionary force according to evolutionary ecology, is the sorting out of individual variations by environmental conditions, causing allele frequencies in the population to rise or fall over the generations. But we forget to mention that this natural selection can also be exercised in two totally contradictory ways. When the environment remains unchanged, natural selection tends to stabilize each frequency around an optimal form for that environment only, by eliminating variations that are too great, even though they may be better in another environment. Such stabilizing natural selection then acts as a conservative rather than an evolutionary force. On the contrary, when the environment changes, the forms that were the best adapted are no longer so, and the new forms resulting from random mutations may turn out to be better in the new environment. Natural selection then actively disfavors the old forms in favor of the new, on the model of mosquitoes' acquisition of resistance to insecticides or pathogenic bacteria to antibiotics. All the biological mechanisms at the origin of a population's polymorphism over the generations, in particular that which produces an infinite number of genetic varieties recombined in the reproductive cells by meiosis, are in fact a kind of force incorporating variability, the better to accentuate it if necessary in the event of environmental stress, while preserving the species' chromosomic formula, i.e. preserving the general pattern of the species beyond the particular individual forms. Genetic drift is an innovation of the neutralist theory, a rather late theory that strongly relativized the role of natural selection in Darwin's model of evolution. It stated that most genetic variations occur separately, without any impact on the individual's characteristics until they eventually acquire a new function. Once again, this is the dynamic contradiction between the conservative aspect of a force, the differentiation of genetic evolutions versus this. The environment and its evolutionary aspect, the potential for abrupt change, qualitative leap, when innovation becomes necessary in a changing environment. Migration also responds to the dual imperative of species conservation through escape, migration from a now hostile environment, and the new allelic distribution resulting from a restricted group of migrants settling elsewhere in new environmental conditions. The statistical premium placed on now minority innovations, restricted group of migrants will accelerate the evolutionary process, but we mustn't forget at the same time that migrations are most often allelic exchanges between populations of the same or closely related species, and that during sudden environmental variations, species barriers, which normally prevent individuals of different species from being interfertile, can be lifted to a certain extent in order to accumulate potentially advantageous innovations from a population. The hybrids resulting from these migrations can then ensure the survival of the species to a certain extent, conservation, but through the profound modification of their adaptive characteristics, evolution, ultimately contradicting the conservative force from which it comes. In addition to these four evolutionary forces, evolutionary ecology also forgets, as we've already said, and not without psychoanalytic explanation, the force that can modify the epigenome of individuals in a population that has experienced profound environmental stress. This is epigenetic acclimatization, in other words, the discoveries of Maturin and Lysenko. In fact, if the conservative force has active mechanisms for erasing epigenetic marks acquired during life and then restarting the process, it's not surprising that this is the case. While the basic model of the species has been reset from scratch with each new generation, adaptations have enabled these mechanisms to reverse themselves to rescue the marks that have been of particular interest, reinforcing a characteristic trait in the new environmental conditions. The conservative force, which normally erases the acquired to preserve the species as it is, can become a new evolutionary force, not immediately passing through the genes to modify the characteristics of the population more rapidly than by chance alone. Clearly, living matter is not driven by a chaotic force pushing it to constantly change, but rather by a dynamic contradiction intimately linked to the self-replicating property of its primitive molecules, nucleic acids. At the very beginning of the history of life, the development of these self-replicating molecular populations on a simple Darwinian model has, over time, accumulated a whole series of enzymatic strategies, enabling them to actively escape from destabilizing environmental variations and then to adapt to them by relatively taming the internal destructive forces of genetic mutation. Changing in order to conserve, without of course succeeding, which makes the contradiction antagonistic, is therefore the general principle of species evolution. In other words, evolution is generated by material necessity, not in the sense of a predetermined goal set by a creator, as suggested by the theologian Teilhard de Chardin, but on the contrary, the only way to do this is to escape from one origin by submitting to the changing conditions of the environment. The only direction adopted by living matter is that of increasingly efficient liberation from the external environment, but without ever achieving absolute liberation, since life depends entirely on the molecules and energy available in the environment. From a particularly fragile and volatile single-cell aquatic life, natural history has seen the emergence of multi-cell organisms seeking a certain stability in spite of the environment, immunity, homeostasis, cell regeneration, etc., more social and organized populations capable of significantly transforming the environment in an attempt to stabilize it, and then mobile forms capable of fleeing sudden variations and protecting their descendants outside the aquatic environment in an amnion equivalent to a fully stabilized aquatic environment. We can't understand the relative ease with which life has colonized all terrestrial environments, increasingly escaping natural hazards, without ever being able to do so completely. Remember the impact of biological crises on the entire biosphere in geological history, without taking these contradictions into account. Conversely, we can also understand the extraordinary ability of certain species to remain apparently unchanged over millions of years. When the colonized environment is sufficiently stable, as in the case of the coelacanth, the living fossil, that inhabits the most remote abysses, despite the famous forces of evolutionary ecology. But such contradictions can only be formulated with reference to dialectical materialism, which is still largely a philosophical taboo in today's world. How, then, can we fail to see in the antagonism postulated between political ecology and communism an origin that is at least as ideological as it is historical? Ecology symmetrically refers to a biological science that is playing an increasingly decisive role in the new geostrategic stakes of the century, both for capitalism and for the oppressed classes themselves who are called upon to overthrow it, and to a political movement of the anti-communist left, i.e., social democratic, in an updated form. But in the face of this ideological adversary within the anti-capitalist front, Marxism's weakness undoubtedly owes as much to the neglect of its history, in particular its agroecological experience in the USSR, as to the Lysenko affair. Ecology has undoubtedly been the site of ideological political confrontations of all stripes in recent decades, liberal, theological, utopian, socialist, fascistoid, except Marxism, even though the latter was undoubtedly best placed to unravel the deepest theoretical contradictions, and our dialectical definition of life, which enables us to advance both on the front of materialism against the fixist and creationist inquisition, and on the front of overcoming the sterile contradiction between Darwinian evolutionism and genetic idealism, is a necessary and sufficient demonstration of this. Epigenetics is the practical key, while dialectical materialism is the theoretical catalyst. In the wake of the Lysenko affair, a historical hiatus has seen the Mishurinian proto-epigeneticists on the one hand, unable to evolve without the fundamentals of Mendelian organism to be overcome, not denied, and geneticists on the other, unable to understand the monument of complexity and stability, relative, of course, that is living organisms, on the basis of a theory that predicts evolutionary forces alone, without any dialectical counter-movement. For decades, this stumbling block has repeatedly pushed back the deadline for a more general understanding of epigenetics, not as a supplement to ever more inaccessible and disarming complexity, but as the logical development of living organisms' capacity for self-preservation through a relative, albeit limited, heredity of the acquired under conditions of environmental stress, the ultimate strategy of a matter incorporating strategies of liberation from the environment through internal counter-tendencies. In short, one could return to Friedrich Engels's famous Dialectics of Nature at the end of the 19th century, which described the nature in which we have appeared and in which we ourselves have evolved, of which we are objectively a part. This work, which appeared around the Darwinism of the time, featured a particularly prophetic and consequential materialist approach. We should have a new work, this time a collective one, translating into dialectical terms the now exposed fundamental contradictions of heredity and evolution, the two forces that determine the potentialities of a nature to which we owe everything in the final analysis. This would assure our present and perhaps above all our common future. Conclusion. Progressive degrovers and productivist communists. The apparent political opposition between communists and environmentalists stems from a historical misunderstanding, a programmed amnesia skillfully nurtured by the dominant ideology. Eco-socialism is not up to the task of remedying the situation, since this eclectic theory stems above all from a void left by recent Marxist theorists on the question of the environment, and not from a genuine synthesis overcoming the contradiction which persists today more than ever. On the contrary, it's up to Marxism and its associated materialism to find the conceptual resources, as was once proposed for other struggles: feminism, anti-racism, the struggle for peace, and national sovereignty. In reality, environmental activists are alerting public opinion to impending cataclysms, in the belief that scientific demonstration alone will suffice to raise widespread awareness. By relying solely on the power of conviction, on propaganda alone, they deny the fundamental opposition of the ruling class, which has no interest whatsoever in helping them, except, no doubt, in blocking the development of potential powers in the Southern Hemisphere and the obligation to get out of our mode of production in order to trigger a genuine, sustainable, and far-reaching ecological policy. The first denial allows the bourgeoisie to seize some of their theoretical weapons to wage the struggle in their own interests, light years away from the real environmental issues at stake. The second invites environmentalists to fall into a sort of reformism, i.e., in the belief that we can make gradual progress towards these national and global objectives without calling the system into question, rejecting any revolutionary option in favor of the old utopias of the far left. Armed with modern scientific knowledge, have environmentalists not realized that proof of imminent planetary crisis has no effect on the general political orientations of our governments? Do they not notice that for over a century, armed with scientific analyses of Marxist political economy, communists have been announcing the global explosion of a systemic crisis, without anyone at the top of our capitalist house of cards ever seeing the increasingly frequent stock market tsunamis coming? Whether we're serious environmentalists or communists, we're not millenarians. We won't wait for an imminent day of judgment by withdrawing into small, sectarian, self-confident communities as mystical reactionaries and some green-grey survivalists. On the contrary, we expose, for the people, the scientific material causes that determine our indissolubly linked social and environmental living conditions, and we fight against the ruling class that stifles our analyses, seeks to silence us unless it is to set us against each other. But in order to arrive at a single set of demands and a truly revolutionary orientation, we must first overcome certain theoretical misunderstandings that still divide us today. The first of these conceptual misunderstandings pits progress against degrowth. From the point of view of many environmentalists, the fact that our resources are limited necessarily invites us to retreat, never to dialectically go beyond them. Human progress has always advanced dialectically, periodically finding revolutionary solutions and paradigm shifts that can overcome a specific limit to human development. Obviously, this progress implies moving from the old to the new, and therefore losing certain traditional aspects in favor of radical innovations, which is not to say that we don't still remember them. Nostalgia, combined with a fear of the future, can lead some activists to turn away from progress in favor of a new approach, a return to an idealized past. As if we could really go back to the past collectively, other than through the global crisis we are supposed to be fighting against. Ever since the postmodern philosophers, profoundly anti-Marxist, fired on the very notion of progress, ultimately judged to be totalitarian, green activists may be tempted to submit to the dominant injunction, only to twist it into a more politically correct degrowth. Of course, we need to economize on our resources, but above all, we need to give ourselves the time to innovate and create the conditions for a truly liberating progress with a highly mechanistic, formalistic, short-termist vision. Political ecology, on the other hand, enshrines them in an a priori, idealistic and fatalistic submission, contrary to the very nature of militant commitment. Communism, on the other hand, looks for the causes of such limits instead of denying them, and then seeks as far as possible, technically and scientifically, to overcome them dialectically instead of going backwards. In this respect, communism is fundamentally progressive, without being productivist, since it emphasizes the sustainability of solutions rather than immediate satisfaction. Everything in our history shows that we have always evolved and progressed by overcoming seemingly intangible cycles and harmonies, because nature itself doesn't evolve otherwise. The second misunderstanding pits social progress against technical progress. For the generations that lived through the late hours of the Cold War, the American dream was one of flamboyant, unlimited, conquering, ostentatious technical progress, while in the East we saw only shortages and frustration on television. The backwardness of the socialist camp in the post-Khrushchev era was real, of course, but very relative, since it sought above all to break capital's deadly grip while seeking to satisfy the vital needs of as many people as possible. Against this backdrop, the idea was born, contrary to human history, that technical progress, comfort, and abundance are synonymous with capitalism. However, this is not the case, and the younger generations are beginning to understand how warmongering imperialism does not stimulate technical progress but rather blocks it. The parenthesis of the East-West confrontation, during which it was necessary to demonstrate to the people, through a relative redistribution of wealth, extorted from the neo-colonies, that the best model was that of the bosses, closed long ago. The wealth of the capitalist system is, above all, wasted, lost in the deep pockets of big business and financial tycoons. It only contributes to the major collective investments advocated by the scientific community when the context urgently requires it and when it's usually already too late. The anarchy of production that characterizes the system prevents any democratic planning on major common issues, and it should be obvious to environmental activists that social and ecological progress cannot be envisaged without at the same time unblocking technical progress. For it is this that will enable new alternative energy technologies to overcome current shortages, with as few setbacks as possible for the people, and if possible, with advances. For example, it is imperialism that is currently blocking all funding for thorium-based molten salt reactors, even though these are risk-free, because they would compromise the military industrial nuclear weapons lobby with which the uranium circuit has been linked for decades. It's also agribusiness that has always blocked research into agroforestry because it would give people greater national sovereignty and remove the limits to soil fertility that underpin Western agricultural monopolies. Technical progress is a prerequisite for social and ecological progress, as it is only through massive organic production, for example, that we can ensure a redistribution that is not reserved for a few petty bourgeois, but for the broad masses. In all areas of agroecology, it has been proven that no alternative to intensive agriculture can be envisaged without a massive increase in productive forces and technological innovation. Intensive agriculture is based on highly mechanistic concepts. Inputs formally replace what the soil provides for plants, and farmers simply have to passively pour them onto the fields and wait for short-term results. Organic farming, on the other hand, requires a great deal of scientific knowledge and know-how on the part of farmers who become the engineers of their own land, and it is again a development of productive forces that only socialism can ensure. The final misunderstanding is between technical and scientific progress. For many environmentalists, a distinction needs to be made between technical progress, which produces machines that degrade the environment and upset its natural balance, and scientific progress, which provides objective arguments in the battle of ideas for the environment. One would be an enemy, the other an ally, at least tactically. It's easy to forget that here too things are indissolubly linked. It was by preserving and observing nature, by developing the natural sciences, that most technical innovations were born. In this respect, almost all the molecules used by the pharmaceutical industry come from research protocols carried out on natural ecosystems, where we strive to preserve as much biodiversity as possible. It is by protecting species, even those that might seem useless to man at first glance, that we will be able in the future to find potential sources of molecules capable of improving our health conditions in the face of this or that new threat. As we've seen, the Soviet zapovedniki were reserves that were off limits to humans and could, if necessary, be used as observatories for scientists, and not just for agrobiological research. Under the banner of socialism, they guaranteed a remarkable biodiversity in the vanguard of today's environmentalist ideals. Even in this field, we have seen how capitalism can, on the contrary, hold back the development of knowledge, e.g. the transformation of classical genetics into epigenetics, because of the downward trend in the rate of profit and ideological opposition to dialectical materialist solutions. However, it is with more dialectics that we can look to the future, not with fear and fatalism, but with hope and confidence in mankind. Science, even when slowed down by the system of social domination, has always made it possible to propose affordable solutions to the problems of our time, and it is undoubtedly only when we have definitively emerged from our prehistory, i.e., that of the class struggle, to use Karl Marx's formula, that we will be able to look with serenity at the fundamental issues of our collective future. As far as soil fertility and energy are concerned, resource limitations are an incentive for research, and humanity has always been able to overcome such limits, not thanks to capitalism, but rather in spite of it. Just as immigration is not responsible for structural unemployment, just as physicist formulas are not responsible for the American bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, so technical and scientific progress is not responsible for the environmental damage caused by the best disguised class, the bourgeoisie. This is our common enemy.